I would not.
All right.
You have
We
some
went
background
live
there.
now.
Hang on, Raven, the new Hangouts over here. Can you see the sidebar text chat? Come over to there because we're all going to go off here in this one shortly. All right, thanks, Seamus and Raven. Well,
Is it just
Raven?
me? Sorry,
Okay.
is it just me, or did all the audio just change? Because all of you guys sound completely different.
You sound like you're in a
No, yeah. It sounds like the audio is much better when Google Hangouts are off air, and then when they go on there, for some reason, the quality diminishes.
That's a new thing. We didn't have that in the beginning. Well, anyway.
I noticed that sometimes too my picture will become blurry in one hangout to another, or another thing that'll happen is like people will become tinny sounding. It's weird.
Oh yeah, that's automatic bandwidth adjustment.
Like right now, everybody's tinny and everything sounds sharp.
Yeah. I don't know if it makes a difference for me, but I
guys, oh wait, never mind.
Bandwidth usage thing all the way. But I think that's camera only. I'm not sure if it covers audio.
Well, hey, back to the topic of Von Helton. You see, I would not trust his wife, because she has some issues, and I'm not hating on her, but I'm perfectly willing to believe that Von Helton did pull out a gun, because he's that impulsive, he's that nuts. I don't think it would be much of a struggle for him to do that.
My question is, how do we address people who have done wrong, who have got wrong thinking, and so on? I think well, at least what I kind of advocate is, kind of getting into a milieu where they're kind of more mainstream, brought to more rational people around them, so they follow that example, identify with it, strive toward it, and so on. Go ahead.
I mean, I know it kind of sucks that y'all are getting introduced to me in this way, but all I want to simply say is I don't make things up about people because I don't have to. That is not what I do. But I cannot sit by when I know that somebody lies, they slander people, they harm other people. I cannot sit here and just say, oh, well, you'll learn on your own. I do what I do because I want people to see the truth about people. And if my videos get pulled down, I just put them back up because I'm not going to be silenced. I understand.
Forgive me, I have a drug addict's mentality when it comes to it. I'm going to take him how he treats me and how he treats others around this time. Not when he's going through a difficult time where his kids are being threatened to being taken away from him.
I don't make up things about people. All I do is take the audio and I call people out on what they say. If you said it, own up to it. Don't call people call you on things a liar and a troll. Not everybody.
Well, there's two problems in his defense, which I agree with the defense here. As the two things I have problems with in the two videos that were posted that I could see. Right, one was on private, so I couldn't see it. But the two videos I saw, one was him reading court allegations made towards him from his wife's perspective, right? So it's very skewed, and he disagrees with it vehemently, right? So you can't say that it pawned himself in the court papers because there's allegations made towards him. And in the second video, never did anybody say in the second video he pulled out the gun. His wife says that he touched the gun, and then he says it was because I was reaching for the screwdriver.
Yeah.
So I mean, even if you do say that he touched the gun, he still didn't pull it out. It was still in the drawer the entire time, according to the both of them.
But see, here's my point. The one where he's reading those court papers, those are not recent. Those are from 2009.
But there's still allegations made by his wife towards him.
No, those were made. They took the kids down to CPS and were in the office waiting room, and the staff there noticed how dirty the kids were and that the milk was curdled. That's from CPS. That's not from any of us. Those allegations are not Andrea. They're not from any of the so-called trolls. That is from CPS office.
I don't know. At the very end of the video, I think that was you, but you said you would be willing to go up there and testify against him.
Yes, I would. Yes, I would. After everything he's put me through, yes, I would. Yes, I would. 100%.
But in order for you to testify against him, that would be lies. You don't know what his children are and how they're living.
No, I'm talking about from what the slander he's done to me. Bringing up the fake criminal history and he was going to come down here and kick my ass. Yes, he said that. It was so bad. I went down to my police department. I burned a CD of his physical threats to me, and they said if he comes into the county, they're going to arrest him. Yes.
So you've got an actual legitimate restraining order against him? Or?
No, I don't have a restraining order against him. No.
You
But
guys
if
just
he
know
comes-
each other over online, right? And that's it.
No, I don't know him personally in real life, no, and wouldn't want to. No, I don't associate with people like that.
Okay.
So what is the worst thing that has happened between you and Von, Raven?
To be honest with you, what started the whole thing was he posted a video back in 2009, and I laughed at him, and that's all it took. That's all it took.
Yeah, he can take things personally, but what is kind of the worst thing that he did against you? Like, why is there such animosity here?
He falsified some documents that he said, see, I used to advertise my business on YouTube. And all this information that he had on me, my address and my phone number, I posted it. It wasn't given to him or anything like that. I had my business advertised on YouTube. So he took that, went to one of these cheap so-called criminal database things where they're not accurate, number one. And he put up some fake pictures of me that looked nothing like me, said that I'm wanted in all these different states, some states that I've never lived in, that the police were looking for me, that I had outstanding warrants, that I beat some guy up with a can of beans in a courtroom, that I had a criminal record a mile long. Yeah, that's for starters.
Well, you're an atheist. I would expect that record anyway.
Yeah, I told you when I first came in, I'm a horrible person. I'm evil. Y'all just need to watch out for me.
Baby eater.
Babies.
I mean, no, but I know I don't like to give this as a first impression, but you know, there's just some things I cannot tolerate, and a liar is one of them. And I'm not capable of feeling sorry for him. I'm just not, because everything he's done, he brings it on himself.
Well, okay.
But is that tendency to bring it on himself? Is that something of his own doing? I mean, ultimately, it came from a place.
Really? Nadia, have you watched this video?
Or however he was, shaped over the course of his life. That
You're saying...
is not of his own doing. And
okay, so you're saying it's not his fault, it's a product of his environment?
It goes for essentially all of us, yeah.
Well, yeah, but okay, so following that logic, we should not jail people because we are all our products of our environment?
No. And
Why not?
it's for the safety and such of people who not derived. The need for them is not derived from the evil of the person and such. It comes from rather same kind of notion, voluntary psychiatric.
Right, but we still do make effort to stop these people from doing these things, right? Be it the extreme case of a murder, or the lesser case of a person being a jackass on the internet to other people, lying them and smearing them, which is apparently what is happening between Von Helton to Raven here. So I'd say we're justified, calling him out on this, if that is the case. Indeed.
And do you know, honestly, I was in a hangout with him one time, and I said, Von, this stuff is not true. Those documents aren't real. That's not even my picture. All I want is an apology. And he said, no, I'm not apologizing to you. That was Andrea that did that. And I said, so you don't owe me an apology at all when you know that those documents weren't right and that was not my picture and you knew that wasn't me. He said, no, I'm not apologizing to you. So, you know, if he would just apologize and say, you know what, that wasn't you, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that, he would never hear from me again. Never.
I don't know what an apology is worth.
Yeah, to the extent those things go on, the same logic applies, the same isolation or confinement and so on. There is a trick that we don't have a license to use the internet that can get revoked, so you can rarely stop people. So how do we actually do it? And the person, say face to face, the extent they're traumatized by it, I shouldn't have a shove in their face. Those who want to stop it need to, well, have effective persuasion. And rational argument is not actually how effective persuasion is. Go ahead.
There's a blanket I wish I could take sometimes.
Sorry, I just came back.
JK.
Was that addressed at me, Nadia?
Hey, Thor.
Well,
Hey,
I was trying to do kind of a zoom out because I mean, the extent we go on about like the specific name, person, situation, it turns into a bit of drama. We can retain the essential features for the purposes of informing our decisions and such, without you know, bringing the kind of drama and the personal bits into it. Go ahead.
I don't think that's possible. I mean, these things are inherently personal, and they kind of inherently fall under sort of drama. But it's not as if we, started this.
Well, then, didn't I? Well, maybe give an example. I mean, lead a little bit by example. And, well, what I was going on about my discussion, I didn't want to mention honestly. So, and I didn't need to. I could make the kind of statement that you made, things you did were bad, having specific kind of methods to counteract them, without actually ever having to make it a dramatic affair. Go ahead.
Could you condense that? I'm not sure if I'm getting the point. Or rephrase
Well, I just
that.
showed you by example how it's possible to do that. Go ahead.
I guess what I'm just trying to say is, you need to see both sides of it. And I know y'all have not known about him as long as some of the people that are labeled trolls have. Some people do it just for the parody factors. Some people do it because they're just mean. Other people do it because we sit here and we just call him on what he says. I don't have to make anything up about him. I just call him on what he says, and you can't handle it. And so he takes that and he turns around and slanders you and does exactly what he accuses other people of doing. I don't respect people like that. And all I'm simply saying is, here's a different side of the whole situation. You can judge for yourself. I'm not trying to sway you, but it's just like with the secular opinion thing. Secular opinion has not made up anything about Von Helton. Nothing. All he's ever done is just take some of the videos and make another opinion of, just pointing certain things out, and automatically he's a troll. He's this, and he's a horrible person, and everyone should just hate secular opinion, and that is not true. But he hasn't made anything up. And I'm not sitting here white knighting for secular opinion. I'm just saying, before you form an opinion of some of us who are labeled trolls, you need to see another side of it. There's a lot more to it that you don't know.
I'm sure there's a lot of stuff that we're unfamiliar with. I mean, I know I in particular only know Von Helton via this hangout. I've not watched any of his videos or any videos about him or anything. I've only seen what I've seen in the hangout.
Well, I can give you a few links, especially to his video where he called NASA asking to be a space marine to clear out all the Martians when NASA lands on Mars.
Heard him talking about that in the hangout or something like that, but that was a surreal conversation, actually.
Hell yeah.
But I mean,
But it would be
I
really
didn't know
funny
I
if
did
you
any
were
other
high.
videos about it or anything like that. And I really don't need to see that stuff. I guess.
There's just tons of stuff, crazy stuff that he disputes. I mean, I'm shocked that he's functioning at all. Giving the stuff that he says, I mean, it's a miracle, really.
Well,
But hey, I think he's crazy. I think his ideas are nuts mostly. Doesn't mean I cannot be friends with him because he hasn't done any dishonest kind of horrible lies against me. Maybe he was biased a few times against me, but I can forgive that for now. It's not like what Brett Keane did to me.
well, I can say the same thing regarding Brett Keane. I've only seen Brett Keane from within the purview of Nadia's Hangouts. I've not seen him outside of that context. So I know nothing
Yeah, but the
beyond
thing
what I've
is, thing is,
seen.
right, but the thing is, I will take the advice of my fellow Google Hangouters, and I will not kind of invest much in Van Helten, because his credibility is not high, and I can see that from his own videos and from his own statements. So uh, in that, I'm kind of consistent, and I would really ask other people to heed the same advice when it comes to Brett Keane. As many people in this hangout will testify that it has burned them that they trusted Brett Keane.
Yeah.
I've
No,
never,
that yeah, when you try to steer people toward the more proper action, there's a lot of like leading by example, getting them to adhere to your example, to by your example, to identify your cohorts who are providing that example and so on to get to go on. That is the nature of persuasion. The shutting them out, doing a kind of like accusatory and oppositional confrontational affairs, does almost nothing but trigger doubling down, defense mechanisms, so on and so on. Right?
Yeah, but the thing is, I would do that for like general encounters because I'm talking to normal people in
It's not
those
about a general
conversations.
encounter. It's about dealing with an offender.
Well, yeah,
So,
right. I will do it even with a offender who makes a first offense or maybe a third offense. But when it's Brett Keane, who's just known to, well, I'm not gonna say it, but you know what I'm talking about.
leave the names out.
Basically, I have no hope. I just have no hope for him. So there is no point in doing that.
Well, if it's really the case, then you're talking about an issue of confinement, not one of disparagement. Yeah, you're talking about isolating yourself from them, boxing, fencing them off, boxing them up, and so on. Not a matter of again the quote unquote shit talk.
You can engage somebody, but you can still hold them at arm's length. I mean, pretty much his behavior when I was watching him with McKay and Rev in particular showed me that you don't want to get too close to Brett King. You don't want to tell him a secret. Like anything that you tell him, you want to be able to tell the entire public. So like at that point, like that's it. Like you've got a mark against you. Doesn't mean that you're evil, doesn't mean you're irredeemable, doesn't mean that I won't talk to you, but that means that I'm not going to reel you in very close. I'm not going to trust you. I'm not going to expect anything different.
Well, and I'm the kind of person too. If you don't like somebody and you go so low as to take a fake picture of somebody, drum up with photoshopping a fake criminal record that you know is not true, and you spread that around and you slander someone, to me, that person has no redeemable qualities, especially when they refuse to apologize when everyone knows that it's not real. Everyone knew. It doesn't even look like me. I mean, this picture he posted was some woman who is clearly at least 20 years older than me. Looks nothing like me. You know.
Not only that, so he insulted you. He basically called you
I'm
older.
not saying judge the crap out of him either, Shamos. I'm saying that I don't want to get close to him. That's all. I think that's pretty smart.
That's true.
Hey, how about Dieter here? How about Dieter? What Dieter's talking about is what I mean by fence them off, cordon them off, shut them out, isolate them, confine them, etc. Right? I mean, it's not a matter of like, go to shit talk or having some kind of bragging on them session or anything like that. It's a matter of being isolation. Right? Like earlier today with Bunto. What I do? Well, I vented a little bit, kind of let myself follow the impulse, and then shut them out, box them out, cordon them off, that's them out, and so on. Right? Block, and so on.
Shamos, when an offense is public, then someone should publicly apologize. And he did it with McKay, but I haven't seen one for Rev.
Yeah, you see, the reason why I keep bringing Brett Keane up is because I want to warn other people. That's why I don't just forget about him.
Well, Brett Keane is a perpetual drama machine.
Well,
we
we
could derive infinite energy from Brett Keane if we could just turn drama into energy.
Well, at the same time, right? I mean, this could be all summarized, right? So and so is incorrigible. They're unredeemable. You can say that without turning it into again the kind of shit talk we're hearing most of the time. Yeah. Whatever offender I'm referring to, right? Get the name out of it, so it's not common.
Because again, I want to know. I'm sorry. I want other people to know what he stands for, who he is. That you should avoid him. That's why I name him by his name. Or am I missing a point here?
Yeah.
Well, you do that how you do it, right? And again, it's a matter of like shit talk.
Everything said here is live, so it is now public record.
That Brett Keane is a perpetual drama machine, and we could power the world with him.
All that. Yeah, everything that's, well, I mean, just live up in the upper right-hand corner of the...
What are you saying? What is a drama machine ultimately mean? Apart from that, you have a bad emotional reaction to it. And, it's largely content free apart from I dislike him and it's kind of pejorative. I mean,
The flip side to him.
If you describe it in real fashion. Go ahead.
I was gonna say the flip side to him is, again, he's engaging a lot of different people that are very different than him in attempting to at least engage a lot of different people. And when anybody does that, I mean, chances are you're gonna have people that strongly dislike you. And with that will come a set of drama too. That's the flip side of Brett. I mean, I can appreciate that he is engaging people that are could be potentially problematic. The negative thing was the things that he did on the videos, which I also think like the G-Man thing was negative too, that went against him. So that being said, like, I'm not trying to judge him. I'm trying to say that I saw some actions where personal hits were taken. I noticed that. I see that. I don't want to get close to that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think we're pretty close. Go ahead.
Garbage.
I mean, Von Helton, say what you want. I have not seen that same behavior with Von yet. Von says things that I think are, like I tell him, I think that's weird. I think that's a little kooky, but I haven't seen that same behavior. So maybe what offends me might be different than what offends you.
Well, I mean, I thought audio that every time I post it, he flags it down. It never lasts more than 5 or 6 hours at the most. He calls me an effing B, an effing B word. I mean, you name it, he's called me that. He has no respect for women. I mean, he'll make you think he does, but women to him are brood mares. You just haven't known him long enough.
I don't know. That could be used against me. Maybe I haven't known him long enough, but at the same time, I feel like not only have he's never attacked me personally, and he's attacked other men personally, just like he's attacked you. So I wouldn't say he's necessarily misogynistic or hates women. He'll attack anybody who's coming at him.
But when you broadcast your life and you make certain comments, you're going to have to expect that you're going to get heat of that. You can't just put all this stuff out there and expect people to not say anything, and then when they do, oh, you're a troll. Oh, you're a hater. Oh, you're this and that. There's reasons why your Brett Kings, your G-Mans, your Von Heltons, they have so many people that don't like them because the things that come out of his mouth is just, you look at it, you're like, did you really just say that? And you wonder why so many people don't like you. He brings that on himself. Brett King brings it on himself. G-Man brings it on himself. And I tell you what, there's a whole bunch more that are just like him. It's an unending cesspool. You're not going to stop them. You're not going to bring anything other than the table, other than here's a different side of it. Do with it what you will. And that's what I do.
Hey, Raven. You don't have any atheists in your list.
Me and my husband are atheists.
No, I mean on your list of issues with people, I just noticed.
No, and this is the type of person I am. I don't care about your sexual preference. I don't care about your color. I don't care about your religion or lack thereof. Just don't try to be something you're not, and don't lie on people, and don't slander people. Just tell the truth, and if you don't, you're going to get called on it. Just like I go on hang-outs all the time. I like to have a good time. I would rather have a good conversation, I'm not all about the drama, that I just cannot sit here and not show you another side from personal experience. Do with it what you will. But don't form an opinion against somebody just because of what you hear. That's hostile crap, I'm speaking to you from personal experience of what Von Helton has done to me personally. And he has no shame. He has no conscience about it. He doesn't care. It's just, it's wrong for me to tell him he's a goofball or he's, whatever. But yet he knows what he did to me was wrong and will not apologize at all. Nope, my wife did that. Look, you had a hand in it. Just apologize. Just say you were wrong. That's all I want. If he would just do that, I would never address him again. That's how much I don't care about him. But he won't do it. Will not. And when you know him long enough hangouts, you're going to find out all about him. He'll show his ass. It's just a matter of time.
Well, he did say that Palestinians, weren't real settlers of that particular part of the Middle East. So I call bullshit on that. But I mean, sure, he might say stupid shit. I'm not sure if I had the level of experience you have with him, but whatever. Sure.
But you just haven't known him long enough. You'll find out. And I understand because, I fought that for a long time. There's some people that just no matter what, you just want to try to find some kind of redeeming quality, and he just doesn't have any. It just goes far and beyond. You just get to where, okay, I'm just going to sit here and just laugh. What else can you do? What else can you do? Here's the information. Do with it what you will. That's all I'm saying. You can love him to death or hate his guts. It really doesn't matter to me, but this is what he did. And he's not going to silence me, and he can keep flagging my videos down, and all it is his words. You're going to say something, and you're going to get mad when somebody posts it. You said it. I didn't.
Well, I think you made your point clear. I haven't really had a negative personal experience with Vaughn, so so yeah, the cards are on the table. I'm about ready to move on. I don't know how other people feel.
I don't care. We can move on.
Things went quiet.
Things did go quiet.
Like an uncomfortable silence, huh?
We're gonna start with the airing of the grievances. Next up is art.
Okay.
Just kidding.
I just got.
What did I do?
So I guess I missed some good drama. Darn it all.
What did I do?
What did I do? He's waiting for it. He's like, come on, tell me.
Everything. We know it's all.
Bring it on.
For one, you've been asked to remove your Thor icon and you haven't.
Say what?
Your Thor icon has offended people and you won't remove it.
Fuck
Yes.
Vaughn.
Vaughn finds your Thor icon highly offensive because he venerates Thor as one of his pantheon of gods.
I find it offensive because he has wings on this silly helmet. We didn't have anything on our helmets. They were just helmets, damn it. No horns, no wings, nothing.
Yes,
I find it offensive that Von Helton is using. I find it offensive that Von Helton is using computers, and yet he denies good science.
Yeah. Oh, that's
I find it offensive that you're drinking all the vodka.
I'm not drinking all the vodka. I've left a few bottles for you guys. Don't go.
Oh,
It's Russia. They'll never run out of vodka.
explain to me how it is that I have empty bottles of vodka.
You drink it all?
No, it was you.
Yeah. He can't remember drinking any of it.
It's like I came to America and drank fun.
He can't remember drinking any of the alcohol.
You got so pissed
Admitted
that
it.
you don't remember flying from Czechoslovakia to Philadelphia, stealing my vodka, and then flying back again?
He took a time machine, went back, I don't know, like 20 years in time to fly from Czechoslovakia and then wait for you to buy all the alcohol.
Yep, it was me.
Yeah, I had specially ordered a nice case of a Polish vodka that was apparently supposed to be the best vodka in the world. Made from potatoes, not from wheat, and never got to taste a lick of it because Art here came and stole it all.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
It will happen again.
It was like $120 that case.
Put it in my tab.
In Russian money, that's enough to buy half of Siberia.
Son of a bitch.
In Norwegian money, that's like enough to buy you, I don't know, like
A tank
a
of
week.
petrol?
Nope. Yeah, probably a week's worth of pizza. Everything is really expensive over here because we're all so fucking rich.
Yeah, you got the best cheese, the best dough, the best pepperoni. You get to drive Volvos, so you got the safest cars.
No, that's the Swedes.
Volvos, I'm pretty sure, are Norwegian. Well,
No, it's
thing
Swedish.
is, Saab and Volvo are like in cohorts. For example, the Saab Viggen uses a Volvo engine. Although if Volvo is a Swedish company, then I've been wrong all these years.
Yes.
It's all Swedish.
Dude,
Each
are
of
you-
their cars is in of itself a Swedish country.
Hey, Fudd, are you sure I drank all of the vodka, or did you?
Well, as I said, he can't remember drinking any of it.
Because he drank all of it.
It should become a Swedish country.
Well, you
I
know,
think we should become a Volvo country.
to compete over here and go for broke.
Well,
We bet the whole
forget
country.
about the cars, the education system, and the healthcare. Of course.
The meatballs and the furniture.
Well, those also help.
Do all the Scandinavian countries have free education, or is it just Finland?
No, we have entirely free education. Any student from anywhere in the world can go to Norway and study.
Okay, now what if you're an adult who wants to start continuing education?
Benjamin, how do I
think-
apply?
I'm not entirely sure. I could look into it.
Okay, well, I'm interested.
Because I remember you said you wanted to move to Finland, and one of the ways to do that was to live in another country for some time.
Yeah, but I think it's much easier.
Well, the
to get to
education
Finland.
would also help revive my career in general. You were saying, Art?
I said it's going to be easier to get into Finland than in Norway.
Well, the educational angle, at least got a bachelor's degree plus some industrial experience, but of course the research programs, computer science, are question whether they're oriented toward operating systems.
So can I even get a doctorate there for free?
Well, that's
Possibly.
simply. Oh, sorry. Go
I
ahead.
don't know. Possibly, I don't know.
Yeah, as far as
My knowledge is that actually doctoral study isn't along the same model. They're treated somewhat as employees. They are, by and large, the grants that take them on are something of a like prerequisite for the acceptance of the doctoral program to begin with. And then, furthermore, doctoral students generally receive a stipend. They're actually paid.
yeah,
It's very low pay, but still.
it's sufficient. Because, I mean, yeah, it is low. When my sister was in her PhD program, it was $1,500 a month stipend.
100. Fuck, I can live for that in Czech Republic, no problem.
That was in Texas.
Okay.
For whatever the cost of living in Houston would be, $1,500 a month.
Well, if you're living like with a roommate, I'm pretty sure you can manage.
Yeah, I imagine it was. Although she didn't complete that program, but whatever. Her husband completed his PhD program. That's where they met.
That's far from unheard of. Some notable number at least. I guess. What is it? Doctoral students, etc. Quote unquote wash out and they generally drop out for the masters. It's actually in small part because masters and so on is pretty short term. Right? Like, yeah, it's almost like just the first year.
Yeah, she had no problem with the master's. The PhD thing was a combination of having gotten married, also working a job, and having a rather strong personal disagreement with her advisor. So it was a combination of things. I don't even remember what she was actually studying, other than physics, which is obviously a ridiculously broad category.
Okay, I just went to the University of Bergen website, and yeah, you can just sign up as a non-Norwegian citizen.
Yeah, it's a bit more complex, but obviously they're not presenting the various kind of issues involved.
Oh, let's see here.
Yeah. What's it say about U.S. expats?
That's not going to be discussed directly.
I honestly have no idea what that is.
Not the kind of questions actually asked. Things like travel, things like eligibility for various kinds of healthcare and so on, or some of the main questions to keep in mind there. There are usually kinds of like restrictions for work outside the, I guess, context of the research group or otherwise university, as well as I think sometimes delays like the first year or maybe more than 1 year, not being eligible for healthcare coverage and so on.
Yeah, so you need a front-end load of cash to cover that area.
Yeah, and of course, travel is almost never. Right, the front-end load of cash is the.
Well, I don't think the airfare would be much in comparison to the required time of residency to start qualifying for the various health benefits and what have you that Norway offers.
But the question is, can you last years? Right? The question is, can you have the money on time? Right? There's a deadline. You have to actually show up for first day of class and so on.
Well, yeah, I'm not quite so far gone that I don't remember going to the registrar's office to pay the tuition.
Well, you don't. You don't pay the tuition yourself in graduate school. And you're getting the grants, the research group that you're kind of being conducted into covering, and so on. But before I kind of ended up calling it the industry, this was the main plan, like so on.
Yeah,
Sarah B. Nadia doll, I dig that sweater on you. It's going to get into the 30s at night most of the week. Perhaps you can bust out the cardigan too, seeing it looks lovely on you, which I knew it would. There's a cardigan? I'm a huge fan of cardigans. The rotator cuffs really don't like pullovers. Okay, she said, by the way, add a shot to your drink. It is happy hour, but lately in here, it has been drama hour, which in turn helps to have a shot in your drink for.
So I guess you should have two shots.
Who is that?
Sarah B.
Okay.
Still far enough off, like 45 minutes, an hour off. That, yeah, it's not like so convenient to drop by and visit or drive me around or anything like that.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what I do not know what I actually do not know the procedure for making grant applications because I've never done one myself, and I actually, in all this time, have never asked.
The grant's on student head. The grant's for the research group.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, all right.
They're doing it so they can take you. You don't get admitted unless they get it. You're not the one getting it. They are.
Okay, my sister graduates from some little college and applies for grad school. Actually, applied for a number of grad schools. Took the tour of the ones that, you know, had spots open for acceptance, and chose particular grad school to go to. And at that point, yeah, she started, instead of her paying tuition, they were paying her a stipend. This was actually just for the graduate level, the master's degree. I mean, this is pre-PhD. And of course, that typically rolls on into the PhD program.
Right.
At least that's how it worked for her. The members of my family who have PhDs. And then the PhD programs, of course, have and tend to, I mean, seriously limited. Like in my sister's case, there were a grand total of 6 people in her program.
Yeah.
Her and 5 people from China.
Yep. I put out like postdocs and stuff. Yeah, that's kind of where you end up. I think trying to get your own grants. But when you move on to getting the grants yourself, it's tough stuff. If I remember and understand, essentially what the people I was trying to, I don't know, sidle up to and so on were telling me about it all. Ultimately, well, my life might have had such a narrow window into any kind of other contact with humanity that they were the bulk of mine. Was not reciprocal. Their attachments toward me were far less than mine toward them. They did not serve as the connections and references I needed to get anywhere with all the applications.
That's
Too many hours a week. Go ahead.
Yeah, basically in the cases I'm familiar with, you know, the family members, which I don't want to go into too much detail about. It was basically a continuing role of education from high school, graduate school, and so forth. So that is no lengthy interruptions at any point along the way.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty much done. I mean, the extent I developed, and welcome back, Seamus. The extent I developed any kind of industry contact connections, they've long since abandoned me. Long-term crisis.
Yeah, I had an interruption between high school and actually, yeah, I made a number of bad decisions back in those days.
I had no choice.
Which,
I think it was
they were expensive. I had overestimated to pay for certain things and do things under certain circumstances that were rather unfavorable. And yeah, largely it was all my fault.
back in those days, right? I was whatever way I got into. Okay, well, getting the connections by something different. I had to pay cash out of pocket for this stuff. A couple of things were going on, right? So first off, the price of this, or the thing that was popular, at least in the '90s, before I think it was called NVH. It was also regular. There was something else called, I think, Lente. I tried to keep on most of the time. And two of them were pretty hard to keep up with. The second one was, well, as all the offshoring and NAFTA and so on hauled out to the manufacturing base, all those manufacturing jobs were drying up, as well as ending up in kind of scenario where I graduate off semester and so on and so forth. Graduate in December instead of so, and despite how many majors and minors I tacked on, I ended up kind of stuck graduating. Actually got to a point where they were refusing to let me add on more shit. Right, so my survival tactics were kind of like actually they were getting as more stuff going on too. A lot of the camp facilities and so on were going like a student ID card based access only to having to actually like authenticate for a specific dorm or having been enrolled or getting like for the gym, right? You had to actually like apply for the membership instead of just being a student and actually like throwing some money into it and so on. Show and so on. Dorms were all showing show ID for the dorm. So I mean, stuff like kind of being a guest overnight and such kind of really tried to couldn't even get in the door of this place unless you were had the card for the dorm, or you could at least wander the cafeterias and such without a great deal of monitoring. Well, if not the cafeteria, then like the ground floor area. And, even with the meal cards, you can actually get past the gate for the cafeteria. And still, like all the kind of like little tricks I was doing to take advantage of the residential campus, like getting closed off, right? On top of like medicine going up, factory jobs trying to so on and so forth, right? I was getting to where I was getting like forced out of it. I absolutely had to go into the industry, or land somewhere in grad school. I was just gonna drop dead, but the grad school didn't pan out, and I had to beg for a number of months to have someone intercede, put my resume on a manager's desk, and say, "Please fuck this person say no thought." And at long last, somebody actually did. Like April, they brought me in for the interview. They were happy with me. Nowhere for the interview. Having so many hours and to do work with, it's a dead GPA. It's not stellar. I got docked for attendance alone. Anything in the lab, you miss the labs, you dock for attendance. Right? A lot of the whole kind of industry pattern of like, okay, well, we've got a little 9 to 5 hours, but your actual workload is such, your day and night around the clock. work on this should apply to the coursework. It's bombing coursework. Exams had blow away. Coursework, when I could actually get time to sit down and do it, I blew it away. But a lot of times it wasn't a time, so 0. Thanks.
Yeah, I wasn't being hit by any health issues. I just was bone dead stupid and made some dumb mistakes, bad decisions, that is.
The health issues never hit, right? Those factory jobs kept this coming in steady.
I found out about the thing.
All right, you tell.
Yeah, you need a visa, and then you need to go to the Norwegian embassy, and you need to apply for a residence permit.
That's kind of the other way around, though. When you get like admitted and such, they kind of do that. They kind of do that for you, in large part. But you still have to actually kind of send things in yourself in a way. But I mean, it's really the grad schools and the schools. I don't know. The kind of way you're not non-participating. You have to actually send something in. Yeah, it's really their say so that gets you in or not. Yeah, like I said, as much as the factory jobs are going to shit, right? The way I was actually kind of getting hit by it was like the pay was like going down. But even so, I still kept this shit going in the city.
You mentioned attendance. A acquaintance of mine who's a teacher in what school is it? Doesn't matter. Posted the syllabus for UC Berkeley's cryptography course, which was quite interesting. Book requirement was for a rather expensive book that, interestingly or coincidentally, was also written by the teacher of the course. But it had a 100% attendance policy requirement. That is, and not only that, you could not be late either. That is, if you showed up after the lecture started, the doors were basically locked and closed, and you were counted as absent and failed the course.
Yeah, that sounds.
It was
like
really draconian.
Yeah. Go ahead. Well, okay. I could have easily passed if, we're not, total shit. You know that to get student loans, Stafford loans, if you're under 24, your parents have to co-sign.
Yeah, I remember that. Ultimately, the way I ended up going was the loan-free route because, not initially. I had a first go where I essentially dropped out. I had to pay off some loans. And then an intern break where I did shit work. And then did a community college thing.
Here's
which
how
I pay out of pocket.
18 to 24 end up homeless. A lot of time. Yeah. They're good in high school. Get into college. Parents sign freshman year loans. Done. College. Washington. find out the sexuality. No, they're queer. Or otherwise, I'm not sure if trans really is the same kind of thing, but I've seen enough of lesbian and gay stuff going on. I know it. Next thing is, they come out either they come out the parents or somehow they get outed, comes out somehow. Parents stop signing those student loans. They're living in dorms. They were going back to mom and dad's house for some summer. Got nowhere to go back to. Not signed up for classes. There's no student loans for next year. No dorm to live in next year. They're fucking out in the cold. That's what I see for them. How lesbian and gays could go out on their ass. Mostly gay men, because it's kind of like, I don't know. I didn't fit in because I was never like doing like pregnant or I don't actually have like I don't know what kind of cultural really pass myself off as femi-gay either, but at the same time, like I just shoehorn into myself into that kind of community. So like well, clear is I ended up seeing a lot of this. And, it was like a whole dozen or so cohorts and such. Out on their ass, just like that. Bill, Wayne, Patrick, John. Oh. They had names. What are the names continue?
Yeah, the big problem in the student loans, it's not so much the co-signer issue, because USA Funds covers that. The fact that your parents' income is counted as your own. So when it comes to loans based on need as opposed to merit, it's like they look at your parents' income and say, "Oh, you got plenty of money," or "You only qualify for so much in loans," which is enough to cover the tuition.
I already got there, right? So I was only seeing the ones who passed that. Welcome, Gus. Right? I'm sure that's a huge, and that doesn't actually, really hit LGBT.
Would help if I said it would help if I said hi with my microphone on.
Oh, what is that, Gus? Sorry, I didn't.
I said it would. I said it would help if I said hi with my microphone on.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, the way I was seeing it was, they'd already gotten to university, so they passed that hurdle. And that one's not really LGBT collective. Now I get out on campus, kind of meet people, and actually there were no trans, there was lesbian, gay, and I see them like drop like freaking flies because their parents like don't co-sign their loans next year. That's what I see. That's what I saw. Like, the vantage point from which I'm seeing it, right? The particular people in which I'm with contact, right? I was excluded from contact from the ones that end up getting nailed by your issue because I was already there on campus, and I'm well into the queer environment and so on, where I see a whole bunch of LGBT kids drop out. Right.
How they get paid for going to school? Because they're only counted as loans if you drop out.
Yeah, that'd be nice. course, well, counting them as loans when you drop out is not nice, but yeah, at least the coverage of education would be completing, or at least starting to complete. Would have been nice, but I am damned to the hell of this shithole country.
Well, the US has a lot of shit to fix.
Well, none of it will ever be fixed in my lifetime. Chief Justice George, especially a Klansman in a black robe, is going to outlive me.
Yeah, one of my sisters.
Three-week stranglehold on the legislative of the combination of the first past the post and the gerrymandering and the general malapportionment and so on, will persist long beyond my death. Okay, long being decades.
Oh, I'm sure it'll persist well into the next century, if not further.
I think third of the next century is probably a better estimate than after.
But yeah, that was the thing when my sister dropped out of the PhD program. Suddenly, no longer a student, bang, to do with interest. Took a while to pay him off too, and that was just for the original 4-year school, because the way it worked was the loans for the 4-year school, did not have to start being paid off until after no longer being a student. So going on to graduate school, you're still a student. So the paying off of the loans is deferred. Mind you, the interest is accruing. And the same thing for the PhD program. But then after that, then the payment book arrives. But yeah, she did a hell of a lot better than I did, that's for sure.
What's a payment book?
It's a fun book that you rip out pages each time you send a big whopping check to whoever now owns your loan. Because that's another fun thing with the United States in those days, is that the loan originator was not necessarily the company that you had to pay back, because they could sell your loan to another company. In fact, that was extremely common practice to trade in loans. In fact, it's sort of what led up to the housing crisis issue in 2008. I mean, there were a number of factors going on there, including under the Clinton administration of a particular act that was supposed to prevent certain shenanigans.
Wait, I remember what it is. Don't remind me. Fuck, I knew it. I must have seen that movie that was narrated by Matt Damon 10,000 times. Oh, I know what it is. It's two names. There's two names.
Yeah, I forgot
the name of the act is two names. I know the one that amended it was the Graham Leach Bliley Act, I think. And that was the one that Glass-Steagall. The Glass-Steagall Act.
Yes,
that was the act. Yeah, Glass-Steagall. Oh God, my memory doesn't suck completely, thank God. Yeah, the Glass-Steagall Act. That was the one that said called shenanigans. You see, up here in Canada, the banks pulled the same crap. Well, they tried to up here. They pulled down in the States, and we have a series of finance ministers that are fuddy-duddies. They're all fuddy-duddies, and they wouldn't change anything, man. If a volcano opened up under the parliament, shit. So we told the banks, no dice. You don't change how you operate. You stay there. No ninja mortgages. Thank you very much. And so we managed to avoid the worst of it.
Well, there was this little company called Goldman Sachs.
Goldman? Yes.
I don't know if you're familiar with them.
Listen. I've watched. I don't know. I've watched a lot of. I forgot the damn. Matt Damon narrated again.
Well, I haven't even heard of Matt Damon narrating some movie about the issue, so that doesn't really come.
I also saw the HBO pick Too Big to Fail, which actually did a pretty good job of narrating the Lehman Brothers failure. But I've watched a bunch of. I've taken in a bunch of information, but I've heard of Goldman Sachs.
Yeah. Well, anyway, Goldman Sachs saw the writing on the wall. I mean, because they were starting, they were creating these things called products,
instruments,
financial
complex financial instruments.
Yes, it's a euphemism for paper.
Yeah, fucking around is what it is. It's a euphemism for fucking around.
Yeah, well, originally they were dealing, with the AAA stuff, low risk, but, not so much in the way of the reward. So they would start offering these blended packages. I guess it would be like a blended whiskey. It's like, well, mostly AAA, but there's some AA stuff in there. And maybe...
Mortgage-backed securities and credit default swaps.
Yeah. And they started mixing this stuff in. And, of course, banks were getting in on this gold mine and started loaning money to people who they knew damn well had no way now or, at the time of loan origination, let alone after some kind of a financial crisis, of ever paying back the damn thing. But that wasn't a problem because what they did was they made the loan and then they sold it. So they had their money. And
the trouble is that these mortgage-backed securities and the credit default swaps stopped them were sound given the premise that essentially the economy didn't collapse. The debtor base the installment on Moss, right? Trouble is, of course, the insufficiency of aggregate demand. Broken employment and such to the point where they were in fact insolvent on Moss.
It was like
at that point, the insolvency on Moss is what really broke it, right? And that insolvency on Moss derives from the usual kinds of like employment and etc. based hollowing out, as well as Elizabeth Warren's coming collapse in middle class sorts of affairs with rent extraction and so on. Go ahead.
Well, they were used to a certain number of defaults. I mean, statistically, there were a certain number of defaults, and they were entirely able to absorb those. But
just like I said, but what did I just say?
The number started
default exceeding the number they were able.
The default rate started to skyrocket. Well, Goldman Sachs saw this coming years in advance.
Oh, so did any leftists.
And so they started...
Somehow I don't think they were listening to the Communist Party on Wall Street. I mean, that's just a thought.
No, what they did was rather more insidious. They started mixing in these toxic assets, as they were called. That is, loans that they knew would never get paid off. They started mixing these with other packages, and they were thinning things out. So it looked like what they were selling was grade A assets, when really, if you looked at the proper ranking, they were really extremely high risk. And they nailed Iceland, Australia, smaller banks. I mean, it
That's
was
not
a
entirely
big shotgun blast to the world.
That's not entirely accurate, though, right? That risk spreading and so on. A valid strategy. This actually, works.
Oh, well,
Given
Golden.
that you don't have that insolvency on Moss, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of a threshold where the insolvency rate goes beyond that, and then they fall apart. The was in various ways actually proper. There's a matter of Gaussian copula, where you use levy, but at the same time, a levy copula would have just set a somewhat higher threshold. One that might have actually possibly survived, but still. The trouble really is the debtor is rendered insolvent on Moss, which again is the hollowing out, offshoring, wage arbitrage, insufficiency of aggregate demand, and so on. Right? It of course warrants what is it? I guess the reduction of disposable income of those debtors by the various kinds of rent extraction. A lot of it having to do with the price inelasticity of demand, as well as oh shoot, I don't remember the terminology, but kinds of rent extractions from efficient access to income. A lot of it's having to do with
The
car,
short story is that
the car culture, the roadization, lack of mass transit, and so on. Go ahead.
yeah,
And
the short
to me,
story, Goldman
the-
Sachs had sold out all of their toxic assets. They sold them all off before the shit hit the fan. And the people who purchased them, the Icelandic banks, a lot of banks in Australia, a lot of the United States big financial institutions, they found themselves on the short end of the stick because when the housing foreclosure rate exceeded the critical point, the critical mass, there was no way to fill those houses. In fact, those banks didn't even have the money to maintain the houses, cutting the lawn, keeping them repaired and whatnot. So it's like all these big, wonderful McMansions sitting vacant, more than sufficient to put all the homeless people in. Obviously, a policy that was not ever going to be on the table. And of course, the government goes and bails out the banks rather than the homeowners who were of two categories. There was the one who legitimately could not pay off the houses and got foreclosed on. And there were just the others that realized, okay, our property value has dropped to below what we're walking, what we owe on it. So we're going to voluntarily give up the house to the bank and walk away from it, leaving the bank, holding the bag.
Welcome, Commando. Yeah, I mean, every time I keep telling people that, I don't know, that so they don't absorb it at least. Yeah, this trouble with Goldman Sachs. I mean, they see the progress and they insulate themselves against it, and it's kind of like, well, yeah, it was predictable. I mean, yeah, you look at the median income stagnation since 1973. I look at the rent extraction affair, like Elizabeth Warren's big video that I can point you to here in a minute, and so on and so forth. And you see, well, these guys aren't going to be solvent for long. let's back out of that. Well, are you good? How can you? What kind of maleficence is Goldman Sachs doing here? Well, they said that they have. It's really, some element of which, when they go about their divestment and such, it's ultimately transferred to somewhere else that ends up getting burned instead. Right? So, wherever they transferred it to, holding on to these hot potatoes, you might hold them accountable for like misrepresentation of that. Not refusing to disclose, that knowledge that they had to was guiding them to divest themselves of those assets to begin with. Right? But they wouldn't have had to if not for that, destruction of the debtor base, right?
Yeah. But, well, Goldman Sachs saw the whole thing coming. It's almost as if they engineered it.
But
in fact, the CEO of Goldman Sachs lied to Congress.
Too. I mean, I just covered that, right?
Yeah, I'm
the debtor base getting, fucked out of it all by those wage arbitrage, again, union busting and so on. The various kinds of wage suppression, various kinds of other employment reduction affairs, ranging from like just plain reductions of aggregate demand by let's say cutting social programs to playing games with all the that. I mean, these things are basically the right wing policy, policy again. That had is kind of destroying the aggregate demand base.
Yeah.
The aggregate demand base is the feedback. Businesses don't have customers to actually pay, so there we go. I mean, for instance, why are there so few trans? There's 1 million trans people, and the birth and death rates are not so small that you don't have turnover to support quite a larger number of surgeons just by dint of the number of people. Reason why is because almost none of us can pay. Right? That demand has nothing to do with the number of people. How much income it's across those people and how spread out that income is. So, the one trans billionaire or two trans billionaires, whatever they are in the world. Actually, it's only one. Whisker. Well, sure, they can afford it. The 999,999. Rest of us, well, not single one of us can shot. Whisker isn't. The rest of us a dime for ours. So, right, the number of transfers you pay for is 1.
Oh.
Like fashion for all these middle class affairs, right? The concentration of that wealth condensation. George Bush Sr., I think, said, tighter, righter hands. Right? Righter, more right wing. Trying to really create that flow and concentration and so on. I do want to align with him to hyper empower him, right? That effort to deliberately condense wealth, vacuumed all the aggregate demand out of the system, and collapse the debtor solvency, right?
Yeah, there's I posted. Sorry,
I've read type
link to Goldman Sachs.
Yeah, I've read type article before. I'm well aware of it. And the ultimacy of causation involve what I'm going on about is far more pertinent than kind of proximal affairs of individual company being very maleficent in various ways, acting on foreknowledge and kind of lapse. Right?
I thought other people might be interested in the article.
Okay.
Yeah. To me, the concept of trading loans sounds completely foreign. I don't think that's legal over here.
Yeah.
All student loans are handled by the government.
Yeah. Well, trading of loans is very common in the United States, or at least it was. Basically, it's a quick way for a bank to get back the money that they loaned out plus some of the interest. In fact, debt trading is done on Wall Street all the time. I mean, Fannie Mae used to do it. That is, you could actually buy, if you wanted to do it directly, you could actually invest $30,000 in.
But see, that's the worst part about the banks is they would buy these loans and then sell them out and then bet against the loans.
Yeah.
They would bet for the loans to fail.
Yeah, it's sort of a weird situation, isn't it? I mean, obviously,
what do you really have?
It's a good loan. You'd hold on to it.
Well, what's the substance? What's the substance of the objection to this loan trading? Why is it even problematic? And
Why is it problematic that you can trade loans? Well, the problematic thing is that you can predatorial lend it to people who can't afford it, knowingly that they can't afford it. Then you can bet against the loan. You can bet that it'll fail, and then you trade the loan off to somebody else. It's not your money anymore. You already made your money back because you just sold off the loan. And now that you bet against it, you're going to make a lot more money because the loan is going to inevitably fail because you know that you just loaned the money out to somebody who can't afford it.
But the objection you're making is actually that people might unethically misrepresent the quality of the loan to those whom they're selling it. Not that.
Well, no, people all the time take loans that they can't afford. I mean, that was the entire predatory loan scandal, quote unquote scandal. But I mean, that was the bank bubble. It just got so big.
But that dodges the ultimate relation, right? Sure, they couldn't afford it. Why couldn't they afford it? You missed the next step back, right? Now, of course, the trouble you pointed out is not necessarily trading loans per se, but rather in the course of that trading, misrepresentations, essentially false advertising and so on occur, right? It's not the trading, it's to the that misrepresentation, that essential fraud. Right?
Yeah, but I think, if I remember correctly, it got to the point where you were buying paper where the originator of the loan was no longer traceable. And that's how convoluted it was. Also,
it doesn't actually matter, right?
The CEO literally lied to Congress.
Well, the reason why the originator of the loan mattered, right, is because the original fraudster was hard to track down, right? You're trying to, you see that this loan or security, et cetera, collapses, right? And say, okay, who's to blame and how do you hold them accountable? You have trouble holding them accountable, but at the same time, right, it's not that trading loans per se was the problem. It was that that the originator or somewhere along the line, fraud was committed during transfers, right?
Yes.
Not only that, but I mean, it was the fact that they loaned the money out to people they know couldn't afford it. And you say it's dodging their question to say, like, why couldn't they afford it? Well, no, went to get a loan because they needed the money in the first place. They may not have had a stable income and thought, like, after we have this money, you know, we'll be able to get off the ground, et cetera, et cetera. And then they just didn't. And the bank knew they wouldn't.
But that begs the same question, right? Which is, why were they, seeking kind of way to stabilize their income? Why were they that desperate? And that same issue with the
I mean, I would agree
right
with you when it comes to socialism and basic income, but I'm just saying that the blame here lies with the banks and the predatory lending.
Yeah, basically, the banks should not have made those loans in the first place. And then when the loans were sold, they were misrepresented as to the quality of their worth.
Well, hang on. You say the blame, right? But the blame for what, right? So they said that someone got defrauded. You have, I guess, whatever the last person holding the hot potato was who got defrauded. Well, why does it matter? You let them fail, let them go under. Who cares? What on earth was the issue that you or the issue that this thing makes a difference for? And well, one, I guess, was sovereign wealth funds, right?
But the debtor was still on hook for the loan, obviously, right?
Yeah, in some respects, but what does it matter?
Well, if they can't pay back.
Okay, number one, if they were so desperate, they were essentially forced to use this kind of last attempt to, survive, then can you hold them accountable for it? No. If they had, income leading up to it, and then they got knocked out from under them, can you hold them accountable for it? Then no, right? So it's what created that environment and knocked those debtors down in the first place, and that's again the right-wing economic policy. So, okay, sure. Yeah, you have a bit of fraud and such, securities and etc. trading. When that fraud has ultimately no genuine impact, right? I mean, these nations had their these political debts and so on. They can just repudiate them, right? Nobody goes about honoring the debt of drug lords or something that reside in their country, within their borders. No country does it. Why were these different from that such a drug lord or an arms dealer or smugglers?
Drug lords have debts?
In principle, they could, or some other fraudster, mass scale fraudster.
Well,
what nation goes about backstopping the debts of essentially criminals residing within borders?
no. Didn't Iceland actually?
Furthermore, right? Those debts were, the I guess the content of their criminal activity, right? The content of the fraud they were committing. No nation does that.
Didn't Iceland?
Except in this case, right?
Yeah, in this case, didn't Iceland basically say, all right, we were defrauded, we're not paying back the loans, and we're throwing some of our bankers in prison and starting over from scratch?
Well, yeah, Iceland shows the alternative, right? That's the criminals, the borders and so on. Essentially, that's from criminal fraud, etc. Are not things the government's freaking backstop. So the entire TARP and who knows what kind of bullshits, giveaways of money and so on are going on. They're all bringing in valid. They're all totally some kind of right-wing horseshit, just breaking the treasury and giving away the bank deliberately, creating sovereign debt. It's I dare say, like, the characterization of what went on the whole financial crisis, so to speak, is like so grossly misdirected, so wrong that there's a real problem with.
Well, there's a local company, or there was, to me, in my area, called AIG. They were one of the big companies that were, quote unquote, too big to fail. And so they received massive tax-paid government bailouts, which were promptly distributed among the board members and CEO and whatnot. And AIG folded anyway. So apparently they weren't too big to fold. And a bunch of people walked off with a shitload of money they should not have had.
Yeah, and you know, those things were entirely necessary, right? I mean, like you said, they folded anyway. Yeah, it was housing crisis stuff. Right?
Yeah, the reality
There
is the CEO of
many
AIG and the whole
rational
board.
thinking had been going on in terms of policy or governance, like, you know, that the debtor base for mortgage-backed securities and all that would never have been rendered insolvent en masse, and you know, if it hadn't been for the right-wing economic policy, the Treasury wouldn't have been rated to honor debts of essentially criminals, criminal fraud, on the part of private party criminals in the first place, right? So there's no like genuine content. There's no government policy, so to speak, that made any kind of difference.
The
Except,
money did go to the
course,
fraudsters, though.
Of course, right, the right-wing general economic policy, and they're bail out the you raid the Treasury, give away all the money in the first place, right?
Yeah, except that the money did go to the fraudsters. They
Well,
walked
then,
away rich.
Where the gallows for Bush, was it Hank Paulson, Rudy Geithner, and all this, Ben Bernanke, and all this people involved in the first place.
Apparently, we don't have a Rose Pierre in this country.
Well, I could use a few. Yeah. I mean, if not in the literal sense, then at least U.S. Marshals and the rest of them. That is not good. Hey, it's kind of like a whole, like, so anti-communist, blah, 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 that they blind themselves to like literally like the next step in all this causation. Avoid the conclusion that's like so in their face. It's preposterous.
Well, when the Great Depression happened back in the 30s, it was because of too much consumer debt. And the factory, because furniture companies, for example, buy your couch now, no payments for a whole year or some such.
Well, consumer debt, again, raises the same question, right? So why couldn't the consumers pay their debts?
Well, because the consumers took on more debts than they could afford, and there was no check to prevent that from happening.
Again, begs the question, why couldn't they afford it?
Because they took on more debt.
Fud.
They could have possibly...
That's stopping short. National inflation.
Fud, the question... No.
The concentration of wealth back in the 20s and such was skyrocketing. The wealth of everybody else is getting vacuumed out into the handful of millionaires, billionaires at the very top.
I'm
Again,
talking 90 years
see
ago.
back to that. Yeah, again, the same thing happened. Right? You can look at the Gini coefficient, wealth concentration, etc. stats. They show same kind of wealth condensation, Freud, aggregate demand. Right, aggregate demand, initial manifestation, endurance and debt default. When those things, aggregate demand is getting reduced. Right? How is it getting reduced? It wasn't by cutting anyone's paycheck. Nobody got paychecks cut. They're cutting jobs, right? So you have somebody who's got the paycheck to support it lose their freaking job. That's a shock at the debtor that is probably insolvent all at once, and then all consumer debt goes in shitter. They could generally afford it at the time they took out the debt. I said, as aggregate demand was contracting, as the industry and employment were contracting, right? Employment getting cut rendered debtors insolvent.
Yeah, but I mean,
Default rate.
Like I was saying, people were taking on the debt.
They had jobs that paid them enough at the time they took on the debt.
At the time,
Not
they
necessarily.
could have afforded to pay off, but they took on, well, the first pieces of debt.
If their jobs had stayed with them, they could have afforded to keep paying the debt just fine. It wasn't that, the quote-unquote paycheck, average paycheck they were getting wasn't enough, so their paycheck went away.
Yes, but the paycheck went away because the aggregate debt reached a point where everyone was spending their money paying off debt rather than buying new goods. So the demand for new goods plummeted while, warehouses were still
part of the problem is that people were carrying too much debt, and what they were doing was they were simply taking on more debt to buy more goods, and they were hoping that they could pay off the debt. That was part of the problem. A lot of the there hasn't been a consumer debt depression or whatever, if you like. The housing crisis was a housing crisis, but it wasn't that bubble wasn't predicated as much on consumer debt. I think there's another one coming, and it's not too far off, because consumers are carrying way too much debt. But the question is, why are they carrying the debt? Not the mechanism of them carrying the debt, but what are they spending? What are they going into debt to buy? That's what scares me, because when Elizabeth Warren said that, did her study, she said that a lot of these people are going into debt to buy the necessities of life. That's part of the problem.
Well, the necessities of life are cars to get to the job to pay for anything, and houses you don't freeze to death in winter.
Well, it goes beyond that, though. Consumers are going into debt for things like groceries.
Yes, I know, but the big ones, again, right? But which ones are going to fall apart, right? Which ones are the big ones where big enough, large concentrations of loans in a specific area and so on, right?
There's also a lot of them going into debt for over healthcare. I mean, two parents, the two adults in the family are working. Dad takes a heart attack. Now the two incomes is no longer enough to make ends meet, because dad can't earn, and not only that, but he's got debts he's got to pay, because even the best health insurance on earth has copays. So
copay is not the part that matters, right? It's medical leave. Medical leave is unpaid, right?
Well, yeah, that's my point. I also said his potential of earnings is also dropped. So I put that in there. But You know, so this is part of the problem, and the other part of the problem is that mortgages were fucking written with the lender's eyes closed. I mean, there were people who got mortgages that just had no business getting mortgages, and this isn't you know, this isn't a question of these people had a good job and then they got this mortgage and then suddenly they didn't have a good job anymore. I'm sure there were people like that, but there were a lot of ninja mortgages being written. No income, no job, no asset. It's like, why the hell would you give these people a mortgage?
Pretty hard. That's not the actuality of it.
What?
The whole ninja thing. Oh, sure, you can try out a few anecdotal examples, but
No, I'm sorry. I don't agree with
it's a
you.
right-wing canard to, you know, totally misrepresent the nature of it all.
No, I'm sorry. I don't agree with you. I've seen evidence to the contrary.
Well, of course, you see anecdotes. Everyone can produce anecdotes.
The basis of the housing crisis was that when the mortgage interest rates started to go up, these people who were barely capable of paying their interest rates in the first place at the teaser level suddenly were hammered. Those people should have been those people should have been weeded out at the instance of it. They should never have been issued those mortgages in the first place.
Right there. Well, right there, you can see the point, right? It wasn't ninjas. So you said the basis was like, well, you're saying, you know, the variable APR, etc. The variable APR, you know, is a big swath of it, but still, maybe not even the majority, right? It's basically that kind of degradation of the economy and such, you know, knocking the debtors out from solvency. Whether that solvency is by, you know, being able to keep up with the variable APR, or, you know, by the income falling out from under them. Right? Either way, they can't keep up.
Well, I'm sorry, I don't believe the ninja problem was a canard. I believe those toxic assets came from somewhere.
Of course, they came from somewhere, but it wasn't ninjas.
I'm not saying that the ninja. I'm not saying that the ninja mortgages constituted all of it, but I'm saying there was a fair share of them.
Yeah, well, I'll continue to dispute say they're important, and that the, you know, fundamental basis, the real thing that's important, that, you know, drove it and really made it happen was, you know, the income falling away, or the, you know, debt demands going up, by APR things, because that's a lesser case, even secondary, that rendered the debtors insolvent, right? The debtors were getting knocked down, made insolvent. Well, it's just purchasing power parity, Jim. That income is relative to the price of goods.
Yeah, so when you keep saying that the income, excuse me, has not kept up with the price of goods, wouldn't it be more to say that the price of... I'm sorry, here, you might clarify real quick for me? When you say that the income is stagnant, or...
Yeah, stagnated.
Okay. What that's saying is that, you know, income stagnated, so income hasn't moved anywhere. The price of labor hasn't moved anywhere, but the price of goods has, which means that, yeah, we have experienced inflation. We receive a nominal amount of it every single year.
No,
the
actually,
price of goods goes up every year.
No, you know, accounting for the inflation, right? The deflation calculation that gives you the real wage stagnation as a result and such. That is that is a matter of essentially that purchasing power parity. And oh, what the fuck?
Jesus, someone's super popular all of a sudden.
Okay, sorry. Fucking hell. My phone's touchscreen isn't actually picking up me trying to shut down that noise. Anyway, like I said, the deflation calculation that even takes the quote unquote nominal wage and produces a calculation that shows real wage stagnant. Right, that real wage is again that price level relative to the goods and such, right? That's what real wage means. So, yeah, you can make it sound worse than it is, but the reality is real wage accounts for the price of goods phenomenon you're talking about. I'm minor in econ, so
Okay.
a lot of the things talking about just like drives you up the wall because they thought it's so wrong, or to study it and so on. Of course, somebody who actually majored or grad studying tell more of this stuff. Go ahead.
Could whoever is periodically belching into the microphone desist, please? I mean, coughing.
Belching? What?
Yeah, somebody just burped into the microphone. I don't know who that was. Maybe Chip Eater over in the corner here.
May possibly have been me. I apologize.
Like,
Yeah. I was talking, or trying to scream over everything, so I couldn't hear it. Sorry. Yeah, the things that are cutting into income are coming in from the sides in various ways. They're not generally included in the kind of purchasing power parity calculations used to deflate small income for the real wage calculation stagnation. So those are things like health insurance and interest rates on loans and so on and so forth. The kinds of things like like student loan debt, right? Okay, so you have real income over time. Yeah, that should show stagnation since 1973. Now, look at the link just to make sure I got it right. There might be some off by a couple of years kind of things, or showing things, maybe rising very slightly, but still.
This
real hourly earnings.
This is just
this is very
this
short
is just over the past year, right?
Yeah, this is too short term.
Yeah, I think Nadia's talking about terms over things over decades, not over a year.
Yeah.
Yeah. Basically,
in the late
90s. In 71, and stagnation effect show up in 72. Go ahead.
In the late 90s, the only way it was possible to get a meaningful raise was to change jobs.
Well, that's still true in a lot of industries today. I mean, there are a lot of industries that just don't have good mechanisms for internal promotion and tend to promote from the outside, so lateral promotion's pretty much part of the game.
Yeah, somewhere along the line, it became standard ethos amongst a number of companies that hiring promotion from within was somehow unhealthy to the work environment. So it tended to get pushed to one side in favor of external headhunting.
I know it's, in a sense, it's probably not that important, but the one thing that's always concerned me a little bit on trying to compare real wages over time is that conditions change over time. And it's not like I could reasonably live under the conditions that existed in 1965, right? I just can't do that. It's not possible. And if somehow I was able to live exactly as someone was living in 1965, most people would identify things that are considered pretty basic that I don't have, like a cell phone, internet access, right? or would consider certain aspects of my financial situation entirely unreasonable, like the fact that I don't have in 1965 I probably don't have catastrophic health insurance or even disability insurance, right? Because nobody did in 1965. So, all I'm getting at is, that in some cases we have to consider the fact that, if there were no inflation, right? If things all cost the same that they used to, and everybody was getting the same amount of money that they used to, our quote unquote real income would decrease because technology has put us in and I mean not just technology but also innovations in things like insurance cause us to consider various things to be basic and included in sort of a standard lifestyle that didn't exist 50 years ago, 50 I guess 50 years ago. All of which is probably relatively minor relative to the point, but it's something to consider.
Yeah, I just give something from Pew, which I guess is pretty respectable. The real wages since 1970. There is a problem with how inflation is evaluated, and well, by and large, the extent that the costs, etc., of production are reduced by say technology and such, those savings are not passed on; they are extracted as profit. The extent that there are kind of new novel needs like the cell phone, I mean that's basically taken out of people's hides, right? They're also collapsing under the weight of various kinds of rent being extracted. In some cases, literal, like residential, residential rent. Right? Top things like there's health insurance and various costs of operation, maintenance, and acquisition of automotive vehicles, and so on.
Yeah, but some of these costs, which can be kind of rather major, I feel are inappropriate to say. Well, that shows a decrease in real income, right? So, and health insurance would probably be an example. If people didn't have health insurance in 1965, people have health insurance now.
Claim isn't that real income's decreasing, rather they are flat.
Why is that bad?
Why is flat bad?
Yeah.
Well, the trouble is, of course, things are coming in from the side, rent extraction areas, that are putting progressively more pressure. And welcome, Rev, on disposable income and such, where prior, the real income, the disposable income was greater.
So real income is stagnating, and when we say that, we're not accounting for these extra things.
Right.
Okay.
I don't know. I think.
Go ahead.
I think whenever wondering about what the marketplace is like, or what inflation is like, or what life is like for consumers, I mean, I really have no choice but to look back and say when I was a kid, and that's not that long ago. When I was a kid, you could get a decent loaf of bread for a quarter. Now, you can't get a gumball for a quarter. When I was a kid, if you made $30,000 a year before taxes, you had enough money to afford the mortgage on a 25-year mortgage on a modest house. Now, not a chance. And, these are bread and houses are pretty basic. I mean, if you live in the city, you don't necessarily need a car. I mean, you can do with in cities that have decent public transit. No, in cities that have decent public transit, you don't necessarily need a car. But if you don't live in a city with decent
like that is New York.
I didn't hear you.
I said, you're thinking of Canadian cities. The only U.S. city like that is New York.
Okay, well that's where you're headed, so you know.
Yeah, according let's see, I'm seeing loaf of bread hasn't been 25 cents since about 1960 something. Maybe 1970 at the latest.
Okay, well, I think even if you double the initial price of a loaf of bread from my estimate, I think you've still got a problem. I also think there's still the I also think there's still the matter of the mortgage I was talking about. I mean, even if I'm wrong by a factor of 200%, that's still pretty
how many
alarming.
real estate? How many? On the issue of the house. How many real estate bubbles have we survived since what 1980?
I don't think this is about a real estate bubble. I think what I'm talking about here is a slow creep of inflation upwards beyond the average consumer's ability to pay without turning to credit.
No. I think the steep increase of real estate costs have to do with what you're talking about.
I don't think it's either. I think it's neither inflation nor the real estate. Well, the real estate's not good. But, the real estate's kind of a small part of it, right? Which is general redistribution of wealth toward the top. That what's called wealth condensation in economic parlance, right? So, something like concentration kind of matches more colloquial vocabulary, but still. And that is accomplished by various forms of rent extraction. Rent referring to an economic term of art. Essentially, these we call it like rentier in economics. Someone who lives off of these economic rents, and someone who passively acquires income by mere ownership of something, right? So paying those economic rents to various places scattered around, be they a house, car, some kind of a water or other sorts of affairs like that, student loans or another. Those all are accomplishing that huge redistribution. Go ahead.
Well,
and central banking and see how much prosperity happens. Sorry, Gus, go ahead.
Well, what do you do without a central bank?
Go back to the original way we did it in the beginning in this country, but too bad that's not going to happen.
We have a state bank. For each
colonial script.
Yeah, no, thank you. I absolutely do not want to go back to a system where the chances are very good that if I find myself in Atlanta, I will have no way to pay for goods and services because my home bank and banking system in Ohio just isn't well enough connected to the system in Atlanta, and I don't happen to have the kind of script they take. So unless I happen to keep a half nugget of gold on me, or maybe a trunk of spices, I'm pretty much out of luck trying to get it, trying to negotiate for a meal or a day's or a weekend in a hotel in Atlanta. That's ridiculous.
I bow to you, reptilian overlord.
Yeah. So to be serious about this, I mean the idea of not having a central banking system and a unified currency and an exchange and basically all the infrastructure that lets our monetary system actually work, I think is ridiculous. You want to correct it, you want to tweak it. I'm listening to what specific policies you want to implement, but just the idea of burning it down, I mean, I'm sorry, but that hasn't worked particularly well since the time of the Library of Alexandria. If it just destroying the system we have does not immediately yield a better system.
Throw out the corrupt fox in the Fed, and maybe when we might have a change. I don't know.
But it's not even a matter of destroying what we have, right? There is essentially cannot avoid a system being somewhere there in its place. I mean, you say you don't want a federal one, then you're gonna end up with say state ones. State, and they're all gonna act just as bad. You have more of a regulatory nightmare because you have 50 of them, under 50 different sets of rules. The extent you have, say, it arriving from non-governmental affairs, you have, this whole not just regional association, but also individual company association. So somebody who banks at Bank of America, well, what's another bank? It's not Bank of America, Citigroup or something. Citibank. Between those two, you have
Chase
all the same nightmares, and actually even worse because as private institutions, they're nowhere near the transparency or any kind of responsiveness to the kind of democratic control. Go ahead.
Yeah, my guess is even in the absence of a Citibank right now, or the Citibank, even in the absence of a Fed right now, I assume the credit companies would kind of do something to keep things working, which is to say, I have an Amex card, I have a Visa card, I have a MasterCard, and I'd presume that somehow those networks would do something to allow me to continue to exchange goods and services. But yeah, I mean, it would just be a nightmare. I mean,
you'd pay a premium. You'd pay a premium for that, by the way. They'd find a way.
Well, I don't. The shops pay a premium for that.
Whoever. I mean, we are the shops, right? Because it all gets passed on to us through increased price.
Well, sure. Yeah, I know what you mean. So.
And by the way, Rev, I need to introduce you to a concept called realpolitik. Okay, you said up top it said Meyer Rothschild said, "Give me the power of the issuance of currency, and I care not what laws nations make." That's great and all. Nations have armies. Private banks usually don't have standing armies. So it's a little bit different when, a bank says, "I'm going to flout the law," and the government says, "No." And the bank says, "Yes, I'm going to cut off your loans." The government says, "Wow, look at all that money you've got lying around there. I'd like to introduce you to the infantry." It's not very nice on the long term. It's not very nice on the long term. But it's the utter nightmare of international bankers. It's the absolute nightmare. Is that someone's going to take the money away from their bank at gunpoint?
Hey, and I don't know what Rev says. What Rev means when he says that the Federal Reserve is a private bank. Rev, who runs the Federal Reserve?
Are we going there?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go
there. Who runs the Federal Reserve?
Very powerful families.
No, Rev. I'm not asking for your conspiracy theory. Who is appointed head of the Federal Reserve?
Theory, right. Clockwork. Commando, if you want to back me up here.
Okay, great. So as long as we recognize Rev isn't claiming anything involving actual facts, he's on. Conspiracy.
I was about to sort of chip in there.
Glad we're there. Okay, and so since I'm not going to get answers that reflect reality from Rev, let me just explain the way it works.
Absolutely.
It is the federal government, okay, and that appoints the people that run the Federal Reserve. The profit of the Federal Reserve that it makes is transferred to the U.S. Treasury. Okay, it is. And by the way, if Rev makes the claim, the Federal Reserve is no more a federal, is no more a is as federal as FedEx. Guess what, Rev? I would absolutely love it if FedEx would be so kind as to let the government appoint all of the officials that head their board of directors, and then transfer all their profits every year back to the U.S. Treasury. That would be great. FedEx would do that the way
you ever seen the documentary movie called The Money Masters, bro?
No, I've not. I'm sure.
Documentary is a loosely applied term in that case.
Adam,
is a loosely applied term.
Adam, you literally just advocated ownership of East Russian. I'm proud of
you. Beautiful reptilian overlord.
Yeah, but the idea that the Federal Reserve is somehow a quote-unquote private organization.
Well, it is a private organization.
When it is...
Watch the movie.
It is a private organization. They even tell you themselves that they're a private entity.
Okay, they will tell you themselves they're a private entity. You have a quote for that?
It's on the website.
Go for it.
Yeah, I've heard them say it, but here's the thing: no private entity can have bricks and mortar on a nation's land.
Well, no, I want
finish
to
my
hear.
sentence. Clockwork. No company, no private entity can have bricks and mortar on a nation's land and somehow not be subject to its laws. That's just naive.
Okay, so explain the City of London and how that works within accordance to how the Crown Corporation has control over England then.
I'm sorry, do you honestly think that if the British government wanted the City of London to do something that
But why is the City of London a sovereign?
Wow, and again, I can't even finish my sentence. It's like a pathology around here. If the British government wanted old Boris to do something, it would behoove Boris to do it. Why? Because the British government has the fucking infantry. We have a communist here who can explain to you that once upon a time, at least one communist leader said that all power comes from a barrel of a gun. It's barbaric, and we don't like it, but that doesn't make it any less true. Governments rule by force. That's what I have all the libertarians telling me. Well, if they're right, that's what keeps the corporations honest. Because otherwise you get a Teddy Roosevelt situation where they start breaking things up, like the Standard Oil thing back at the turn of the 20th century. Now I'm done talking.
The military overrays an allegiance to the Crown Corporation. It has nothing to do with the government. And the City of London is a sovereign state in its own right. So when you say, can private entities, not have, mortar on soil, etc. That's a perfect example of how that's applied. That's the same as Washington D.C. as well, and with Vatican City.
I don't understand what you just said, but I have a funny feeling it didn't actually refute what I said.
The political and economic realities for people with eyes to see and ears to hear is not what you think it is. It's not.
Adam?
Yes?
Could you, when we get a chance, could you test my eyes and ears? At some point?
Sure.
Because
Absolutely.
I think I have eyes that see, and I think I have ears that hear.
This is. I mean, it's the same pathology as we usually get with the CT stuff, which is that people feel special.
Oh, absolutely. Just label it conspiracy.
I am going to label it conspiracy, Rev. That's what it is. Because people feel special.
It's not a theory. It's not a theory.
Yeah. So people feel well. You're right. It's not a scientific theory. It's a hypothesis. But people feel special when they feel like they somehow can believe that they know something that everybody else doesn't know. That's pretty much. I mean, that's pretty much how all this stuff works. So the moment you start actually digging into this stuff, the moment you start actually digging into its stuff, at the very first layer, the facts that they claim start falling apart. I've never found one that held up to more than about 5 minutes.
You ever read The Creature from Jekyll Island?
No, I've not read The Creature from Jekyll.
Of course not. Of course not.
Of course not. And if I haven't read what you've read, then clearly I don't know what I'm talking about, right? Despite the fact,
a guy that has studied the Federal Reserve and exactly what it is for years and years.
Studied what documents? What precisely have you studied? Where have you gone to do this study?
Are you kidding me?
Where were you when you did this study?
Have you studied what the Federal Reserve is? Have you?
Yes. Now, but we're talking about your study right now. Don't deflect to my study, Rev. Let's talk about your study, okay?
No. You tell me what you think the Fed is. What do you think the Fed is?
Rev, stop deflecting. You claimed that you've studied this for years. I want to know, where were you when you did this study?
It's a foreign
study. Were you in front of your
computer? Banking cartel.
Is that where you were?
Our currency.
Were you in front of your computer in your home? Is that where you were?
Well, aren't we all?
I was sticking my finger up my ass and jerking off. How about that, you prick?
That sounds great. That sounds great. That sounds about the level of study it sounds like you've done. And what documents are you claiming that you studied?
What documents are you going to cite?
Well, we'll get there.
You don't need documents.
What's the Fed? Adam, what's the Fed?
Federal Reserve Banking System.
And is it federal?
Now, again, Rev, I'm not going to let you deflect it. I'm not going to let you deflect it by pushing it back on
me.
Does
our Treasury now control the issuance of our currency?
You've claimed to have made a study about this, and I want to know what authoritative documents, okay,
the Treasury Department control the issuance of our currency right now.
Rev, what sources did you dig into to do your study?
G. Edward Griffin. He has studied this stuff for a very long time, and I'll get you what I
So
can,
your
Adam.
study is a guy named G. Edward Griffin. Was he a former or current officer of the Federal Reserve? What's his role?
He studied it for very long.
Okay,
Adam.
so in fact now it's not about. So you haven't actually done any direct study of any authoritative sources, but you've
Well, I'm not a part of the
studied in
thing.
that
I'm just telling you that there's a lot of evidence.
You've learned the things that G. Edward Griffin said. Now let's talk about G. Edward Griffin. What's his? Which, by the way, the Wikipedia indicates G. Edward Griffin promotes conspiracy theories about the Federal Reserve System.
Absolutely.
So let's make sure exactly what we're talking about. Griffin also notes that cancer is a nutritional deficiency that can be cured by consuming amygdalin. Let me finish. Okay.
Reptilian overlord, I bow to you.
J. Edward Griffin also believes that HIV does not cause AIDS, that 9/11 was an inside job,
which it was as a fact.
Okay.
and that Noah's Ark is located at Durapanir in Turkey.
Adam,
so those are some of the many things that Edward Griffin believes.
Adam, one thing I want to point out is, despite the fact that he does believe some interesting things, we have to address the Federal Reserve issue separate.
Absolutely. No, I have no problem.
I'm not so sure that we do. I think that's a lovely debate tactic. But I think basically if you're a crackpot on A, B, C, and D, chances are pretty good through the simple notion of probability that you're going to be a crackpot on F, G, H, I, J, and K too.
So let's put it this way. Jim is right. Jim is right that we need not do the genetic. We need not do the genetic fallacy and claim that something is wrong just because the person giving the argument is crackpot. But here's what we can say.
I'm not so sure I actually accept that.
Here's what we can say. Okay, any argument where the basis and where the factual basis given for that argument is Griffin says should just that if that's the basis for the argument has no basis. Now, if they want to make a claim that they can actually back up with something authoritative, then whether they sourced it from Griffin or from some other source, whether that's how they got to the information doesn't matter. But if all they can cite as a source is Griffin, then there's no reason to believe the argument. If that's as deep as their study or source goes is Griffin, well, the Griffin's a crackpot, and there's no reason to believe what he says. If they can use Griffin as the originator of an argument that ends up having a better source,
I don't know who this Griffin individual is, but I assume he has certain arguments that are on certain, so you would have to look at all of his evidences and arguments, right? So if he's going to provide, he's also going to provide a lot of that. So
yeah. So what I'm saying is let's look at the evidence and arguments that Rev can actually provide, and if all he can provide is Griffin says X, that to me is nothing. If he can provide, I from Griffin learned this and this about the Federal Reserve that I can actually back up with independent verified facts. Well, then that's fine. And to me, the fact that Griffin was his source is entirely irrelevant because Griffin's a crackpot. But if he has good arguments that are based on Griffin, it doesn't matter.
It's no problem.
It doesn't matter if he uses Griffin and Griffin alone as a source. If Griffin's material is that weak, it should be basically self-refuting. So
yeah, that's right. It's what the argument is, not the But all I'm saying is, and again, the point is, Griffin is not a valid authority. If any attempt to use Griffin's
what is a valid authority then?
Any attempt to use Griffin's authority alone as corroboration or verification of a fact that is claimed is going to be laughed out.
Well, I agree, but don't using his name as an authority alone, but using his name and indicative of the research that he's done in this book or another.
Right, so present the research, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's hear the arguments.
I think Reb said he wrote a book earlier, so
Well, he's several apparently. His most recent book in 2012 was about the spraying of chemtrails over Los Angeles.
Oh, jeez.
I bet Vaughn would love this guy.
Why is that funny though?
Yeah, central banking is just a bad thing. That's what I would say.
See, it's funny because it's another example of a ridiculous crackpot conspiracy theory. That's why it's funny.
Great, thank you.
Now, Rev, I would agree with you that there needs to be some limitation to how much the Fed can manipulate currency through, fund rates and et cetera. But removing central banking altogether, I just don't see how that's a viable option.
Yeah, it's not. But Jim, I agree with you. The biggest thing we need from the Fed that we don't have is transparency. The Fed, we appoint those that control the Fed are appointed. They are a federal agency. They're appointed as by the president, by the actual federal executive of the country. But once they get in there, there's very little accountability for the things they do, and that definitely something needs to be fixed. I really don't have a problem with the idea of seriously curtailing the Fed's authority. Making their decisions provisional and then have to be ratified by some sort of financial committee in Congress or whatnot, or various other checks that could be put in place. But to me, the biggest thing, the number one thing we can do that will make anything else we want to do possible is Fed transparency, the ability to actually see what's going on inside the federal bank. Because as long as they're opaque, trying to control them is kind of silly. That's got to be fixed.
Yeah, but you're not questioning as to why they're opaque in the first place. I mean, do you not question the intent behind that? Why it isn't so transparent? Do you not think there's a reason, not an agenda behind it?
You leave any government department alone long enough, and they'll become opaque.
Exactly. I presume it's opaque by default. I've worked with and in government organizations, and Gus is right. It's the nature of the way these organizations work that over time they're going to build barriers to transparency into their working process. There's nothing particularly. I mean, any organization will do it. The DMV will do it. The Department of Road Services does it. It's not necessarily anything malicious or even intentionally nasty. It's just the way organizations work. Nobody really wants to be held accountable for the minutia of their actions unless they have to be.
They create booms and busts. That's the problem.
They create what, sorry?
Booms and busts. When they want the currency to be strong, they make it strong. When they want it to be weak, they make it weak. And that's not good. It should be controlled by, the general economy. That's what the currency should be controlled by, not by somebody else out there somewhere saying, okay, we're going to make it do this and that and that and that. It's not good.
Well, I mean, the Fed doesn't actually directly control
interest rate, bro. Interest rate.
Right, exactly. And again, the Fed doesn't do some sort of legal mandate about interest rates. What they do is they set the prime rate, which is they set the rate that they are going to facilitate the short-term loans to other banks at. Which again, that still may be more power than they ought to have, but I mean, it's not like it's not like it's some sort of direct regulation on the economy. It's just they're setting the parameter they have access to, which is the flow of loans out of the federal government.
You're right, but when you combine that with the printing of currency,
it's pretty darn powerful.
One thing to kind of bridge the gap here, Rev, and then I'll give you a chance, is in changing the rates does affect certain markets, specifically buying treasury bonds. If buying treasury bonds, if that market goes south where people just don't want to, they'll look to other places to invest their money, which can have ripple effects in other investment markets. So
I mean, it has stuff throughout the economy. I mean, I'll point out, I'll do something that everyone told me I should never do, and I even would have told me I should never have done. I took a gamble. I actually took an adjustable rate consolidation of my student loans, and that adjustable rate's based on the prime rate. So if the Fed decides tomorrow to kick the prime rate up 3 points, suddenly my student loans become ridiculously expensive. So,
I think we could all agree that the power of the Fed, at very least, should be limited. So.
oh yeah, absolutely. And like I said, the first thing we need before anything else, I still say we need transparency. What is the I think the bumper sticker slogan is "Audit the Fed," something like that. I would say we do that right away.
Absolutely, and the Congress won't pass it though. They won't pass it, brother.
Why not? Oh, sorry, I can't ask you that. Hey, anyone in the room who's not a conspiracy nerd, why not?
Actually, why isn't the General Accounting Office responsible for auditing the Fed?
Good question. Why isn't it? Do you know?
Or are they? I mean, I actually don't know, because the General Accounting Office is responsible for all of government spending and keeping track of interesting statistics like the gross domestic product and various other related figures.
Yeah, but I don't think the Fed falls under that.
Well, yeah, the GAO is congressional, or rather than executive. But I mean, it would be a check, wouldn't it? I mean, you said the Fed is part of the executive branch.
Yeah, well, as was pointed out, the Fed was created by an act of Congress. The board of directors, and there are 9 banks, and they each have a board of directors, and those guys are appointed by the president.
Okay, so president appoints. Does that mean Congress then has to approve the appointees?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
We
Because I
should
mean,
look that up.
typical, like,
I would presume,
judge,
but I don't know.
Then then there's an.
I don't know if those are advice and consent offices or not. Probably not.
So that means the president has some pretty powerful leverage over the currency through the fact that he can presumably hire and fire people as well.
But the board of governors for the Fed generally are on 14-year terms. So he only gets one of those guys he only appoints one of those guys every 2 years.
Okay, that's a statutory thing then, I'm assuming.
Yeah, it is. So a given president's going to get to trade out 2 or 4 of the board of directors of 7 people. No particular president then is ever going to completely change over the Fed.
Okay, so it's basically the same kind of protection we have with the
Supreme Court.
Because basically you have to wait for one of them to drop or abdicate or commit a high crime or misdemeanor and get busted for it.
Mm-hmm.
And then you go through.
Or molt.
Right, and
if any of them are part of
yes, that would be very unfortunate if they molted while on camera.
Well, no, that we wouldn't let that happen. But if they go into molting during their 14-year term, what are we going to do?
Right. But the understanding I have is, president appoints, and then Congress approves.
Yeah, advice and consent, right?
Yeah.
Which I think in practice has become sort of a veto power.
It is a veto power. I mean, ask Bjork or whatever his name is.
Well,
got borked.
Is it? I mean, like I said, it's advice and consent. It's never been 100% clear to me that it really is intended to be a veto power.
I certainly don't know.
In practice, it's become that, right? Not because. Say what?
Yes, it has become a veto power.
Yeah. Because basically anyone that doesn't get the approval of Congress steps down from nomination and someone else is nominated. So I guess it's all a cooperative fiction anyway. So
the next in line, yeah.
Well, my understanding, which doesn't mean shit at this point because I'm a CTer, from what I've heard, the appointments to the Fed are not approved by Congress, but like I said, it doesn't matter what I say. So.
I'm looking up right now.
Okay, so president gets to appoint them, and then they're in.
I didn't know if they were advice or consent positions either.
But
as fast as I can.
I do remember a little This is sounds like a sidetrack, but it's actually kind of related to what was said earlier. During the investigation, the Watergate investigation, where Nixon was refusing to hand.
So hold on. The answer is they're confirmed by the Senate.
The Senate. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Senate confirmation. Yeah.
Senate.
All right.
So another.
Got the wrong house.
Yeah. 7 members of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve are nominated by the President and confirmed by the Senate. A full term is 14 years. One term begins every 2 years on February 1 of even-numbered years. A member who serves a full term may not be reappointed. A member who completes an unexpired portion of a term may be reappointed. All terms end on their statutory date, regardless of the date on which the member is sworn into office. The chairman and the vice chairman of the board are named by the President from among the members and are confirmed by the Senate. They serve a term of 4 years. A member's term on the board is not affected by his or her status as chairman or vice chairman.
Okay.
Okay. Current Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve is, let's see, interesting. Governor Powell, Chairman, Vice. Oh, yeah. So it's Janet L. Yellen, Jerome H. Powell, Stanley Fisher, Lael Brainerd, Daniel K. Tarullo. I'm confused.
Well,
Shouldn't
I have
there be
no idea
7
who
board
those
members?
people are, so I am undereducated in that area rather severely.
I'm confused.
What is your source of confusion?
Well, there are 5 board members listed.
Oh, and you said there were supposed.
They have a
to be...
term of 14 years, and and one term begins every 2 years. Doesn't that mean there should be 7 board members? Yeah, the Federal Reserve Board consists of 7 members.
Well, maybe there are 2.
No, there it is. So the Secretary of the Treasury and the Comptroller of the Currency are the other 2 members.
Oh, okay. Those are cabinet positions, if I recall.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, I'd encourage everyone to join the community in the sidebar text chat, where if things tend to get flooded off your stream, you can at least maybe find them more easily, or find postings of events more easily. Go ahead.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, no, now I'm really confused. Yeah, so apparently in 1935, the Banking Act of 1935 changed it to 7 actual appointed members. But there's still only 5 on the list, so what the heck?
Well, sometimes the Supreme Court has run short, too.
Yeah.
Maybe it's for the same reason.
Okay, let's see. Appointed day? Yeah, that's probably what it is. There's some appointments that are overdue.
Yeah, either the appointments have not.
Yeah, so here's the problem.
Or the hearings have not been.
Yeah, so the problem is that it's the problem's Obama.
It's all Obama's fault.
Thanks Obama.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, it is. In fact, that I know that's said ironically, but it's quite true. Which is that as usual, Obama, several of Obama's appointments ended up being significantly more corrupt than were initially thought, and had to resign. So apparently, looking at it since Obama's been in office, and remember, Obama's entire 8 years in office should have only involved a total of 4 governors at all. And since he took office, there have been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 9 resignations.
Holy crap!
Something like that. No. Jeez. Anyway, yeah. So the problem we're dealing with is Sarah Raskin resigned her position that she was appointed by Obama in 2010 and resigned last year, 2014, and Jeremy Stein, that he appointed just in 2012, resigned in 2014.
They are
and that's why we have this issue. Elizabeth Duke, appointed in 2008, resigned in 2013. Although in 2008, I guess she would have been appointed by Bush, right?
Yeah, because Obama would not have taken office until 2009.
Well, I just want to say that McKay in the past has brought up a very good point that, we could convert this system that we have, the Fed, even. We could convert it to a fair system, right? Where you're not having these anomalies take place. We could convert government into a non-corrupt form. And I think that should be brought up.
Well, the elimination of the opacity, that's an awkward phrase, that Adam mentioned, strikes me as the first move necessary. And it seems entirely logical to me that the Government Accounting Office would be the oversight committee for the Federal Reserve, since they are basically, well, the accountants for the entire fucking federal government.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they could do it pretty well. For me in corruption, what comes down to me is that as John said in chapter 1 of the book of John, Jesus brings light to the world, and those that are corrupt live in darkness. Darkness hates the light. I've also heard it just said as light is a marvelous disinfectant. Personally, I think, and we are the information age. We are the information generation. And I think the first thing that really needs to happen for a lot of the corruption that we see in modern government is to create a situation where everything is known, where the information is there as to what all these various individuals and groups are doing. And once that's there, once we can see it all, then we as a people, I think, can pretty easily decide what we want to keep and what we want to get rid of, what we want to decide is okay and what we want to decide is not. But stuff done behind closed doors, stuff that we can only see, fuzzily or don't really understand what's going on, that's much harder for us to regulate.
Yeah, the Trans-Pacific Partnership that's going on right now is being done behind closed doors. We only have leaked documents that tell us what's going on. It's a treaty like, it's a trade.
I've heard of the TPP
between the United States and Asia.
Is that sort of like the GATT trips? It's going to do some IP and some other treaty stuff.
It includes covering things like intellectual property law, money exchange.
Yep, GATT trips did.
It's the thing is, because of its opacity, it's difficult to tell exactly what the scope of it is. Some documents have been leaked. The Electronic Frontier Foundation, for example, is trying to get the TPP to be an open process.
That would be nice. I like a lot of the things the EFF are doing.
And so far, that has not really gone very far. In fact, there are apparently efforts in Congress. I don't know who the actors are in particular. We're trying to just fast track the damn thing.
Guys, I know I've said this before. I got to say it again. Okay? Never assume malice or incompetence is just as good of an as an explanation.
Yeah.
Okay? The fact of the matter is, and I've said this before too. Many of us have been around people in power, have been involved in powerful processes and powerful organizations. The truth of the matter is, there is not some grand scheme. There is not an overriding plan. There are not sinister groups running everything. Most of it is just simply people in power doing the best they can for their own interests, and there's very little malice involved. It's really just what happens when various individuals and groups, with no one really in charge, do what they do.
It's not what the Bible says. You're supposed to be a Christian, aren't you?
What do you mean it's not what the Bible says? You talking about the fact that on a supernatural level, Satan has a large hand in what's going on? Is that what you mean?
Indeed.
Okay, that I agree with that.
How do you think that's reflected physically?
That's actually a good question. I'm not
Indeed.
sure I know
And
how
that's
it is.
exactly what you're seeing play out.
Again,
If you look at the chronology, if you look at the chronology and the timeline of Revelation, it tells you exactly what's happening. The reflection of that physically is what we're seeing within government and within these, political shifts through secret societies and whatnot. So,
and which clockwork is exactly what people have been saying for 2,000 years. Basically, since
for very good reason,
Revelation was
because
a
they can see
thing.
it unfold.
Since Revelation was a thing, everyone has insisted that whatever was happening in their own time.
Well, shouldn't Revelation
was
still be a
mapped.
thing if you hold to the Bible?
What?
Because I'm pretty sure that in the days of ancient Rome, they saw these revelations, signs, and portents, and believed the times were at an end too.
Yeah,
right, but
absolutely.
Revelation speaks of specific prophecies that are only manifested in the current time. So, how do you explain that?
Clockwork,
Well,
can you
no,
give
they
me?
don't,
Can you
but-
give me an example?
Really? Do they not, Gus? And how much time?
Can you give me? Commando, can you do this? Can you give me an example of a particular? Let me finish, okay? A particular prophecy or description in the Book of Revelation. Okay, all of the ways, all of the examples throughout the last 2,000 years that people have mapped various events to that particular prophecy in a list form, and then an explanation as to why your mapping is better than any of those mappings.
Well, it's not so much about my sort of understanding of it; it's about the general understanding of it.
Okay, and
so what exactly do you mean by my understanding?
By which you mean is that an appeal? Is that an appeal to popularity? There's others that agree with me, therefore I'm right. Is that what you're saying?
I suppose on a higher level, but not from the angle you're coming at it from. But I suppose I could agree with that on a higher level, yeah.
Oh, Fudd had a Watergate story, but Fudd, I have to ask on your Watergate story. Does it involve you getting laid? No. Fudd doesn't get laid in his Watergate story. Well, then I'll listen to it. Because it pre-confirms my existing prejudices.
Okay. No, it's just that there was a period of, all right, since this is all related in a tangled sort of way. Nixon was ordered by Congress to hand over a set of tape recordings. Initially refused, went to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court said he had to do it. And then there was a big question of whether Nixon would actually comply or, and this is probably an exaggerated account, but surround the Capitol with tanks. Ultimately, he complied. But it was interesting to me that they were actually thinking that the president might actually decide to invoke his commander-in-chief executive powers to reinforce what he was originally using as the executive privilege excuse for. Since earlier in the conversation, the fact came up that all power comes from the barrel of a gun.
Well, it does, but Nixon would never have done that because Nixon's fatal flaw was he wanted to be loved.
Well, actually, I think his fatal flaw was that he was too loyal to his people. And so he covered up for them when they really, botched something they should never have been doing, rather than saying, oh, you went over the line, guys. I'm afraid you're fired. And may the courts have mercy on your soul. He could have bypassed the whole Watergate incident simply by disavowing everyone involved. It's like these were rogue agents.
Yeah, he could have done that.
They were working for me, and boom.
He could have done the thing that Clinton and Obama have both consistently done to avoid getting stuck with any scandal in their administrations, which is just disavow any actual control or knowledge of anything his administration is doing.
Yeah, he could have done that.
I mean, that has been Barack Obama's strategy from the beginning. Is anytime anybody's pointed out anything anyone else in his administration has done, it's always been, really, I had no idea that was going on. I have no idea of anything that happens in this administration.
Yeah, and it works, doesn't it?
It works. It absolutely works.
And Nixon could have just as easily done the same thing, but he didn't. So, you know, as not Foster, Haldeman, I think it was, said, you know, this is a cancer on the presidency. And it ultimately brought it down. Anyway, that's kind of an actual argument for transparency and whatnot. And also, I'm sure you're familiar with Lawrence Lessig's attempts to get money out of the political process for elections.
I helped edit one of Professor Lessig's books. I know that he's certainly moved quite a bit on those issues.
He is quite well thought of. He's pretty brilliant. He invented the Creative Commons, and Aaron Swartz helped him wrote the software for him so that, you know, it would be easy for people to craft their own Creative Commons license. Lessig has done a lot of cool stuff, and you know, not to mention being a Harvard law professor. So,
not only a Harvard law professor, but one of the few good enough to actually be able to spend some time at Stanford too.
You're only saying that because you were at Stanford.
Yeah, well, I'll point out the fact that every single colleague of mine that was there as a student at Stanford Law got into Harvard, myself included. The students at Harvard could not say the same.
Yeah, well, Stanford, to its credit, is a very good school.
It's more selective than Harvard. It has to be. It has class sizes about a quarter that of Harvard.
Yeah,
it's still not as small as Yale though.
No, but I also would give Stanford credits for the fact that you've heard of iTunes University by any chance?
No, I have not. Oh, is that's some sort of non-profit podcast, like educational podcasts?
Those are online courses that you can download from iTunes for free.
Stanford has a bunch?
Stanford is the one that is creating them.
Cool.
Hey, Vaughn.
I mean,
welcome, Vaughn.
Partnered with,
Good evening.
to produce them. So yeah, there's some good stuff there.
Good.
Of course, there's competition like the Khan Academy and whatnot, but whatever.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, it is good.
It's hard to call it competition when it's freely available.
Well, you know, you got your choices. There's the C, you know, and there's also the K through 12, which is a useful project also. So one of those things you mentioned earlier about information, this is the age of information. Well, it really is. I mean, high quality information is available on the internet, and which will bring us full circle because the Government Accounting Office no longer slaughters herds of forests to publish the budget every year.
Now they just
I wonder how you get a forest to herd. Seems like a difficult thing to do.
Right. Now they slaughter forests for the sheer pleasure of it. They go out for forest hunting season every year.
Yes.
I don't know what the bag limit is on trees.
Well, they're very, very picky about that because the trees are now largely privately owned on farms.
Would you say they're sticklers, perhaps? Yes.
That's terrible. You lose.
But
I do, but if I made you laugh, I don't lose by much.
That's true.
Yeah.
You guys be nice, or I'll subject you all to that new David Hasselhoff song.
Oh God!
You're not allowed to do that.
What have I walked into?
You'll be.
This is the SpongeBob talk. We're talking about how David Hasselhoff sold his likeness to SpongeBob Yeah, he sold his likeness to the people that make SpongeBob.
Oh.
They can do whatever they want with his face.
Who lives in a pineapple under the sea?
Yeah, they can do whatever they want with David Hasselhoff's face.
Why do you call him SpongeBob?
I'm talking about the actual sponge.
You've confused the shit out of me because we were talking about David Hasselhoff and then you went
Yeah,
into fucking
David
SpongeBob.
Hasselhoff sold his likeness to the people that make SpongeBob.
Okay, but what?
Well, that would explain one.
Where is my fucking Gatling gun?
different.
That's what I want. I want my Gatling gun now. I wish to be mollified by 7,200 rounds a fucking minute, depleted uranium, 50 caliber, full case. That's what I want. I don't want much.
No,
I don't want much. I just want what I want. Never mind picking what kind of gun I have, Fud, or I will go down there and kiss your face. What you want is this kind of gun over here. No, I don't. I want the gun I asked for because I know guns despite Bud's research instead of contrary. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, well, you do know that depleted uranium bullets do have copper bands. And
I know!
Don't strip out the rifling.
That's
Well,
it. I'm using
there's
the gun
depleted
myself,
uranium.
and that's part of
He's gonna be
Bud's
shot to
insidious
death.
plan.
Does it matter?
Bud's insidious plan is not to shoot his enemies; it's to get them to kill themselves. That's Bud's insidious plan.
How the God damn it! Who told you that?
I can't take Bud
You've ruined everything.
guns anymore. Gone. Headshot. Auto-administered headshot.
Yeah.
Little note in my hand going, "Goodbye, cruel Fud."
You won't even shoot themselves in the head. They'll point the gun at their stomach and bleed to death.
Why would I want to do that?
Yeah, gut shots are long, drawn out, and painful.
That's a
Or at least
shitty way to
they were
die. I want to do that to myself.
Of sulfanilamide, but
I guess
that's
you'd rather suffer like that than to listen to Fun go on about guns.
well, he brought up the topic to totally divert us from the fact that the Government Accounting Office, is the perfect entity to be the oversight for the
David Hasselhoff's likeness?
that and of course the Federal Reserve Bank.
Sounds good to me.
To go into action.
See, the neat thing is you don't have to endorse or believe any of the conspiracy crap to come to a conclusion that there are things that are out of whack that need to get changed and to work to change them.
Of course, with Hoff being included in the package, he could end up on the $3 bill.
Sounds good to me.
That would be rather fitting, yes.
We lost Adam.
You need.
He pewed away.
Hey Matt, we got an opening if you want to come in.
I still hear you all the way over there.
Me and Matt were in the other hangout just sitting there.
Your head out over tennis. You could just yell.
Well,
I'll hear you.
no.
Window there, Vaughn. It'll work better.
No, there's a method to my madness. Matt is literally Matt is literally in the previous hangout. No, Matt is literally in.
I see. I understand.
Just
I
quit.
I understand. I told you I understood. I understood
Quit.
what do you want.
Okay, we got it.
All right. What are you still talking for then?
Because I have something to say. Matt is literally sitting in the previous hangout waiting for an open slot. And that's why I yelled, "Hey, Matt, we got an open slot now," because Matt is literally in the previous hangout waiting for an open slot. Now y'all can do whatever you want.
I already said it once, and that's why I said I understood, because you already said that once.
I just randomly refresh the page until there's an open slot, and then I get in.
Scott.
That doesn't always work. I tried that. That doesn't always work.
Scott.
Yeah, it works for me.
I just randomly blocked Matt just to confuse Vaughn.
Scott.
Scott, Gus is talking at you.
Benjamin.
I know you can hear me.
Oh, wait.
I lost it now. I was going to say something to you, but I was so busy getting your attention, I've lost it now. We are amongst the wretched. Welcome, friends, to the show that never ends.
You will
We're so
never
glad
find
you
a
tuned
more
in.
wretched
Come
hive of
inside,
scum
come
and
inside.
villainy.
Love it. It's not. It wouldn't be so bad if you were as funny as me.
You can check out of the Hangout, but you can never leave.
That's right. Hotel California.
Hotel California.
You sure? Because I thought that was the Hotel Upper Darfur. Are you sure that they didn't sing it that way?
No. No. It's California.
Okay, well.
Remember when Paris Hilton was asked about Darfur and she said, "Is that like mink?"
Oh boy. The last of the Mingenites.
Yep, we have 2 open slots now.
Yeah, what in the world's happening, man? Everybody's dropping.
Because you showed up. Nobody likes you.
My mouth.
What's that, Scott? What did you say? You said something. I'm seeing your face move. You said something. What did you?
Your lips move, but I can't hear what you're saying.
I'm not saying anything.
I saw your face make.
Yeah,
I
we
saw your
noticed
face
you didn't say anything.
Make...
Yeah, because Gus was trying to get your attention, and you were ignoring him.
You people were all gaslighting me.
What's up, Gus?
Nothing. There's nothing up. There's nothing. Okay, I'm just gonna sit here quietly, rocking back and forth.
Never annoy Gus. He'll just get upset about it.
Upset about it.
Are you not
And then he'll launch torpedoes.
Mm-hmm.
You people are all conspiracy theorists.
You launching torpedoes?
My
What's that,
mum is
Scott?
honestly a conspiracy theorist, and it annoys me so much.
Yeah, what's wrong with being a conspiracy theorist? There's nothing wrong with that.
They turned confirmation bias into an art form.
That's right.
Indeed.
Yes, but is it good art?
It's like the Picasso of confirmation bias.
Well,
Hey,
we do
Scott,
have.
tell your webcam to stop going in and out of focus. I feel like I'm having a stroke.
I think it's because it's a bit dark in my room, so it's having a hard time keeping track of me. But yeah, it does that sometimes.
It's a bit dark. You got the 9 Inch Nails playing, or
Yes,
what?
Nadia.
Yep.
All right. From our resident conspiracy expert, would you say there is an element of truth to essentially all conspiracies?
Yes, I would.
Very good.
Fables. Now listen, fables and conspiracies do have nuggets of truth to them. Whether that truth pans out, to a larger extent, is debatable. But yeah, generally speaking, fables. I mean, look at cryptozoology. What is cryptozoology? We go out,
Bullshit.
we find. Excuse you.
Well, you asked.
Excuse
you. Cryptozoology. I said it's bullshit.
Excuse you.
He was asking rhetorically because he was going on about something.
No, wait a minute. I don't get on here and disparage your hobbies, do I, Gus?
You don't even know what my goddamn hobbies are.
Well, good. All right. Anyway. Anyway, in cryptozoology, we hear a rumor, a fable, a story about a certain animal, and then what we do is we try to find that animal and we try to get scientific data and whatnot about that animal. And amazingly, we've actually had a pretty good track record, actually.
I'm sorry. What was that?
Excuse you.
Say that into my good ear?
Excuse you again. Yes.
No.
Anyway, we have had a pretty good track record, if I do say so myself. I mean, it's not stellar. We've had a lot of downturns, but I'd say overall we've done pretty good as far as finding what we need to find. Yeah, and Gus is over here busting a gut, and I don't know why.
Well, can you provide papers on the animals you've discovered?
Yes. Well,
it's the fecal droppings that have been analyzed.
Yeah, a lot of fecal droppings, all right.
Let me weigh in here because
from Gus.
My issue with conspiracy theorists actually is independent of whether they're right or not, because sometimes conspiracy theories are right. That's not actually the problem with conspiracy theorists. It's that they take confirmation bias to such an extreme that basically anything that suggests any evidence that would suggest that their theory is wrong can be immediately dismissed as simply misdirection by the conspiracy.
Yeah, they
So
do
it's
that
just,
a lot.
It just becomes this completely unfalsifiable standpoint, and you know, it's like kind of like watching a Michael Moore documentary. One supposition leads to another supposition, leads to another supposition, and because they just accept these suppositions, therefore their conclusion is correct. Like they didn't like actually prove any of these points. It's just, well, this probably is what it is. Therefore, since this is probably what it is, this is probably what that means, and then they just keep going. And it's just, even if they end up being right, there's just no credibility to the approach.
They'll even take absence of evidence as evidence of a conspiracy to hide their evidence.
Well, right. I mean, it's sort of like the conspiracy that Christians believe scientists are involved in to falsely disprove Christianity. Like, that's really what scientists are spending their time worrying about.
Yeah, like scientists aren't worried about actual real things that are tangible.
Like doing their job.
Now, wait a minute. What is CERN looking for again?
CERN is interested in a number of things. The Higgs boson is one that they would like to get better confirmation data on. They would be absolutely freaking ecstatic if they discovered dark matter.
All right, my point is that one of the things that CERN is trying to do is they're trying to either discover or in some cases even recreate the Big Bang. All right, so, you know, I would think that if they were successful in recreating the Big Bang or coming up with some, you know, type of evidence, would that not be a way of, say, going after the theistic belief? I would think it would be, wouldn't it?
I don't think CERN is actually interested in recreating the Big Bang, because that would immediately put them out of business, with the same effect as dropping a huge nuclear bomb on the facility, except the facility would be like a huge nuclear bomb, because if they recreated the Big Bang perfectly, the inflation would basically swallow up our galaxy in seconds.
Yeah, it wouldn't end very well.
And also, there's a big difference. I mean, yes, there are some things in science that would disprove, say, a literal interpretation of the Bible, but that's not like. See, the difference is that what theists present is that any time a scientist uncovers evidence that contradicts what the Bible says, the accusation is that they are doing so falsely to discredit theism, even though they know it's actually true. So while yes, science could disprove the Bible, it can't disprove God because it doesn't really step into that realm. It can disprove the biblical God
itself.
Right. So I guess while science could end up disproving the biblical God, that's not what motivates science, and they're not going to try to see that the accusation from theists is that they are falsifying their evidence and findings in order to disprove theism. Like there's a conspiracy to defeat the theistic belief, and that's just not. That is so ass backwards.
Isn't one of the definitions of the Higgs boson a particle of absolute perfection, or have I got that wrong?
Well, it's nicknamed the God particle. I don't quite remember why.
Well, I know that the Higgs boson, I think it was called the God particle because of its, and forgive me for using the term, gravity. I think it's considered, I think the God particle name comes about because its significance to better understanding physics.
Wasn't it? I could be completely off, but I thought it was supposed to explain mass. But
Yes.
I have no idea exactly how it does that because I don't have that kind of education.
I'm pretty sure you need some pretty hefty certifications to really even weigh in on like. I don't even have a level of understanding that could theorize something like the Higgs boson could even exist.
Yeah,
Let me put it that way.
I know it's a part of the Standard Model. Another missing particle from the Standard Model is the graviton. I don't know what kind of energy levels are required to produce a graviton according to the Standard Model. And therefore I have no idea if the Large Hadron Collider is capable of producing anything like that. Go ahead, Nadia.
I'd like to say welcome to Katie May and welcome back to Rev.
Well, he left.
And of course, oh, well, there he goes. Yeah, and very briefly, Vaughn, I did give something of a defensive view. Maybe it's not quite everything you'd want, but still, I very much disagree with the tactics that are wielded against you. And welcome, Jim. Wow, I say welcome to people and they leave.
Yeah.
Some
Well,
kind of power you've got there.
Me, Nadia, and I won't leave. Don't you worry about that.
Okay, no worries.
Howdy, Nadia. How you doing on this fine and lovely day that the Lord has made? Let us rejoice and be glad in it. Yeehaw!
Yeah, the Lord bought him up this day, but don't tell him, he'll be disappointed.
Well, I'm, I don't know, a little bit bogged down, but at least I got the doctor's appointment lined up for next Monday, and...
Woohoo! Well, that's always good. Always good and good to see you there, doctors. Well, I'm in a good mood myself because I got my new Scroll Saw magazine in. Got me some new projects to work on, buddy. I'm excited.
Excellent news. And I hope the progress is continuing and advancing for your wife as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, we're still kind of waiting. You know how much waiting is so much fun.
Hey, Christian Hillbilly, let me make a deal with you.
I don't do deals, sir.
This is a good deal.
Well, so much for a mortgage.
I'm not talking garbage. This is a good deal. I really would like to have a cuckoo clock, but I don't have the money to get a cuckoo clock. A cuckoo clock.
Cuckoo clock?
A cuckoo clock,
Floyd.
yeah. Thank you, Floyd.
Hello,
a
Floyd.
Clock. An actual cuckoo clock.
Floyd.
Howdy, Floyd. But anyway, so what I was thinking is that if you were ever in the market for a custom-built PC, maybe we could work out a deal where I could set you up with a PC, you set me up with a real nice German-looking cuckoo clock, and everybody's happy.
Well, I appreciate that. Unfortunately, I don't do cuckoo clocks. And I have built my own PCs. It's nothing that's really overly difficult for me. But I will say this, I can send you some information to a friend of mine who specializes in handmade clocks, including cuckoo clocks, grandfather clocks, you name it, this guy makes it.
All righty. Well, just
okay, let me see if I can find his website real quick.
Yeah, okay. I really don't know what it is, but I've always had a fascination for clocks. And years and years and years ago, when I was a little boy, my father, whose father's father was pure German, he had a cuckoo clock that got passed down to the family. And I really liked that damn thing, you know. And I've always wanted to have my own. And but, you know, the cost and, you know, various other factors made it impossible for me to do. And so it'd be to have a cuckoo clock. Huh?
Michelle Buckman saying that the rapture is imminent thanks to gay marriage in Obama.
Well, you know
Ironic, because
Obama
her
is
husband is gay.
in the Bible, don't you?
Say what?
Obama is in the Bible. You didn't know that?
Oh, the reference to his name meaning lightning. Yeah, I did read about that.
No. It literally says Abomination.
I see what you did there.
I thought you were being literal there for a minute because someone had
That's a good one right there. I don't care who you are. That's a good one.
Yeah, well, it's a matter of speaking. Anyway, but yeah, someone was going through Arabic names and found out that lightning is somehow attributed to Obama's name. I don't know if it was Obama or Hussein or Barack, but anyway, one of his three names, and they attributed to lightning from either Arabic or Hebrew or something, and they tried to make the correlation that Jesus said, I saw Satan fall like lightning, and they were like, isn't it interesting that one of Obama's names is lightning? And they tried to make a correlation there. It was interesting reading, but I didn't quite go that far with it, but it was interesting reading anyway.
Yeah, no, I don't get that.
Well, in other news along the same lines, let's see, James David Manning, a famous pastor from Harlem in New York City, said that gay rights movement is satanic. Michael Savage has said the gay rights supporters are the Nazis of today who will destroy the human race. Former Texas GLP chair Kathy Adams says gay marriage could be the end of America. And of course, Ted Cruz said the gay community is waging jihad against religious freedom.
I'd agree with that.
What does a gay had look like?
Oh, yeah, sure.
What does a gay had look like anyway?
Well, jihad against religious freedom is absolutely correct. I mean, all you got to do is look at all the different businesses that are being forced to go against their religious belief systems to adhere or kowtow to the homosexual agenda.
I wasn't aware that businesses were where religion happened. I thought businesses were places of commerce.
Well, that's why Indiana.
By the way, excuse me, Fudd. By the way, as a follow-up to that remark, I was wondering exactly how many churches have been burned down by gay activists, or are invaded by gay activists, or defaced by gay activists. That happened an awful lot in Christendom.
Actually, Gus, there was a bunch of gays that went into churches and started a ruckus. That was like
I'll accept documentation for that.
It was a few years ago, but yeah, they're actually
documentation.
I'll see if I can't get you a link.
Yeah, that's why Indiana has passed the Religious Restoration Act, or whatever they called it, which is a number of other states have passed similar laws, and there was a federal version passed in 1993 under Bill Clinton, although it was later amended to conform with the First Amendment.
It does conform with the First Amendment. That's what's so nice about it.
Well, if it did, why was it struck down?
It was amended.
Not struck down. It's still in place.
It was amended because originally it wasn't in conformance, but I think they called it a clarification or some such.
Yes, indeed, they sure did. They clarified it right out of court and said, bring it back when it's no longer against the First Amendment.
Because those times gay rights certainly collapsed all of Europe, didn't they?
Well, I'm sorry, but when the seven wise men on the Supreme Court say it is,
in our belief system, and that includes in the public arena in businesses.
No, and to claim a religious oppression.
Yes, it does.
No,
Please,
to claim a
Jim,
religious
Jim,
oppression,
but it does.
Jim, please let people finish their point before beginning yours.
Okay, I can't help it if Gus is just dumber than a box of rocks.
No, I
Well,
can't help
you can say that, but just let him finish a point before you begin yours.
Oh boy, oh boy. Just holding it right back here, Cornpone. I'm holding it right back.
Holding it right back here, Gus. Come on, buddy.
So which was, how many Christians have been killed by gay people in the last 20 years? How many Christians have been killed by gay people? I'll accept those numbers.
Sure, I'm not keeping track of those stats.
How many? I know.
Not surprised.
Facts are strange and wondrous things. Best left to more, I don't know, less religiously sure men, I would imagine. I don't suppose you have any idea how many gay people have been killed by gangs claiming that they did it in the name of God, though.
Hey Gus, for your perusal, I put you a bunch of links over there, including one which is an actual video that you can watch. So enjoy.
Yeah, fair enough. Why don't I go ahead and
rights certainly collapsed all of Europe, didn't they?
Why don't I go ahead and accept that a priori?
A priori. I like that name.
By the way, the Federal Bureau of Investigations is the entity responsible for keeping track of crime statistics in the entire country. I'm not saying that they're necessarily getting them all, but they are the responsible agency.
And what does that mean?
That's nice to know.
Well, I mean, if you want to know how many atheists have gone out and killed Christians, it's possible that they might have actually
no, not atheists, gays,
gays.
Because it's a gay jihad. It's a whole bunch of gay guys saying, you know, gay Allahu Akbar, and they're going to go out and they're going to do jihads. They're going to burn down churches. And
isn't the definition of jihad to be?
You got to say it right. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Gus, you got to say it right. It's Allah Akbar. You did.
Oh, so now you're equating homosexuality with Islam. I gotta tell you, Jim. I gotta tell you, Jim. The more
Islam is simply a false belief system. Homosexuality is a perversion.
I know.
Nadia wants to say something.
And it hurts. What's wrong?
Come on, Nadia. Come on up.
I would ask first off if you would object to someone saying that God is great.
Well, no, not at all. Because God is great. God is good all the time, and all the time God is good. But when they say Allah in that format, that's not what they're talking about.
Well, what are they talking about?
Now wait a minute, guys. I actually did a video on this. Allah and the Jehovah God are not the same entity. They're not.
Yes, they are. They are.
I get to agree with all. I like that.
No, Gus. No, Gus, they're not. I did a whole video on this, Gus.
Nadia wants to say something.
Let him actually speak.
What does it matter what language that someone says that God is great in?
Yes, it does.
Nadia, it does. They're used.
But you can explain why.
I'm going to explain to you why. Allah, Allah and Jehovah are not the same God. Okay, they're not. Okay, Muhammad's parents were not Jews or Christians. Muhammad's parents were occultists, and they had 350 deities. The chief deity among them was Allah. Well, guess what Allah is backwards? Allah. Okay, and so what Muhammad did, he kept the chief deity. He was originally going to keep the daughters too, but then he changed his mind and got rid of the daughters too. But he was originally going to keep the 3 daughters because Allah allegedly had 3 daughters. Okay, but yeah. Allah and Allah are the same entity. Well, Allah, it turns out, is a demon from early Mesopotamia. Okay, so these, his parents were not pagans; they were actual occultists. Yeah, I know you're looking at me.
I blame you for this, Scott. I blame you for this, Scott.
Yeah, it's all Scott's fault, man. He was
let him talk. Yeah. You over there with the face. I blame you.
Yeah, Nadia's turn.
So, for instance, would you
all the concepts of good?
Go ahead.
I mean, all the concepts of the monotheistic God like evolved over time. I mean, Islam, took the Old Testament, right, and basically took the concepts of that God and developed upon that, which is no different than Christianity. Christianity took the Old Testament God and developed its concepts from that as well, as well as outside sources. But within the Old Testament itself, that God evolved as well. It's not the same God throughout the Old Testament either. It turned into a polytheistic God to a monotheistic God. I'm sorry?
Well, why is it so different in Arabic from, say, Spanish or German? Like Dios es grande.
Again, Nadia, when you're looking at the way they're saying it and why they're saying it the way they're saying it, they're saying it because they are believing in the God of the Quran, not the God of the Bible, not the God of Isaac, Jacob, and all them good people like that. Nope. What they're doing is they're believing what the Quran says and going out there and killing everybody. And that's what they say right before they either press the button that blows themselves up along with 5 or 6 dozen other civilians, including children, or that's what they say right before they fly planes into buildings. Yeah. That would be the Muslim belief system.
Do you disbelieve that any Christians speak Arabic as their native languages?
No, not at all.
How would a Christian who speaks Arabic say God is great?
Probably in a very similar fashion. But the point being is this. When I'm talking about Muslims do not say it as the God of the Bible, the creator God, the one that says that we should love our enemies. No. What they believe is they believe that your enemies should be put to death, put to the sword, that they should be taxed out of existence. That all these different things that should be done to them until they submit to the will of Allah and Allah's prophet.
Well, Arab Christians call the Christian God Allah as well. It's just it's just language.
Yes, it's language, but there's also the discerning of what they're talking about. Again, it goes to the context of the language.
Oh yeah, I mean the belief sets are certainly different. I mean there's something common, but yeah, I mean Christians and Muslims obviously don't believe exactly the same thing as Jews.
I believe Nadia
That would
wanted
be
to
the one
say
thing in common.
Well, to put a finer point on it.
Excuse me a moment.
To put a finer point on this, that big black box that the Muslims all dance around, that is actually an occultist temple. Okay, it's not even a Muslim temple. It's actually an occultist temple.
Well, go ahead.
No, it's your turn now.
I would actually counterpose that.
Bond's actually right about that last part. I can back that up.
Yeah.
Start
Nadia
over again,
was
Shane.
talking.
I actually was still going when you started. Go ahead.
Seamus was saying that Bond was right, basically.
Well, whether the claim of such is false or not, do you believe in progressive revelation, covenantalist or dispensationalist, within Christianity?
Yes and no. Revelation as it applies to already established scripture, yes. But new revelation, like from Islam, which is only like 500 years old or so, no, I don't accept it. I do not consider Muhammad part of the Ascended Masters, and I never will. Because instead of helping people, he went out and slaughtered people. Well, I'm sorry, but that disqualifies him automatically. He's automatically disqualified as an Ascended Master. Sorry.
Well, either way, right? They believe that progressive revelation went on, and so that their religion, as Floyd pointed out, is based upon those prior revelations as well, that they also acknowledge, like the Old and New Testaments, correct? This applies to not only Islam, but also Baha'i and Mormonism, Mormonism of Joseph Smith, and Baha'i of Baha'u'llah, right?
Nadia, no, they say that the Old Testament has been corrupted, perverted, and not to be listened to, except where it is quoted in the Quran. So you really need to get your facts straight.
Do we need the condescension? Do we really need the condescension?
No, actually, we don't. But anyway, to bring up case in point, Nadia, all right, their version of Jesus, his name is Isa. All right, he was actually a very wealthy man, and he actually paid to have someone die on the cross in his place. Okay, so even their Jesus is not the Jesus of the Christian Bible. Okay, they took great liberties when they plagiarized the Christian Bible as well as the Torah and various and sundry other pagan religions that they came across. Okay, and basically twisted it to their own ends. But no, not even their Jesus is the same. He's a different person altogether.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with some of the stuff Vaughn has said, especially the line that he said about the Kaaba being a pagan shrine, which is completely historically accurate and not like a minority view or anything like that. Like I wrote in the side chat, the Kaaba was a pre-Islamic pagan shrine utilized by the Bani al-Quraysh tribe in Mecca, and it was later redacted to be created by Abraham and Ishmael after it was conquered by Muhammad and the young Islamic Caliphate. So, yeah, that is true. And there were 365 idols in that house, one of which was Allah, or you could pronounce it Hawla. But either way, Allah is just the God, Al being the definite article and La being God. And it was like the kind of like the deity in charge of all of the other deities, and that was once the early Muslim monotheists came through and conquered Mecca, they quickly took out all the pagan shrines and there's hadith and all, and this is even in the Quran, and then just turned it into house to the one God, Allah, and yeah. And then they later said that even though it was created by pagan Muslims, the history was later held by Muslims that Abraham actually created it, and that somehow later on in history the pagan Muslims have gotten a hold of it or fallen away or blah blah blah. It's kind of ridiculous.
Oh man, are you supposing that a major religion would steal things and appropriate things from other religions? Unheard of.
What a
I mean, there are pagan idols and statues in the Jewish temple at one time too.
Another criticism of Islam is like, because Vaughn says that Jesus isn't even the same. Well, obviously the theology isn't, but if you take a closer inspection of some of the lines on Isa, which is the Arabic Jesus in the Quran, they're actually being attributed from some pretty shady sources. One of the sources, an Arabic infancy gospel that was written in the year 400 something. It's really peculiar because the Arab infancy gospel has a segment where Jesus speaks as a young child, like fresh out of the womb young child, basically. And that's recounted in the Quran. Okay? Another source, which is also used, is where Jesus actually created a dove out of mud and clay and breathed life into it. This was featured in other apocrypha, also in the Gospel of Thomas, I believe, but in other apocryphal texts.
It's the infancy gospel, Mark.
Okay, and it's featured in a few other places as well. But what I'm saying is, if you add all of that up, it just seems like whoever created Islam, and obviously we know that the prophet, quote unquote, Muhammad was from Mecca, and there was a large Arabian trade route through there. And the Bani al-Quraysh tribe actually had a Jewish sect that's well known historically. And then you would see that he would have had easily exposure to Jewish and Christian thoughts and ideas. So he just comes up with this conglomerate and creates a syncretic religion because of it. But he got a lot of things horribly wrong.
Oh, he did change stuff. But what do they do with the Kaaba now? What do they say the Kaaba is in Islam? I mean, what's the whole idea of?
They say that the Kaaba was actually originally created by Father Abraham, and the pagans came along and stole it from him. That's what they're saying now.
They said that it was a.
Yeah, but what does it mean to Muslims now? I mean, what does it symbolize, or how is it important to them? I mean, what do they do with it besides just walk around it?
Well, they pray to it 5 times a day in that direction. When the original direction was Jerusalem, which was actually changed during the lifetime of Muhammad. They were praying in the direction of Jerusalem, and then it was changed to Mecca. The Mecca and the Kaaba there actually serves as it's when the Islamic tradition holds that when Abraham created it, God told him to create it there. So it's like one of the first temples that the Creator God, told one of his prophets to create, and it was, but that's a kind of a ridiculous notion. But it's part of the Hajj ritual. The black stone is probably the most important Islamic artifact, and that's a part of the Kaaba. So it serves one part of the 5 pillars of Islam, and all the prayers are directed there, and I guess it serves some type of function. And a lot of the interesting critique is that some Muslims will levy that Christians do some type of like idolatry, basically. I don't know whether it's Catholics, which I may say some of that's warranted, or some of us, hold by the Trinity, violating the Tawhid doctrine and stuff like that. But
Yeah, I mean, things have definitely changed, but now you brought up, people will say, oh, it's progressive revelation.
I had I can read out briefly from the side chat. The people in glass houses shouldn't throw stones argument regarding syncretism. Running down the list, John 1 Tyrus Logos is Pythagorean. Butterstring War System Heaven and Hell, Greek Cults of Orpheus and Eleusinian Mysteries. The Santa Viana, where she went on down and along with Tammuz, resurrected. Has strong parallels with the Ascension of Isaiah and other Christ narratives. The El is flat out Canaanite. Canaanite creator deity. Elohim in the Ugaritic etymology being children of hell. The flood is flat out Sumerian Gilgamesh. Yah, an alternate Sumerian name for Enki, is Sumerian as well, likely gave rise to Yahweh. People in glass houses really shouldn't throw stones. I wouldn't criticize Islam for syncretism if I were you.
well, the syncretism that Islam commits is far different than the Judeo-Christian tradition. But to respond to some of the things that you said, the only flat-out decent historical critique that I've seen you levy is the one about the Canaanite God and Yahweh and how that evolved, which was in a similar fashion to how it happened kind of with the pre-pagan Muslims. However, everything else you've shown so far, the flood, all these are just similar themes. So yeah, there's flood themes that are prevalent all over the world. Now, were they all copied from each other? No, floods are very prevalent. So there's a lot of flood stories. It doesn't mean that they're all ripped off of each other. It's just a common theme.
Yeah,
So
parallels is strong.
all you okay, I wasn't quite done.
Sorry.
But you haven't really shown any correlation. You've just shown, well, there's some common themes here, and some of these common themes are echoed in Christianity. You've shown no correlation. What you've shown is basically really, really common themes, right? So I don't see any. The only thing I would grant you is that the historical coming of the pre-Canaanite God and Yahweh is somewhat similar to the Muslim. But as far as everything else, such as the last thing I'll say, as far as kind of being syncretic in nature and stuff like that, it's true that the Christian and Judeo tradition are syncretic, but not in the way that Islam does. It's far different.
Well, I know that the substance of the blood claims regarding Gilgamesh are deeper than I can actually recount. Also, in terms of the sort of textual affairs, like you brought up the infancy gospel being in 400, quite a number of pseudepigrapha floating around both Old and New Testaments, as well as there are at least 6 Pauline letters that are believed pseudepigraphic. Furthermore, various things are late dated in like fashion what you claim. Daniel in particular has claims dating back to antiquity of its late authorship and kind of backdated claims of prophecy, and the Gospels themselves are even a bit late as things now stand. So it's what clear is, I mean, essentially every kind of accusation you brought against Islam is equally applicable to Christianity. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's not true because, first of all, the Jewish people accept Daniel. Christians accept Daniel. Okay, so there's a discrepancy right there. Now, you said that the Gospels are dated late. Let's just say that let's just go ahead and take the latest Gospel, and I'll give you like a really good date there. Let's say like 130 for John. So that places like 100 years after. Okay, so that's late, right? But I've just referred to a gospel, the Arab infancy gospel, that was written in like the 400s, which is like 400 years removed from the time of event. So I'm bringing up something far different. Now, if you want to bring up the dating of certain Old Testament books and how they don't line up, that falls more under textual criticism, not so much theology, because the books of Daniel and these various prophets were accepted unanimously by the Jewish people, Hasidic Jews, Orthodox Jews, and so forth. So we don't find the same outright acceptance of the text of Islam or any of those things. And the text that they did use were way late and not even accepted by the people that they were on. Daniel was accepted by the people that they were on. Okay, go ahead.
Daniel by the Jews are not considered among the prophets, though. It's for the Jews. The book of Daniel is among the writings, but he's not considered. That book is not considered in the list of prophets for the Jews. Christians put him under in the prophets, but the Jews don't. Basically, because it's too late. It's too late for it to be put into.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? I would disregard what you just said there altogether unless you can back it up with some kind of textual evidence.
Are you saying, Floyd, that the Jewish people don't accept Daniel as scripture, or are you saying that they don't what are you saying?
No, I'm not saying it. They definitely accept it as scripture. I'm saying they don't accept it as among the list of prophets. They put it. There are different categories. There's the Torah, the prophets, and the writings. The Jews put Daniel within the writings, where the Christians put it within the prophets.
I was just going to the fact that's fine. That does not. If you want to make that a dispute, I was just saying that the fact that drawing on it that it was generally accepted by the people before it as scripture. So, but for example, the Arab infancy gospels were not accepted by the people before it as scripture. They were outright rejected, and not only that, they were late, like Nadia pointed out. But they were way late. It wasn't like, let's date the John latest crap to 130 when it's more closely like $110 or something like that. Let's date it to 130 and have it 100 years after. And I'm talking about an Arabic infancy gospel that was written 1,200 miles away in another language 400 years later. And it's a joke. John was written in the same region, the same language, and appears to have been all the telltale signs of being authentic and was accepted by these people. So, I mean, I would love to hear her respond to half those critiques I just levied.
Well, of course, we don't actually believe the infancy gospels have any greater validity than the Christian. To the extent we're saying that there's some invalidity and so on, it's not that the Islamic is any greater than yours. It's that yours is of insufficient quality to merit this kind of comparative finger pointing. It may, in fact, be in some respects, less worthy, but at the same time, you all stand on such solid ground that you can launch it as something that says your religion is more valid than Islam. Go ahead.
It's much more solid ground. Like I've told you, if we're gonna criticize just the Arab infancy Gospels, then we're talking like I said, 1,200 miles away in a different language. When everything New Testament isn't some were written and sent to large distances away, but none of them date that far from the original source that they were talking about, or were in a different language completely, or written 400 years later. No books in the Old Testament were even written 200 years later. So you can't levy that critique. Now let me explain to you the critique I'm levying at Islam, because any rational person can think this through. Okay, so we know the critiques that Islam has, or not critiques, but the information that Islam has about Isa, okay? And I'm pretty well educated on this. So one of the claims that it makes, two of the claims it makes, in fact, were found in apocryphal texts that the Christians did not accept, that were Arabic in nature, and were 300 or 400 years later. So what I'm saying is, are you going to accept Islam's claims on being inspired when the information they came from were just apocryphal texts that not even the original Christians accepted, that were dated so late that the Christians scoffed at, and they were written in another language? They were written in Arabic. That's why they had easy access to them. So when I give you this information as a critique of Islam, it should be really out front that, wow, okay, they were obviously exposed to this material and used this material to base some of their syncretic parts of. So the correlation is there. Okay. Now Nadia is just trying to say that there's a similar correlation with Christianity. There's not. There's not even anything close. Nothing at all. Give me one instance where anything was written 300 years later. You have none. Give me one instance in which material was written outside of the original language of the audience. You can give me none. Give me one instance in which the material was written 1,200 miles away at a different date. You can't. And so every single thing I brought up, she can't respond to. She's just saying, well, yeah, there's problems here with Islam. I'll grant you that, but you have problems too. But she's not addressing the problems.
Well, it's not to that extreme. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you where Islam is extreme case. It is much later and so forth. But Christianity does have the same things. It's just not as bad as Islam. Seamus, I think you were right. It's the infancy gospel of Thomas where the child Jesus makes clay birds.
But no, it's also found in a few other texts as well. The earliest of which was in the late 300s or early 400s. So I mean, and that's just crazy late to be speaking on a historical figure. And it would almost be justified if it was in the same location. It wasn't. It was 1,200 miles away. Or if even it was in the same language. It wasn't. It was in Arabic, which only holds a Semitic root or with Hebrew. Nothing more.
Well, what difference does it make if it's in Arabic? I mean, the New Testament's in Greek. I mean,
yeah, but the Greek and Hebrew and in Aramaic and Latin in some places were expressly where these audiences were, that they were intended to. For example, you'll see some fragments of the epistles written in Greek, and that would be like the epistle to Romans was largely written that. But you would see that was consistent with the audience that it was written to in that specific location. But when you're talking about Jesus and you're saying it's written in Arabic, okay, here's the funny part.
It was written for Arabic people, right? The Muslim texts were written for Arabic people, just the way the Gospels were written for Greek-speaking people. Okay. I don't see the issue.
Did you know Arabic wasn't even a language when Jesus Christ was crucified? That should be red flag number one. Okay, should be red flag number one.
Why is that a red flag?
Okay, Greek, Latin, Hebrew, and Aramaic were all present when Jesus was walking and living. And all of those languages. Okay, so you do not see a correlation there? You're a textual critic and you're saying, okay, so all of the texts that were written for the Christian texts, all were present, and those languages were present in that region during the lifetime of Jesus Christ. However, the texts that Seamus is offering us were not present in that region and were not even around during the lifetime of Jesus Christ. That's not a problem for you. You don't see any. Are you willing to just say, I don't see that. I don't see what's up here. Would you like to respond to that at all?
Yeah, the text that was written, it was written for the people, well, audience at that time, and whatever language they used. I mean, you could say things. I mean, okay, then throw out the Septuagint. According to your logic, we should throw out the Septuagint, which the gospel writers used, and they had Jesus quote from. So if you can do that, okay, you can throw out your entire gospels then, because of the use of the Septuagint.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, are you going to? Okay, so we have the historical information on the person of Jesus as presented in the Gospels, right? Okay, the fragments of the Gospels.
Okay, now we have stories about Jesus written in, I'll say, late first century.
Okay, in these
written to the Greek-speaking people in Greek.
Not late first century.
Yeah, when the Gospels were written.
In the late first. Okay, I get what you're saying. Yeah, okay, I'm with you there. I'm with you on all that.
All right, so later Muslims wrote stories about Jesus in Arabic for Arabic-speaking people.
They weren't Muslims at that time. That's your problem. These were written in the year 400. Islam was in 630. So we.
Well, okay. Well, who are they written for? In those books written in the 400.
Yeah.
They were written for someone, right? They were written for Arab-speaking people. I mean, obviously, why would they write in Arabic if it wasn't written for Arabic-speaking people?
Yeah. So
this way, the Septuagint was translated into Greek because a lot of the Jews couldn't even
it's not
read.
The translations we're talking about. I'm talking about the origin of the original text, not the I'm okay with translations. Spread the gospel, spread the Quran, whatever. I'm talking about the origin of the original text. So, for example, we have the stories of Jesus, which were written, like you said, in the late first century. Okay, and these were written in the language largely. Okay, the Gospels largely were written in what? Aramaic. Okay, the fragments that we have.
No, Greek.
Okay, so we have Greek, we have Hebrew, we have Aramaic. Okay. In the earliest fragments, we have all fragments of all three of those languages. Is that factually incorrect?
I'm not aware of any Aramaic.
You're not aware of any Aramaic fragments?
No.
Manuscript fragments at all?
No, not that early. No.
Okay, well.
You
don't realize
Greek.
that, Floyd, those dates are done through higher textual criticism. So, of course, we don't have manuscripts from that early. That's non sequitur. You know that the dates for the Gospels are done through higher textual criticism.
Right. As far as I know, they're all originally Greek.
No. The manuscripts that we have are in Aramaic, Greek, and Hebrew, and they vary.
We do.
Yeah, so you're saying that
can you offer some?
Yeah,
can you offer any Hebrew manuscript of any of the Gospels or Aramaic?
They have fragments in Hebrew and Aramaic. Give me 1 second. There's a Wikipedia article with all this stuff on it.
I mean, we have Coptic manuscripts too, but no one thinks they were originally written in Coptic. They were just translations from the Greek. But again, all this is just people writing for their audience, and if they read a certain language, that's the language they used.
Okay, let's go to my main point, and I've got this information right here. Give me 1 second. So,
as far as I know, all the Gospels were originally written in Greek.
Okay. Well, hold on. Give me a second. Here's the wiki I was talking about. But regardless, here's my main point. None of that really matters. To the point that I'm making. The point I'm making is this. So we have the information contained in the Gospels, right? And speaking about a person named Jesus. Okay, and these were written anywhere from 30 years after the death of Jesus to like 70 to 80 years after the death of Jesus. Okay, so we got like a span margin of 30 years to 80 years after the event of who they're talking about. Okay, now we have these were written in the exact same location that figure was from. Okay, So that lines up. It's pretty early, 50 to 80. I mean, 30 to 80 years. It lines up with the earliest languages. Okay. It lines up with the from that geography of that area, and then it lines up with the early languages that were present in that area, Judeo-Samaria, at that time. Okay. Now here's the thing. Now let's move over to the information in the Quran contained in the infancy Gospels. This is also information on Jesus. However, it's not 30 or 80 years. It's 400 years later. Okay. Okay. Now geographically, it's not written in Judea-Samaria. It's written in Iraq. Okay. So this is like 1,200 miles away. That's
where was the Mark Gospel written? Some saying in Rome, right? Well, that's quite a distance, right?
Well,
higher critics say the author of Mark was ignorant of Jewish customs and the geography.
That's baseless. That's actually
No, it's not.
No.
So you're rejecting higher criticism then.
No, what I'm saying is I reject that scholarly opinion, which is a minority view.
It's not a minority view at all.
Oh, sure it is.
No, it's the higher critical view.
No, it's
one of the reasons why I think Mark is an eyewitness.
You have a problem with understanding that it's a higher critical view, but it's a minority higher critical. There's multiple views. There's multiple.
What's the majority view?
For example, a higher critical view that you were espousing the other night are some on the Old Testament on how it came to be, the documentary hypothesis. These are higher critical views. These are all, and there's different views of which. So you're saying here's one higher critical view, and there are no else, and that's a lie. That's a baseless lie.
I never said that.
Yeah. Okay. So now okay, good. You didn't say that. Thank you. So what you're saying is this is actually the view that's the majority. That is factually incorrect. The view you just espoused is a minority among scholars. So,
what's majority opinion then among critical scholars about the Mark Gospel? That was written by an eyewitness. That
no.
actually someone who
no.
actually is written from Peter's recollection. That's obviously that's not the majority opinion, right? That's the opinion among conservative scholars.
No, it would seem that even the secular opinion is that it wasn't written by an eyewitness. It was written by a person that
not in the area.
No. That's not true. So, and it would be written by a person who probably was not an eyewitness but spoke to multiple eyewitnesses, and this is corroborated in gospels such as Luke, where it says that he came to keepers of the word and eyewitnesses to what was true. So this isn't anything.
He didn't say eyewitnesses to actual events.
He did.
No, he didn't. It doesn't say that at all.
Yes, it does.
It doesn't say that at all. Not one little bit does it say that eyewitnesses to the actual events. No, it doesn't say that at all.
All right, well, let me read it to you then.
Yeah, read it out loud.
Certainly. 1 second.
It makes no reference to actual events. All he said is he basically just talked to other Christians in to deal with the theology, not actual events.
I'm pretty familiar with it. I'll read it out to you. Give me 1 second.
It's right at the very beginning. It's like the first verses of Luke.
Here it is. Since many have attempted to compile an account concerning the events that have been fulfilled among us, just as those who are eyewitnesses and servants of the word from the beginning.
Well, repeat that again. The eyewitnesses of the what?
Eyewitnesses and servants of the word.
The word, right?
Yeah, Jesus Christ is the word. Are you
right?
Ridiculous to?
Yeah. So it's saying eyewitnesses to basically
to Christ.
Well, yeah, to theological ideas, not to historical events.
Okay. Now you're just being kind of ridiculous. So in Christian theology,
no, the word.
Hold on, let's run through this. In Christian theology, the word, is who? Jesus Christ, right?
Right. Yeah.
Okay. That's evident. Okay. So these are eyewitnesses and servants to the word. These are eyewitnesses of Christ and servants of Christ. We're talking about the earliest apostles.
Yeah, of theological views about Jesus.
Well, now you're adding that in. No, we're talking about the eyewitnesses of Jesus Christ.
Of the historical Jesus, or what he means?
Well, now you're just being nitpicky, but there it is. And so that what I'm saying is,
No, I'm not being nitpicky. We're trying to understand. We're trying to understand what that actually means.
Well, I'm posting. Let me post this side for all of it. It's pretty obvious, but what I'm trying to say is that Mark did something very similar. Mark is not even known, even through Christian tradition, to be a disciple or anything like that. He wasn't even. He was a follower of Paul. So, I don't see where any of this criticism that's similar to how I was living it.
Well, right. So if Luke used Mark and the Mark Gospel goes along the lines with Pauline theology, then how can you say that Luke was investigating historical facts? No, he's writing it from Pauline sources, from Pauline theological point of view, not any objective historical eyewitness accounts. That's my point.
Well,
if Luke used Mark,
listen, that would be even
and Mark's Pauline.
Well, let's think about the historical inaccuracies of that. So, and I know you're going to reject this a priori due to your secular nature, but we know that historically in Christian. Okay, well, let's see. Christian tradition, we know that Paul and Luke traveled together. Okay, and they traveled together to Jerusalem and met Peter. Okay, so if you how could you say that Luke didn't speak with direct eyewitnesses? That's not true. That's not even true according to historical Christian tradition. And so, I mean, you can either reject that and say no, that didn't happen, or you can't verify that to happen. But what I'm telling you is that there's your evidence right there. And
well, there's nothing in the Bible that makes any of those claims that you just made. Again, you just appeal to tradition. Well, if you're going to appeal to a tradition, then you can just go along with the traditional views of the authorship of the Gospels.
Well, no, I go along with what is most.
You might as well say that Mark was a companion of Peter. That's a traditional view of the authorship of Mark.
Well, think about this. I would say that Mark and Luke, in my opinion, have the most claim to being the biblically accurate authors that they claim to be. And you can reject that because
accurate according to
Luke
what?
being Luke and Mark being Mark, and here's why. If you look at Mark, okay, the dating is there, okay, and if you look at Paul and Peter, and we know that Peter was around and Peter met Paul. The dating is right for that. So so any criticism that you can't criticize it not being the dating not being right to that claim of that time. Okay. So now,
you're also assuming that Peter was an eyewitness to the historical Christ as well.
Are you kidding me?
No.
Wow.
Well, I suppose that ultimately the question is there anything outside of the Bible that can corroborate it?
Corroborate what?
Any of those claims about the authorship.
When we're talking about historical texts, especially of this year, there's this thing in textual criticism and also in history known as like the historical uncertainty principle. It just means like the further that we go back, literally the harder it becomes. So like if we try to go back 20 years from now, obviously it's so easy to get information there. Even something that you would think would be obscure, but we go back 1,000 years, it becomes more harder. But not, we're talking 2,000 years. So yeah, the historical uncertainty principle says that it's going to be difficult, even if there were sources, then for us to find them. Okay, now here's something in our favor, though. I'm not trying to be like, oh, therefore, fuck it, right? What I'm trying to say is the Bible has the most manuscript data of any book of its age. Okay, and that's significant. That's super significant.
No, those are later manuscripts.
Now,
but let's say Peter even knew.
Let me just respond to this point real quick.
Yeah.
Now, when you look at when the Gospels were spread and stuff, they were copied and recopied it, and they spread out big time. so it's natural to assume why they spread out in the manner that they did. But any other text, for example, these secular texts that are cooperating, these aren't divine in nature. They wouldn't have been spread about. I mean, someone might have written on it, but who would have kept that? Who would have preserved that? Would have been like Christians revering that text? No, this secular text was just a historical text of note, and no one really would have had the mind to save it. Now think about this: the preservation of the Christian documents were divine in nature, at least to the people that were preserving them, and that's why they were preserved. That's why we have all these manuscripts. Now, these secular data that you want probably weren't preserved in the nature that the Christian manuscripts were, and falling victim to the historical uncertainty principle. Yeah, it's tough, Scott. How can we do that? How can we provide you that?
No, I agree.
To stay open.
Right. I think that my conclusion from that is not to say we reject it out of hand, but that approaching any of the texts and their historicity with a level of skepticism should never be looked at askance, because it's so difficult to confirm. I mean, as it is, we know that there are historical scholars who have been studying the Exodus, and it's very likely that the Exodus didn't occur, or it didn't occur certainly as documented, because of what we have come to learn about historical Egypt. So, I mean, the Old Testament warranted some skepticism. Then you have the Dead Sea Scrolls that don't exactly agree with the New Testament as we see it in modern translations. So there's a lot of room to say that the holy books, certainly in their original form and in their original intent, aren't available today.
Oh, I mean, there's no New Testament manuscripts in the Dead Sea Scrolls. That's purely Old Testament.
But I'm saying that's kind of an ambiguous term, Scott. Actually, go ahead, Floyd. I don't want to cut you off.
But Seamus, so let's say the historical Peter actually walked with the historical Jesus, right? But if Luke used Mark, there's nothing that says that the historical Peter agrees with what's in Mark.
What do you mean? Like that Mark represents theology that Peter would have agreed with?
That we don't know if Peter would agree with it or not.
Well, like I'm saying, you're just kind of relying on this historical uncertainty principle. You're saying, like, well, look, we don't have any memoirs of Peter. How do we even know that the writings in Mark?
Well, right. So you can't appeal to Peter then. You can't appeal to Mark.
What I'm saying is you're just appealing to this historical uncertainty principle, which is a sham. Which is just saying, look, we don't have memoirs that Peter wrote, so we can't confirm if Mark even reflects something that an early follower would have actually accepted to be true, right? But you're just saying that, look, because of the historical uncertainty principle, we don't have any letters from Peter or attributed to Peter, and we can't know for certain if he would have approved this.
Well, yeah, well, so we can't appeal to Peter. So
no, you certainly can.
We have nothing from Peter. We don't know what Peter believed.
Okay, so Peter is a historical figure. Okay, now you can say no, he wasn't. Well, no, that would be rejection a priori. Now we can weigh the facts on why is Peter most likely a historical figure. Okay, and we can go down this route. Okay,
no, I'm willing to grant that Peter was a historical figure.
Okay, fine. Then great. We shouldn't even be having this conversation. What I'm trying to say is, if you grant that Peter was a historical figure, then we know that Peter, according to tradition, and I'm not sure if this
one was according to tradition.
I might even be in it. There's some of this is recalled in Acts, maybe not specifically this event, but
you can't appeal to Acts either, because Acts is historically unreliable.
Acts is a historical document. So stop now. Don't reject things out of hand and a priori. Now we're going
I'm saying we can't appeal to Peter because we have nothing from Peter.
No, you can't.
We don't know what Peter thought.
Acts is a historical document. Now, to not be able to appeal to Acts would be a priori rejection. That's ludicrous. Now, we need to take Acts. We need to weigh it for its own merits. Okay, and this adds to the plausibility and the cogency of why Peter was most likely existed. Okay, and why corroboration through the fact that they met Paul. Okay. So, and if you look at the dating, all of that checks out, Floyd. It was written, most people are going to quote Mark to be around 70 AD. Most people are going to say about 68. They're going to predate it by a year or two before the fall of the Second Temple. So even at 68 or so, that's like 35 years, 36 years. Okay, this is prime time dating for Peter. Okay, and prime time dating for Paul, and prime time that it all could cogently be plausible. So the dating for the
What do you mean
authorship of
prime
Mark.
time?
Okay, so
Peter died what, 65 through tradition, and Paul 67.
I don't know. I don't know completely. I'd have to go back and look at my notes specifically, but I wouldn't say those are quite crazy. I wouldn't date them
nonetheless,
quite that.
the Mark Gospel is after
I
their
wouldn't date them
lives.
quite that early, is what I'm saying. But Peter, even through Christian tradition, you're obviously trying to grant some of this, died very, very old. We're talking like 80 years old, okay? And Peter would have started his ministry about the same age as Jesus. So this Jesus died in his 30s. This is like 50 years after Jesus' death. So we're talking, and that would be in the 80s.
Wikipedia has Peter dead at 64 CE.
Well, and I'm not saying that doesn't disagree with what might be like modern scholarly consensus, but what I'm saying is,
and 67 for Paul. So I was right. According to Wikipedia, 64 for Peter, 67 for Paul.
And most people are going to date Mark years before the fall of the Second Temple, and most seculars are going to date it right at 70. When it's most people that if you were to talk probably like 10 years ago, most people would grant you that it was 65 or earlier. Now they've pushed it all the way up to right before the fall. So okay, we can dispute that, and I'll even grant you 68 and say that the date they were after. Either way, the dating of it is independent from when it was actually transcribed or when it was all put down. It could have been put down over the course of years. So I mean, it could have all been put down over that time that they were still around, and then published at around that time. So it's not inconsistent, and if you look at it, it's all possible with that being the earliest gospel that it could have been. So I wouldn't see any problems with that, and specifically Luke as well. So I'm not saying that it's definitely the case. But what I'm saying is, of all four of the Gospels, those two especially have the most credibility. And obviously, there's no absolute
credibility for
proof.
what though? For
no, but what I'm saying is, if you want credibility in terms of the authorship, if you want credibility in terms of absolute proof, obviously you can call
credibility
for that.
for authorship. I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Okay, so most of the authors, were anonymous, and then they were credited through Christian tradition. So when we're talking about the authorship of these books, most secularists will say, "Look, we don't know," and that's it. And they're perfectly happy with just leaving it at "Who cares? We don't know." Not so much "Who cares," but resoundingly, "We don't know." And what I'm saying is, that's kind of a ridiculous stance to have when we have a lot of information to have on the table, where you could just say, "Well, I don't know. Let's not make a prediction. We don't know." Well, let's go back and look at the facts on the ground.
Well, they have looked at that, and the information we have is not good information to derive the authorship.
Well,
that's why secular scholars reject it. Papias isn't reliable at all.
Yeah, if you want absolute proof due to historical
Well,
uncertainty.
no, we don't need historical. Historians are interested in what's probable.
Yeah, but they want this. They want probability
absolute.
to such a degree that it's they're not. What I'm saying is,
no, they don't need absolute proof. The more evidence, the better. Simple as that. And the evidence we have is problematic. Therefore, the conclusion is that we simply don't know who the authors were.
Yeah, I think that's. Maybe an honest approach, but kind of a lazy approach if you think about it, considering all the information that we have.
You don't think historians want to know who wrote them?
No, but what I'm saying is, of course, and there's people that make a lot of money every year publishing on books of this nature. But what I'm saying is, it's one thing, to want to know who wrote them, but it depends on what measure of proof do you think is attainable. Like if you think that we're going to come up one day and it's just going to be like inscribed manuscript of Mark with a thumbprint on it. I mean, obviously that's ridiculous. But so these people, I want to kind of gauge what kind of proof do you think what kind of proof would you accept to be cogently plausible that the author was in fact the author? And usually the standard they ask for is like some ridiculous notion that's unattainable. So what I'm saying is, no,
it's not ridiculous. We just need collaborating evidence.
So what? Give me an idea. What you would accept?
Well, multiple early church fathers quoting from the Gospels and them saying it's from Mark. That would be sufficient enough. But what we have is we have the early church fathers quoting from the memoirs of the Lord and things like that. So so they weren't naming the Gospels then. So if there's quoting from the memoirs of the Lord, then we know we know we don't have the authorship at that time. We don't have any evidence of authorship at that time.
Well, what specific period are you talking about? You seem to be talking about one specific instance and kind of like trying to make it like a blanket.
I'm talking about the writings we have from the 2nd century from the early church fathers.
Not a single one referenced the Gospels.
None. Well, yeah, they do.
That's not true.
They reference verses in the Gospels, but they don't. But again, they don't say, "Oh, according to Mark or the Mark Gospel said that." No, they're saying, "Well, according to the memoirs of the Lord, they quote something, and that's in our Mark Gospel, or that's in our Luke Gospel." Later.
Look, Shamos, can I jump in there real quick? I want to ask you, was it ever confirmed whether or not Luke was actually a disciple of Jesus? Was that ever confirmed or not?
Well, no, Luke traditionally was a companion of Paul.
No, Barnabas was a companion of Paul, not Luke. I'm trying to figure out.
Well, Luke was considered to be a physician, right? Luke the physician. Right?
Yeah, that's right. But he was not the companion of Paul. That was Barnabas. So I'm curious if
Paul had more than one companion. Just read his epistles.
Right, but Luke, I thought, was hanging out with Matthew.
No.
That was my understanding.
No.
Okay, well, I can be wrong on that.
Luke. Sorry, go ahead, Vaughn.
No, I was just going to reiterate my question. Did anybody ever confirm that Luke actually met Jesus and was a disciple of his? That's what I'm curious about, because I know there was some discussion about it, and I don't know if anyone ever reached a conclusion or not.
I don't know. I think that most people would probably say no to that. But I would say this to Floyd's response to him, that none of the early church fathers quoted the Gospels. Well, Luke was actually quoted by early church fathers. It was also quoted by Marcion. And it was actually in response to Marcion that some of the church fathers quoted Luke. And so what, do you not remember that? Or are you just being selective, or am I wrong? Because it's one or the other. You either don't remember, you remember selectively, or I'm wrong.
Yeah, well, Marcion had a version of the Gospels, which either is an edited version of Luke, or our Luke came from it. We can't say, we don't know.
During Marcion's history, it was most likely edited, but either way, the early church fathers never referenced that material.
Oh, they reference it, but they don't say this is from Luke. That's the problem.
Well, there you go. So that's kind of the corroborating evidence that you're saying that you would accept earlier, that the early church fathers didn't write about it in the gospel. Well, the early church fathers wrote about Luke, and Marcion wrote about Luke, and the early church fathers wrote about Luke. Marcion.
What do you mean wrote about Luke? What do you mean by that?
So they were talking about specifically the canon.
He quotes the gospel, which we now call Luke, right? But he didn't talk about Luke.
No, the material that Marcion used for Marcion only used one book of the Gospels, only one.
Right.
He didn't use Mark. He used Luke. Okay.
Right. Our Luke, what was later called and what we know now as Luke.
Right. Right, but the thing is, it was an edited version, because if you look in Marcion's history, he edited out half the New Old Testament. So how would he somehow have the right version?
We don't know that. I
Oh
mean,
God, that's lies. Marcion tried to redact the Old Testament, and that's a historical fact. Are you disputing that?
he didn't accept.
Marcion didn't redact the Old Testament, yes or no?
I'm not sure. Did he redact it? I'm not sure.
Holy crap!
What do you mean? What do you mean by redact?
Did Marcion manipulate Old Testament manuscripts?
I don't think so.
Oh man!
If you can, I'm not. I mean, he didn't try to change the Old Testament. He didn't try to change the Old Testament God into the God of Jesus. He viewed the Old Testament God as a different God.
Yeah, he was changing the theology. He was literally
No, he wasn't changing the Old Testament. He didn't want.
Not only changed the Old Testament. He changed the
Are you saying that Marcion was changing the Old Testament to make the Old Testament God more compatible with the God of Jesus? That's not correct at all.
No. He wasn't trying to make it more compatible. He completely and distinctly separated them. But if you looked at the Old Testament canon, that Marcion had a specific canon that he employed, and it was a chopped up version of the Old Testament. Okay, and in the same way, the gospel account that Marcion used was a chopped up version of Luke. Okay, so
his canon didn't even include the Old Testament. I'm not sure where you're getting that.
Yeah, no, Marcion's canon is specifically talked about in relation to the New Testament, but
right.
his canon did contain Old Testament books. It wasn't that would be ridiculous.
You'd have to point me into something.
So how did the demiurge and all this, where if it had no reference to the Old Testament, where would he be able to base that from, the demiurge? Okay, so there's no Old Testament in my canon.
Oh, he knew about the Old Testament.
Yeah, no. He was accepting the Old Testament for the precepts of the Old Testament as his canon, but the canon that he chopped it all up.
I'm not sure what you mean by chopped it all up.
Okay, he selectively used certain pieces of the Old Testament. That's it. He didn't use, like, for example, during his time, they had access to certain books within the Old Testament, and these were considered as scripture not only to Jewish people, but to the early Christians as well. Okay.
Okay. What scripture? What Old Testament scripture did Marcion reject, if that's even the right term? I don't see where you're going with this. He viewed the Old Testament God as basically part of the demiurge, right?
He manipulated the theology and made redactions to the text to fit this bill.
What bill is that?
The whole trying to separate the gods of the Old and New Testament, and all of the other motivations that he had to kind of distance the Judeo-Christian, culture or whatever. He was trying to push apart.
I mean, what would he need to change in the Old Testament to separate it from the God of the New Testament? You need to show me any link. I don't care if it's a Wikipedia or anything. I never heard this before.
So let me ask you a question. This should answer your question right here. So if he was referencing stuff from the Old Testament, right?
Yeah, he viewed the Old Testament God as part of the demiurge.
No, but he was specifically referencing them in his theology, right? Are you with me?
Yeah.
Okay, so what of this reference material? How would he draw on? Would he would just presuppose that whatever access that you have to the Jewish scriptures is whatever, and this is the theology that he was drawing on. No, Marcion was historically not accredited with that. He was way more crafty. He was way more hands-on. He was actually Marcion was very lucky. He was actually put in a place where he had access in an unparalleled position. Okay, so
I mean, he would have access to the Septuagint like the other church fathers would have. I don't understand your point. You're saying he created his he created his own Old Testament and rewrote books and threw books out. You have to show me evidence for this. I don't care if it's Wikipedia or anything. I don't know where you're getting these ideas from.
That doesn't surprise me, Floyd. It doesn't. It doesn't surprise me in the least.
Well, it's a possibility, but I never heard this before.
No, I'm not saying that like he was heavily known for going back and ripping up the Old Testament and everything like this. But what I'm saying is the canon that he was pushing forth at that time, that he was espousing, relied on a certain knowledge of the Old Testament. Okay, and what he was doing in this is known, and I will provide you a link of this. Just give me a little while to find it. What he was known to do was certain books of the Old Testament. He would specifically not reference and leave out, and not so much even reference their validity as being divine or scripture or anything like that. Okay, no, but the ones that necessarily painted the demiurge in the light that he wanted, now he would accept those. So, but any books, and there were certain books, and I'm gonna show these to you that the demiurge was actually painted in a not so much of a aggressive or malevolent light, a more benevolent light, and he wouldn't reference any of that material, and he any of that. So I'm going to provide that for you, and that specifically fits his motivations. And this is what we see also in the Old Testament. So when you say that, we got sidetracked on this because you said that Luke originally, we don't know if either that was the real version of Luke or if he chopped it up. And I said, no, he most definitely chopped it up because he chopped everything else up. And that's how we went down that rabbit hole.
Well, again, show evidence that he chopped up Old Testament. I'm not aware. I didn't read anything about Marcion where he had his own version of the Old Testament.
It wasn't. That's not what I'm saying. I didn't say he had his own version. What I'm saying is he would specifically not reference books that would paint the demiurge in a benevolent light, and he specifically did that because he wanted it to be painted in a malevolent light, and that because that suits his agenda.
All right, Seamus.
I mean, everyone was doing that. I mean, you should quote the entire Old Testament. I mean, that's absurd.
Seamus, let me ask you a question. Let's play devil's advocate for a second. What if the Old Testament God and the New Testament God, aka Jesus' Father, what if they were two different gods? Would it change Jesus' message? Would it change salvation? Would it change my belief that he's the greatest of ascended masters and that he's a doorway to the gods? Would any of that change if the Old Testament God and Jesus' Father were two different deities? Would that change anything?
Oh my gosh, Vaughn, do you know how stupid what you said just was?
Stupid as it may be, I said I was playing devil's advocate. You didn't hear that part. Okay? I'm being serious. I mean, would it change Jesus' message? The answer is no. It wouldn't. It wouldn't change Jesus' message one whit.
Yes, it would, because Jesus claimed to be the way, the truth, and the life. Jesus is, by definition, by his validation, by his identification, he is the Messiah. He is the propitiation for our sins. Any perversion of the scripture, as you are talking about, and that's exactly what it would be, a perversion of the scripture, would negate his message altogether.
What about this as an alternative, Christian hillbilly? What if the reason the Sanhedrin went after Jesus is because Jesus' father was not the Hebrew God of the Old Testament? Maybe that's why they wanted to crucify him.
The reason they went after him, I don't know how much you've actually paid attention to Christianity, but the reason they wanted to crucify Christ is because he claimed to be God. He forgave sins, which only God can do. He performed miracles of raising the dead, causing the deaf to hear, the blind to see. Again, there is no other alternative. There is no devil's advocate. Jesus is either exactly who he claims to be, which is the Lord of creation, the Lord of salvation, or he's a liar, or he's a lunatic. Those are your only options.
No,
he's not just a guy.
Legend. Legend's another option.
Yes, there is another option, Floyd. I mean, okay, well, no, wait a minute. No, okay, but I have a problem, Christian Hillbilly, and my problem is this: if Jesus was God, and Jesus is coming back, and Jesus is coming back to make us like Him, would that not make us gods?
No, again, it's not. He's not coming back to make us gods.
He's
and we
coming
had
back
this discussion
to
the
make us
other day.
him.
He's coming back to make us not exactly like him. Like does not mean exactly. We are going to have ascended bodies. We are going to have life eternal. We are going to be in the presence of the Father in a sinless form, in a sinless place called heaven and paradise.
Well, now wait a minute.
Are we going to be God? No, we are not. But we are going to be in the presence of God for eternity.
Well,
that is,
now,
I will be. I don't know where the heck you're going to be.
I'm just going by what Jesus said. Jesus said when he comes back, we will be like him. He said, greater works than these shall you do because I go to my Father, which is in heaven.
We talked about this in detail the other day, and I explained that to you, sir.
Well, I'm just quoting what the man said, all right? You know, he said, greater works than these shall you do.
About what the man said. The man said, greater things will you do than I, because guess what? Christ could do miracles, and he could prove he is who he says he is by those miracles. We, though, on the other hand, don't have miracles, and yet we can still validate that Jesus is the Christ, the Son of the living God, simply by our changed lives.
Yes.
Simply by those lives that have been changed by the Creator of the universe.
Yes,
that is not possible if he is just a good guy, sir.
Other religions do that as well.
You spoke truly, the Son of the living God. You spoke truly.
Other religions have changed the lives of people, so that's a bad criteria to judge the veracity of Christianity.
I'm just, you know, I mean, every time Jesus spoke, look to the Father, look to the Father, look to the Father. He never once said, hey, guys, look at me, look to me, look to me. Do, you know, he always said, look to the Father, look to the Father.
Once again, you're wrong.
I am.
He did say, I am one with the Father. He accepted worship. He said that he is the Messiah. All these different things. When he did the Beatitudes, you have no concept of what the Scripture says. When he went through those Beatitudes were basically, you have heard it read, but I say, wait a minute. Who is he? Well, he's God in the flesh. That's who he is. And that's why he can say, but I say. Vaughn, you really need to wake up and smell the coffee because your false belief system is going to send you straight to hell, buddy. Straight to hell.
Well, I'm already going to hell anyway. But anyway, Hillbilly, let's think about this here now. All right. Jesus said, I and my Father are one. But that doesn't necessarily mean he's a deity. It just means that him and the Father had communication. He said, I do what I see my Father do. That would be oneness.
Oh my gosh. You know what? When I talk to you, am I one with you? I sure as hell hope not. Because you
when me and my son, listen, when me and my son, Hillbilly. Now wait a minute, Hillbilly. Now wait a minute, Hillbilly.
And the Father are one.
Now wait a minute, Hillbilly.
He said, if you have seen
Jim,
you have seen the.
I've got a son.
Jim, please let other people
wake up and smell the coffee, Vaughn.
Hillbilly, wait a minute. I've got a son, and I take my son out to the swing set, and I'm out there swinging with my son. Me and my son are one. Why are we one? Because we're doing the same thing. We're thinking the
No,
same
sir.
thing.
You
We're
are
feeling the
not
same things.
one.
We
You
are
are
one. We are one. We are unified. That's what it means. We're unified in what we're doing and what we feel and what we think. That's what it means.
You are something else there, Vaughn. Sometimes you show a little bit of intelligence. This ain't one of them.
Well, I'm just describing how me and my son interact with one another. And
What
when
is it
me,
with
when
you,
me
Jim,
and
and the
my
constant
son,
insults?
when me and my
What is it with
son
you,
are
Jim,
at a
and the
swing set.
constant insults.
What happened? What's going on?
Well, you know, you sometimes you show intelligence, but this ain't one. And I mean, I'm listening here quietly, and I'm hearing smugisms. I'm hearing condescension. I'm hearing insults. You know, like what's going on, man? Like, you know, I realize you think we're all stupid, Jim, but could you at least do us the courtesy of hiding it a bit better? That'd be you.
Sir, if I don't come out and tell you the truth, how you going to know what needs to be corrected?
I tell you, Jim, if I thought you were
doing something completely ignorant, how are you going to make any changes? The whole point is
first of
all, need to be told when they're saying something or doing something that is completely fallacious, or sometimes even down.
What happened there?
Rubber voice.
He just started lagging a little bit, but I think most of his point got out if you understood that, Gus.
I did understand it. Here, try this on for size, okay? Vaughn, you're wrong. Vaughn, you're wrong. Hey, Vaughn, you know what? That last part, you're wrong. Vaughn, that last part had no logic. Also, you're wrong. How about that? Why does it have to be laced with smugness, pride, arrogance, condescension? Do you really think Jesus talked to people that way?
Well, I'm still trying to figure out what's wrong with what I said. When me and my son go to the swing set, I and my son are one because we're doing the same thing, thinking the same thing, feeling the same things. We're enjoying our time together. We are one. Me and my son are one. That doesn't mean my son is me, and it doesn't mean my son, is a deity of some kind. It just means that, me and my son are doing the same things and enjoying the same things and feeling the same things. And so we're one. We have a oneness. We have a unity. We have a bond. And therefore we are one.
There's a lot of verses, though, in the New Testament, the Gospels, that speak to the deity of Christ. So even if we were to, even if I were to say, okay, let's forget about that verse, there's still 15.
Lay it on me, bro. I'm here all night. Lay it on me. Give me another one.
Okay. Okay, sure. I actually like to have this conversation.
Go for it. Give me another one.
Okay. So, let's talk about the I am that Jesus said. And specifically, let's talk about the context that it was said in and why they killed him for blasphemy. Because of what they knew of what that meant in that context. So when God revealed himself to Moses, he revealed himself as the I am.
Right.
I am that I am. And
right.
when Jesus used that, he specifically said, when he said, are you the Son of the Blessed One? And then he specifically replied, I am.
The Son of the Blessed One, yes.
Sure, but listen, if you also think about when the guards came to approach him in the Gospel of John, and he said, I am, and they fell back on the ground. So do you think that specifically that was used as a reference to Jesus' deity?
What was Jesus? What was he? I didn't say who was, I said what was he? He's the Messiah, is he not?
Sure.
He has the authority of God on this earth. He's the Messiah. He has the authority to use God's name because he's the Messiah. He was given that authority from God to use his name.
He is God.
Well, now wait a minute, Christian Hillbilly. Okay, my study of pagan religions, Christianity, Judaism, Islam, they all are real fast and loose about the term God and Goddess. Okay, and I can even cite examples if you would like them. The point is that, if somebody if a person, particularly a person back in that time, saw a supernatural event occur, they're more than likely inclined to say, oh, that must have been God that did that, you know. And if he did it, he must be God. You know, that doesn't necessarily make it so.
No,
Because
and that's not what Jesus is talking about. Jesus is talking about that he is God, that he is validated that he is God, that he is proved not only through his miracles, through his life, but through prophecy, that he is the God spoken of in the Old Testament. There is only one God. The Lord our God is one. One in essence, three in person. Now, again, sir, when God calls himself, when Jesus Christ calls himself the Son of God, he really prefers the term the Son of Man, because he has been God and now he has become man. Does that mean, sir, that he is lower than man? Does that mean he's lower than God? No, he is co-equal with God. He always has been and always will be.
Yes,
he is the Alpha and the Omega.
Yes, you've made your point. Will you allow other people to speak?
The point is,
be silent, boy.
Christian hillbilly. All right. Is it not written that Jesus could perform no miracles until after he was baptized by John and he received the dove of the Holy Spirit that landed upon him, and then God spoke. Whoa, that is wrong. So Jesus was.
When did he perform his very first miracle, sir?
Tell me, enlighten me. Go ahead.
No, I'm going to make you do some Bible study. Go look up when Christ did his very first miracle. See, this is the problem, Vaughn. You don't know because you've relied too much on people to tell you crap. Go look in the Bible for yourself and find Jesus's first miracle. Don't rely on me or anybody else.
So much for being always ready to give an answer.
If you're not going to provide a reply, your argument might as well be without merit.
I did provide a reply, sir, and I know he can find it. I trust that he has the wherewithal to pull up a Bible and find it.
What I know is that there is a huge chunk missing out of the Bible of Jesus's life. I do know that. And I know that when he was a boy, he was preaching in the temple, but that wasn't necessarily a miracle.
Sir, there's nothing missing from the Bible that we need to have.
We
now,
don't
again,
know about
when
Jesus.
was Christ
Wait,
miracle?
Vaughn. He's in the middle of a point, Vaughn. Just please let him finish.
All right.
No, Jim,
Can I just interject here real quick? I just want a quick question for Vaughn.
Go
Vaun,
ahead.
do you accept the Christian scriptures as God's word, or are you kind of like one of those people that's like, well, some of it is, some of it isn't, or you kind of what are your opinions on
I'm kind of on the fence with some of it. All right, I like I said, I have questions. I have legitimate questions, legitimate concerns, even in some regards.
The thing I want to ask you, if I throw you like a bunch of biblical prophecy that shows that kind of that Jesus is God, like, and if I start to stack it up and show like evidence upon evidence, are you gonna throw the line that like, okay, look, I see it, but this is just manipulated by people?
Well, here's the problem I have, Seamus. Okay, and I'm not disparaging the Christians in the room. Okay, I'm not trying to do that at all. Not trying to sway your faith or any of that crap. Okay, so get that out of your head. I'm not trying to do that at all. But here's the thing. All right, the Bible was written in Hebrew and Greek, was it not?
Sure.
All right, then. Not one Orthodox Jew believes that Christ was God. Not one, sir. And they have.
Does that make a difference?
Not one Orthodox
Jew believes that Christ was God. If everybody on the planet said Jesus is not God, would that make a difference? No. Well, truth is true regardless of who believes in it, Vaughn. Have you found that scripture I asked you?
Will you allow other people to speak?
Have you found that scripture yet, Vaughn?
Hillbilly, this book was written in Hebrew. I would think somebody that's a Hebrew scholar would be able to come to me and say, "Hey, Vaughn, Jesus was God, dude. Here it is, right here in Hebrew, the original Hebrew text. Here it is. Here it is, bro. He's God. Deal with it." Well, not one Hebrew scholar, not one rabbi, not one Orthodox Jew has ever come to me and said, "Vaughn, you're wrong. He's God,
And that's
dude. He's
because
God."
they're just like Catholics. They
Not
believe in their
one.
tradition more than they believe in Scripture. But I'm asking you a question. Have you found the Scripture I referred you to, sir?
No, I actually have not, sir, because you gave me a vague generality.
And I know, because you don't want to know. You want to stay ignorant of the truth. That's okay. I understand.
All right. Well, I don't know. I'm just, I would think that someone who actually knows the Hebrew language would be able to come to me and say, "Now, Vaughn, in the Hebrew, here it clearly shows where Jesus was claiming to be God, and that's why the Sanhedrin put him to death. Not one Hebrew scholar has told me this. Not one Orthodox Jew has told me this. Not one rabbi has told me this.
Well, they
Not
reject
one.
Christian scripture. They reject the New Testament, Vaughn. That's why.
Bro, if it's written in Hebrew and they read Hebrew, they would be able to tell me anyway, wouldn't you reckon?
No, they can tell you what it says, but they don't.
Well,
the Jews don't.
All right.
Listen,
Well,
they don't dispute. That's
not
not what's in dispute, though, Vaughn. It's the Jews know that the New Testament scriptures refer to Jesus as God. They just think they're bogus. They reject the scriptures and they reject you. They not only reject Jesus as God, they reject Jesus as Messiah. They think Jesus was a phony. They don't think Jesus did any miracles. They think Mary was a whore. This is what the Jews.
And as a matter of fact, I'm sorry, I thought you were done, Seamus.
I am.
As a matter of fact, they also validate that Jesus did what he said he did because they take a negative stance on Jesus, calling him all kinds of names, everything except Messiah and God. So again, Vaughn, have you found that scripture I asked you about yet?
You gave me a vague generality, Hillbilly. How am I supposed to find a vague generality? Oh.
You don't know how to do a Google search, friend? I mean, I thought you
There's 66 books.
You can't do a Google search? Come on.
Why don't you just tell me what it was, dude, instead of us sitting here playing merry-go-round? Just
I told you, man. You need to learn it.
Before, and
me
it has
telling
to be,
you, it's going to help you learn it, sir.
And it has to be a miracle. It has to be a miracle before.
Learn it, live it, be it.
Vaughn.
I advise you cover your ears.
Vaughn, it's the wedding at Cana.
Oh, where he turned water?
Totally. Have you considered the proposition? Not a dickhead.
All right, technically that could be considered a miracle, but I mean, anyone endued with the power of God could technically do something like that. But I forgot about the I forgot about him turning water into wine at the wedding. I forgot about that. That's my bad. I thought he didn't perform any miracles until after he had been after he had received the power from his father. But maybe.
Which part of the Bible did Jesus spend his time smugly laughing at people in, Hillbilly? I'm not sure. Can you help me with that one, or do I have to look that up myself?
And the 3 times that Jesus went to church, they tried to kill him. I find that fascinating.
A lot of references for Jesus being God in the New Testament, like in the Old Testament too. Like, for example, like that Daniel that he was saying, like the Son of Man, you will see the Son of Man in the clouds and stuff. And if you read that verse, it talks about. There's another verse specifically in the Old Testament that only God comes in the clouds. And Jesus said, next time you see me, I'm going to come in the clouds. And then there's another reference where in Psalm 107:25, it actually says that God's people were in a boat in a storm, and their faith had fallen, and they prayed to God, and God calmed the storm. And it was talking about Yahweh. Well, we noticed that's specifically a prophecy that Jesus fulfilled in the New Testament when he went out and he calmed the storms when they had their faith was being shaken. And the thing is, and that's specifically a reference to God. Now, there's many other, like specifically the higher Christology in the Gospel of John, where it basically starts off with the Logos, like in the beginning. And that's like That's pretty blatant. But what I'm saying, there's a crapload more. Like before Abraham was, I am. He's saying before Abraham was, I was, and saying that obviously Abraham was older than Jesus, so he was saying that I've been around before Abraham. Okay?
Yes, because if you understood what an ascended master is, and you understood what a Messiah is, you would understand why that statement is valid. He's not saying that he's God. He's saying that in the position of Messiah and as an ascended master, he was from the beginning and he was to the ending. Okay, because
and if you understood anything about the scripture, you would know what you're saying is complete crap.
Well, you can call it crap all you want, but the thing of it is that when they were all gathered around that campfire, when they were all gathered, damn, you all right? You gonna die over there? You need help? Should I call 911? Where was that? Anyway, when they were all gathered around the campfire, and Peter said, well, Jesus said, excuse me, who do men say that I am? And Jesus said, who do men say that I am? And Peter spoke up and said, thou art the Christ, the Son of the living God. The Son of the living God. He did not say, thou art God, and everybody fell prostrate before him. Did they? No, not a one. They had the opportunity. That was a prime opportunity right there. Yes,
Jesus accepted worship multiple times. Jesus accepted worship on the boat when he calmed the sea. It says specifically they fell down on their knees and worshipped him. Thomas also said, my Lord and my God. Okay, and they praised him. So Jesus accepted worship. Now think about this: if you can accept that the only person to be worshipped and the only one to forgive sins is God, think about this. In Philippians 2, it says that every knee will bow and every tongue will confess on the earth and above the earth that Jesus Christ is Lord, all to the glory of God the Father. This is Jesus Christ accepting worship. Okay, so there it is. If only God's worthy of worship, Jesus Christ, there he is accepting worship. What about where he said to the man, what is easier to say? Get up and walk, or your sins are forgiven. And the people around him, the Jews, got mad because he forgave the men's sins. Only God can forgive sins. You have to go through like 15 or 20 denials. When it starts to stack upon you, you have to understand that the references for Jesus Christ being God are so thick that it's very, very hard to deny, I think.
Seamus, do people worship Buddha? Is there people in this world that worship Buddha?
I don't know. Probably, I suppose so, right? I don't know.
Is there people in this world that worship Confucius?
I don't know. Maybe, probably.
How about Set?
Who?
Set.
I don't even know who that is.
How about Horus?
I don't know. Is that still a thing these days?
Yeah. My point, sir, is that all of the ascended masters that came before Jesus were worshipped because they were ascended masters. Not necessarily because they were deity, although some of the ascended masters were deity, some were not. But all of them were worshipped. Buddha was not a god, but he was worshipped. Why?
They were astrological messiahs, is what they were.
Yeah, well, they were ascended masters, and they were worshipped as such. That doesn't necessarily mean they were God, although some ascended masters were deities. But like Buddha, Confucius, those were not.
I mean, the problem here is there is a gross misunderstanding as to what the word God actually means, and how it gets confused with the word creator, and how all this sort of ties together. Like, I've been wanting to chip in for a long time. So I went nuts. I sort of went nuts on the side chat, expanding on this. But
go for it. Knock yourself out. Go for it. I'll step aside. Go ahead.
I mean, basically, I don't want to be sort of arrogant or anything, but you're all wrong. Like none of you know what you're talking about in regards to what this is about. I mean that with all due respect, but
no, give us your opinion. Go ahead.
Well, it's quite simple. Like, it's like you said, Von. Like, I mean, we look back through history, and there has been, incarnations and manifestations of astrological messiahs, which are known as, ascended masters or maitreas, or however you want to portray them. What Jesus did was take on the role of the anticipated one, in which the Jews were awaiting. Right. So he fulfilled or understood the. He understood the prophecies which were prophesied in the Old Testament and fulfilled them to a chord. Right. The reason he did this was because he took on the role of the anticipated Messiah. This is why he's rejected by the Jews, because he was not their Messiah. That's the key crux of the problem. No, by taking on the role of the anticipated Messiah. Let me finish.
At least allow him to finish, for goodness sake.
There's not the Jewish Messiah. There's not the Christian Messiah. There's not
Jim.
Hillbilly.
Jim, you have to let people finish their points, please, before you just start talking.
There's not 14 different Messiahs. There's only the Messiah. The one
Hillbilly, will you at least allow him to finish his point?
Let's just go ahead and look at that, shall we?
Oi! Shut your face! People are trying to speak.
Ben, with the yelling,
Silence,
please. With the yelling, Ben, please. Please.
Are we quite done?
Yeah, go on, Commander, please.
What Jesus achieved by taking on the role of the anticipated Jewish Messiah was setting back the astrological age by one. Now, what this means is, it basically means setting an astrological mechanic in reverse motion. So this is why, for the past 2,000 years, humanity has been locked in this state of, I was going to say confusion, but that's probably not the right way to, word it. But, like, if you're familiar with quantum locking, or you're familiar with, there's so many aspects to this I probably shouldn't include. But basically, like, to keep it short, Jesus did something that the Jews weren't expecting, and this is why we're here now. The world should have ended, or the astrological age should have been fulfilled 2,000 years ago, but it wasn't, because Jesus was not the anticipated Jewish Messiah. He was a Gnostic prophet that understood how the astrology machine worked and took on that role to set back the astrological, mechanics of how it works. That's why there is a massive conflict between Jew, Christian, and Muslim, or whatever. That's where all these Abrahamic religions originate.
It's such an important issue, it would be really funny to laugh at.
That's where all these problems originate. It's like it's like I said in the side chat, if you read the Gospel of Thomas, it explains this quite, simply. There's other texts out there that expand on this and provide the context needed, in which the Bible doesn't provide, for people to get a grasp of what this is about.
Well, there's no such thing as a Gospel of Thomas.
You are the most ignorant person I have ever met on the planet. Like, you can't let people finish. You do not take into account other people. Like, it really annoys me.
Thomas hung himself, did he not? Did Thomas hang himself or not, there, champion?
Thomas?
Oh, excuse me.
I think you're a little confused, Christian Hillbilly. I thought Thomas was one.
I'm having a brain fart because of all this crap that's being said in the room that goes so far outside of the biblical norm that has been not only proven, but accepted for millennia. And you guys are just out there in wackadoo la land. And just Vaughn, when I think you couldn't get, there couldn't be anybody worse than you, then this dude shows up.
Insult after insult after insult. Unchristlike behavior after unchristlike behavior.
Well,
and he dares to call himself a Christian, and he's about as far from the behavior of the Nazarene as a hawk from the moon.
Yes. Well, the thing of it is that, if I understand the book of Malachi correctly, the Bible is actually a huge collection of books, just massive collection of books. And we only got 66 of them? Really?
It was originally 72. They brought it down to 66 because
from 70 down, 70 some down. Yeah, but anyway, where's all the rest of the books? Where are they? Where are they at?
Vatican vaults, underground
vaults. And I believe, Commando, I don't know if you agree with me, but I believe they might have actually just flat out destroyed some of them.
Of course they will.
I can't prove it, but I think they did. I think they had just flat out destroyed some of them. And the book of Malachi suggests that the Bible is just a massive collection of books, man, just hundreds, maybe even thousands of books. Where are they all? Where? Okay. You know, for me,
the Bible itself says that if everything that Christ had done had been written down, there wouldn't be enough books on the planet to be able to hold it. So, yes, is there more to the picture than what we've been given in the 66 books of the Bible? Yeah, but guess what? The stuff that we need, the important stuff about salvation, is right there between Genesis and Revelation.
It's not. It just presents a it just presents a chronology of how it happened. It
Yeah.
doesn't tell you how to
it doesn't give me
attain that salvation. It takes aspects from specific gospels and puts them in a chronological, context according to astrology. That's all it does. It doesn't tell you how to be saved at all.
One thing, that there is one way to the Father, and that is through Jesus Christ. Christ himself said it, that he is the way, the truth, and the life. That no one, and that means absolutely no one, comes to the Father except through him. And what that means is he has paid the price for our
we're
sin.
not idiots. We know what it means. Shut the fuck up.
Ah, Ben.
Well, you seem like an idiot. I mean, my goodness, you can't even hold a conversation.
Christian Hillbilly.
I
think what they were
I
referring
can't hold a conversation.
Isn't that what they were referring to as the doorway? I mean, didn't it say that Christ is a doorway? And if
Christ is the door. Exactly.
Well, if Christ
It's
is
not
a doorway,
talking about an idolatry-based worship of a specific man, though. What it means by "I am the way" is literally "He was the way," as you are the way. That's what he's talking
No,
about.
I'm
It's
not the way.
misunderstood
I couldn't
bit of
pay the
scripture
price.
in human history, and it's just
Pay the
gross.
price for Vaughn's sins. Heck, I can't pay the price for my own
No,
sins.
but I'll tell you,
Nobody can.
yes, you can. And
Only
that's the
a
misunderstanding.
perfect God can pay the price for the sins.
You don't even understand what that means. You don't even understand what the word God means. You can't differentiate between the word God and creator because
do
they're
I know
two
what the
profoundly
word
different
God
things. What does God mean then?
God means that he is the creator,
No, it doesn't.
sustainer,
No, it doesn't. God does not
redeemer,
mean
the
creator.
one who loves us enough to create us, even though he knew we would sin. I mean, there is only one God. There is nothing to compare to him. There is nothing to analogize to him. He is the end-all, be-all. He is the Alpha and the Omega. He's the only truly eternal being that always has been, always will be.
You can glorify your misunderstanding of that all you like. It makes no sense and it's circular. So we can keep going.
Well, I don't know what the heck you're talking about, circular. You have
He's
no idea
saying
what the
that
crap
God
you're
is
talking
not a
about. You're
synonym
just
for
telling me
creator.
I'm talking in circles.
no, all right, Commando, would you agree with me, Commando, that people in the past, writings in the past, were pretty fast and loose with the term God and Goddess? Would you agree with me on that?
Not necessarily. It depends on the context and to how it was, applied in regards to which deity
All right,
we're talking about.
for example, they called Sekhmet a goddess, but my understanding is that she wasn't an actual goddess. She was a female vampire, an immortal, and she wanted to drink the blood of humans, and so she was banished because of it. But she wasn't an actual goddess.
Well, this is the problem, isn't it? This is the problem with the word God. There's a difference between a creator, which has, an overseeing of physicality and other metaphysical elements, and there's a difference between an entity that can maneuver within those that doesn't necessarily have the same abilities as said creator. And that's where the misunderstanding comes from between God and creator. There's a difference. It even says in the Bible that that we're all mini gods in a sense. So, very misunderstood.
No, that
depends in the context in which it's provided.
Well, like I said earlier,
does not say that at all.
It does actually. I could find you the Bible verse right now. Give me like a second.
Well, it tracks because Jesus said when he
talks about how we can be
you
adopted,
allow other people to speak.
to the family of God, but that doesn't mean we are gods.
I'll find you the scripture. I'm looking for it now. One sec.
Good, because then I'll straighten you out.
Christian Hillbilly, if Jesus is God and Jesus is coming back to make us like him,
Oh,
Then-
come on, Vaughn. We just talked about this. We are going to be like him, not a clone of him. We're not going to be made God, sir. We are going to be made with imperishable bodies, with our perfect bodies that we should have had Adam and Eve not sinned. So that does not mean we are going to be gods. We are going to be put in charge of a lot of different things that God's going to have going on at that time. We're not going to just sit around on a cloud and pick a harp all day long. No, but we will not be God.
Jim, if I may real quick, I know you believe the Bible literally, so did God not have to create Adam and Eve imperfectly in order for them to make a mistake?
No, he didn't create them imperfectly. He created them with free will.
Is that not an imperfection?
No. The imperfection comes with how we use the free will.
The fact that you're using Adam and Eve as a valid source for creation is just amusing because that's not what it's trying to portray at all. But you know, we have Sumerian creation tablets which sort of expand on how things were created and applied through an evolutionary mechanic. But you know.
We can go down evolution, but that's a false belief system as well.
Yeah,
I mean,
you used too many big words at him. He didn't understand.
Yeah, I don't think he caught what you were saying, Commander Will.
The Adam and Eve story does not mean what most think it means.
Well, what it means is,
if you want to subscribe to the idea that humanity came from two people,
everything that was created, and he created Adam, and then he created Eve from some flesh from the side of Adam. That's exactly what it means. And it means that God created in 6 24-hour periods. We call them days. And then he rested on the 7th 24-hour period. We call that a day too. Oh, by the way, that's where we get our week. Isn't that amazing?
Why would he need to rest if he's all powerful?
He didn't need to. He chose to give us an example of how we are to live our lives. That we are to take one day out of 7, and that is to be the Sabbath, and that is to be a day holy unto God.
It applies to the Jews. It doesn't apply to the heathen, and it doesn't apply to you either.
It applies to everybody on the planet.
No, it doesn't. It applies to the Jews.
According to the Hebrew,
every single person on the planet. Do you think Adam and Eve were Jewish? Because if that's the case, you are dumber than I thought.
According to Hebrew language, Goyim did not share in the blessings of God. No, they didn't.
What?
The Goyim.
What the heck is a Goyim?
You, me, non-Jew.
Goyim is the plural of goy.
Hillbilly.
I believe it's Yiddish as opposed to Hebrew in origin.
Yiddish. I like that. That sounds pretty cool. Yiddish.
Yeah, Yiddish is a kind of a Germanic hybrid language, and as you can tell, my Yiddish, which is being the same word as German for Jew, that its various roots, so on. Go ahead.
Thank you, Nadia. Thank you very much.
Just a gross misunderstanding of what these scriptures are about is just, it's really bad, isn't it, really?
Yeah, it really is bad how you don't understand scripture at all.
Indeed, because you're the authority on you, like you know what you're talking about, nobody else does.
Oh no, I'm not going to say that at all. But I will say this: I have studied it for over 20 years, sir.
So it's exactly what you're going to say.
Under people who have studied it for even longer periods of time, and I will tell you this, sir.
I don't care how long you've spent.
Guess what?
Yeah. So yeah, that was exactly what he was going to say. We get it
right from the very first verse where it says, "In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth." Right to the very last word of Revelation, where it says, "Amen."
Hillbilly, I hate to bring this up, but you do realize that the Protestant Bible has several books missing from it, right?
No, sir, it sure don't.
You're never going to get anywhere with this, Von.
66 books.
You're never going to get anywhere with this.
Written by quite a few authors over hundreds of years with one message: that God created us, He loves us, He died for us, and He wants to have a relationship with us. Now, if you all want to pervert that, you go right ahead, and I'll do my darndest to correct you at every turn.
Hillbilly, it's not a perversion if I merely want to put back the books that were taken out by the early
exactly. Exactly.
That's not a perversion, dude. I'm trying to restore what originally was. When the Protestants got a hold of the Bible, they took several books out, Hillbilly. That's true.
There is no books in the 66 books of the Bible that we need any addition to.
Well, there was originally 72, and then before that there was even more that were taken out.
Well, yeah, and those
Well,
apocryphal books,
so how do you come?
you can read them if you like, but they don't hold weight when it comes to the scripture
But why
of
did the
the canon.
66 do then?
Because they had specific criteria that they met that the apocryphal books did not.
It's just wow. It's the
Wasn't it the Gospel of Thomas that never actually made any mention of Jesus being any kind of deity, but just a teacher?
Exactly.
And that's why it's not in scripture, because number one, it doesn't meet up with what all the other scriptures say. Number two, it was written long after. It was not written by any kind of
scriptures
or any modern day person of the day. And again, these are not the criteria that the old Christian hillbilly set up. This is a criteria that was set up by the people who were circulating the letters and the scriptures of the day.
Yes, correct. And then the Catholic Church took them and took what they wanted and discarded the rest, or stuck it in a vault somewhere where you never see it.
Or released like 7 apocryphal books and then said, yeah, just read those for a little bit of a reference point, but don't consider them serious.
Yeah. I my personal opinion, give me the whole book. Let me see the whole book, unedited, unaltered. Let me see the whole book, and then let me make an informed decision for myself.
Hey, you can't look at the majority of the book and make an informed decision. What makes you think any other crazy books that don't meet up with scripture are going to help you at all? No, Vaughn, what you need to do is you need to get into a good Bible study under some good teachers that have studied the word, that understand it, and can help you to understand it in a more adequate fashion.
Wow. The Bible is the most misunderstood text on the planet. Grossly misunderstood text on the planet.
This is what the Catholics give me. Now I don't know what I done with what the Protestants wanted me to do. I got it around here somewhere. Got their letter. Wanted me to attend their seminary. Catholics wanted me to go on to become a bishop. I rejected both and decided to walk my own path. I rejected both and decided to walk my own path, Hillbilly. What do you think of that, man?
Excuse me, I got to quit laughing first before I can answer that one.
Why is that so unusual?
Did you sing with Elvis too, sir?
Why is that funny?
What is so remarkable about the statement he just made?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because Vaughn, you had a YouTube channel, if I understand correctly, right?
Oh, Vaughn, you do realize that before you can become a priest, a cardinal, a bishop, or anything in between. You've got to go through all that time in seminary, in the Catholic seminary. Did you do any of that?
I said they wanted me to go on to be a bishop. They were going to start training me to go through the steps to become one. Yes.
And they told you specifically they wanted you to be a bishop.
They mentioned the word bishop to me. Yes, they did. I'm sure I wouldn't start out as a bishop. I don't think they're going to throw a robe on me and call me a bishop as soon as I walk in the door. They were going to work
If it was Catholicism, you're going to have to study theology.
That goes, well, never mind.
There's a common misconception that a bishop is an elevated priest. In reality, they groom different skill sets for a bishop than they do a priest. Bishops were meant for more of an administrative role.
Correct.
They weren't really meant to be like the preachers to the flock. Obviously, a bishop is certainly has enough understanding to give mass, but they weren't. It's not like a logical progression of priest, pastor, bishop. Like it's not like some like chain that you're climbing up directly. Those different positions, while they do wield more authority, are valuing different skills.
That's quite correct. That is quite correct.
Just bringing my 10 years of Catholic school to bear.
Thank you.
Oh, so that's what's wrong with you.
I'm not understanding why the sort of fundamentalists only attack Catholics.
Who said that, Scott?
Hillbilly was the one.
Hillbilly, I have to ask, do you think that I'm wrong? Like, what I say was incorrect?
Oh, no, sir. You are quite correct. But now I understand where you're coming from with your theology.
Or lack thereof.
Scott, are you a Catholic?
No, actually, sir, you do have a theology. Your belief system is a little bit whack, too. It's an atheistic belief system, but it is still a theological one at its very core.
I have an atheistic position with respect to theology. But I don't have any belief in any sort of divine being.
That is your theology, and that is how you base your life and your decisions, is it not?
No, I don't base any of my decisions on theology.
You base it on your belief system of atheism.
Atheism does not qualify the criteria for a belief system.
I base my decisions on experience and reason and what I see and feel, not on.
Like I said, the religion of atheism at work.
I feel like you think you've got a point, and I just don't see it. I'm married. I have a house.
You don't see it
I
because
have a
there
pretty
isn't a
happy
point.
life.
Don't worry, he isn't making a point.
I was trying to understand as to why fundamentalists only attack the Catholics when you believe pretty much the exact same thing. The only difference being that, like, you know, they incorporate certain aspects of idolatry into what they believe, you know, with like rosary beads and shit, but it's not really that much of a profound difference.
Really?
Actually, it's a hugely profound difference. Because, again, the Catholics believe in the catechism before the Bible. They believe in what the Pope has to say when he's sitting on his special Pope toilet, and that actually is God speaking at that point.
Right, but you believe pastors, don't you? You believe the authority of pastors based
what
on
I'm
that.
talking about when it comes to this particular criteria. And Catholicism is not a religion that is Christ-like in any fashion or form. Now, are there Christians that might follow that particular craziness? Yes, there probably are. But when it comes right down to it, Catholicism at its very core is anti-Christ.
Okay, so let me make it absolutely clear that
So is Protestantism, but okay.
I was raised in a Catholic family. I would say at no point would I have ever really qualified as a Catholic. From as young as I can remember, I never really bought into it. I think there are a lot of problems with Catholicism, but I wouldn't say that I then will point at the various sects of Protestantism and say, oh, they got it figured out. They just introduced different problems and took different They didn't really fix any of the problems. They just took a different approach. I'll admit they got rid of some of the weird stuff. Like I think the whole saints thing is a little odd. Nadia?
Entonces, aunque mi madre era católica, at a very young age, well earlier than 9, I can say 9 is several years, not sure how many years after, I actually verbatim declared myself atheist. This being with a Catholic mother. Okay. So, in like fashion, I rejected it. Yet, same time, the claim of being Antichrist, usurping the place of Christ, is well, begging the question of the overall falsity of their teaching and doctrine. They have an apostolic heritage, which is factually demonstrable to back their position, right? So at that point, you have serious questions. As you said, you have, say, sola scriptura claim. Well, you can't even back your canon without appeal to tradition. Yeah. So I would not be so ready to disclaim Catholicism. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think I've been to Protestant churches. I've been to several, actually. My parents were not loath to seeing what the other churches had, and so we made the trip around. I mean, growing in the Northeast, there wasn't like a huge variety. Lutheran, Congregational, those are the big ones. But at the end of it all, I didn't like step back and say that like one had it more than the other. Definitely a different feel. I found Catholicism had a very somber approach to their faith. But I don't feel that somehow makes it less true. I didn't find it true because I found none of its teachings to be resonant.
Any truth that happens to be found in Catholicism, Buddhism, Islam, or any other false belief system like that simply is truth that God has given to all of us, each and every one of us.
Well, that's just preaching.
But the problem with Catholicism is, number one, again, the popehood. I mean, have you ever looked at the history of the popes? Oh my gosh. I recommend you look up this one pope that I really like him. His name is Pope Innocent, and he sure as hell ain't.
was he I forget which pope, which there was a pope that declared the Children's Crusade, which was one of the more sordid legs of Catholic history.
Did you know that there were 2 popes that actually excommunicated each other? A lot of people don't realize that, but that's kind of.
I do recall hearing about that.
Yep, 2 popes, 2 different locations, both of them excommunicated each other. So
there's all sorts of interesting things, and actually, Catholic school taught me some things. Like I remember growing up and always wondering, well, why can't priests get married? That seems weird. And everyone always said, oh, it's so that they can prioritize the church over, a wife and kids. And it's like,
oh, it's because they're eunuchs.
Actually, no.
They've cut their willies off.
Actually, it's economic.
I'm not a priest.
It's actually economic.
Yeah, that's what Nadia was going for when she decided she didn't like the black outfit.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I'm more of a...
Make smile, Nadia.
Well, when it comes to fashion, I'm something of an adherent of what I call the Passenger 57 doctrine. Always better on black.
Oh man! Well, you got the Pope, you got the tradition, you got praying and worshiping idols. You've got Jesus on the cross. You've got the transubstantiation. You got them believing that the Eucharist becomes the body, and the wine becomes the blood. I mean, every time they have a mass, they're re-crucifying Jesus Christ as if the first time wasn't good enough. You have confession. You know what? When Christ was crucified and he said, "It is finished," the temple curtain, which was inches upon inches thick, ripped in two from top to bottom for a reason, because we no longer need a priest to go tell our sins to. So there's so many things wrong with, hey, and the reason I know so much about this is because my sister is one of them. It's so sad.
I mean, I certainly have studied about the 99 issues listed by Martin Luther that originally began the Protestant movement. Interestingly enough, I think transubstantiation was the sticking point for my parents. That was pretty much the only thing that kept them in Catholicism and not going over to Protestantism, is that they believed firmly in the transubstantiation. I always sort of looked at religion and going to CCD when I was not in Catholic school and then religion class. I always sort of just treated it as another academic subject. I never really paid it much mind as some attempt to convey truth, because some of the things that were taught are so just absurd that it never really seemed
You
worth
realize
considering.
that Martin Luther was not the beginning of that movement. He was just a catalyst. He was the one that got the most press by nailing his treatise to the church door.
Right. Yeah.
There were people in other countries that were dying for believing and wanting to study and following the Pope from his special Pope toilet.
That isn't what he said. He simply said he read the 99 whatever the fuck.
Sir, when I want your opinion, I'll jerk your chain.
Well, yes, I'm aware that there were obviously what at that time would have called heretical sects that were being persecuted by the Central Catholic group. Martin Luther, I would say, is the catalyst for what became a much larger exodus away from the Catholic Church. Up until that point, it was isolated groups that sort of struggled on their own against the larger Catholic movement. I'm aware that I think since the founding of the church, there have been what would be deemed at one point heretical, but in reality were just different sects and different interpretations. There was a whole group that denied the divinity of Jesus, and suffice to say, they got stomped out.
Well, what I'm talking about is people that believed in the Bible, not the catechism, not the Pope, not the hierarchy, not the, oops, excuse me, my phone going crazy. Not the craziness of being able to buy your way into heaven. Nothing of that.
Buying indulgences.
Yeah. You know, that's what caused my dad to be an atheist for the longest time. Is him being at a funeral and somebody came and he was talking to the brother of the man who had passed away, and the priest came up and said, "You know what? I know your brother here wasn't a good Catholic, but if you pay us just a certain amount, I'll say a special prayer over him, and buddy, we'll make sure he gets in." Oh, my dad was like, "Hey, if this is all this religion crap's all about, I want nothing to do with it." And it took a long time for him to get over that.
I would say that's buying indulgences is probably one of the most corrupt practices that a religious organization can get involved in. One of them, anyways. There are obviously other ones that aren't so good either. I would say any condoning of violence against another person for not being of the faith is also right up there with some of the most reprehensible things you can do.
I would agree with that as well. But that would be mainly nowadays the Islamic faith.
Certainly, it's one of the easiest examples to point to. The other ones tend to be more isolated. I mean, there are certainly violent groups that claim the backing of the Christian God in what they do. Whether they're correct or not is, of course, always a hot topic debate. You'll find the same debate happens in the Islamic group as well. Those people that are committing violence aren't real Islamics. It's the whole no true Scotsman thing.
A recent and prevalent example of Christian terrorism is Anders Breivik from over here.
Absolutely.
I thought he was a Knights Templar and everything.
I'm not familiar.
Yeah.
You didn't hear about that?
Maybe if I did, I just don't remember.
The 2012 shooting over here in Norway.
No, I didn't hear about that at all.
You didn't hear about that at all? I'm surprised. Like, that wasn't like the BBC for the next 5 days, non-stop. And that's only the BBC.
Yeah. Granted, BBC might have broadcasted it. The U.S.
Yeah, the
Well, I
U.S.
never
coverage of it was poor at best.
Well,
the Washington Clinic bombings are, of course, well known. But
yeah, you have that as well.
what you're saying about Under Perfect?
Well, there's all kinds of people that claim to do things in God's name, and they always claim that we're on the side of God. We're taking God's stance on this. No, you know what? It's not, God being on our side. We should be on God's side. And the Bible does not teach us to go out and kill people like the Quran does, like a lot of other scriptures, so-called scriptures do.
Like the Old Testament?
What about the Old Testament? Yeah, I was about to say what about the Old Testament. What about the Old Testament?
The Old Testament has some pretty grim mandates in it.
Indeed.
Oh, absolutely. Because those were given to the nation of Israel, specifically to the nation of Israel, about specific people groups of that day.
Interesting.
So are you about to justify all that happened in the Old Testament?
I couldn't understand a word you said.
Are you about to justify all of what happened in the Old Testament?
I don't have to justify all of what happened in the Old Testament. We expect me to justify Cain killing Abel? No. The Old Testament talks about murder. Does that mean murder's right? The Old Testament talks about adultery. Does that mean adultery's right? No.
Okay, you clearly misunderstood what he said.
That when the nation of Israel was given specific laws and specific commands to keep them unique and holy in a pagan culture. Now, when God told them to go out and kill the Amalekites and then these other mites and all these different people groups, why was that? Because again, they were enemies of God. They
so
had
you have
refused
justified.
to repent.
Okay.
So he wasn't
they
justified.
deserved the death penalty. Not only that, but God knew, knowing the future, knew that these people were going to put the nation of Israel in a really
So why didn't you do something
bad
about it? And if you knew it was going to happen, why didn't you just go, do you know what?
so
I'll
to say.
save them the time.
Oh my goodness, will you shut up?
Will he shut up? At least he usually waits till people are done.
I suppose my my follow-up question to that is that seeing that those people were against God, did that include the children and the unborn children? Like they were against God too?
No, sir, but those lives were on the parents, just like during the flood.
But
the flood
God
of Noah
ordered them to be
when
killed.
God flooded the entire world. The lives of those children were on the parents because those parents had been preached to. Those parents had heard the gospel. Those parents had the opportunity to repent and refused. And as such, they received the death penalty. And because of their death penalty, the lives of their children the blood of their children was on their hands.
Okay, so
Can I say something about the Noah's Ark story first?
By all means.
Yeah. So the Noah's Ark story, if is that not just one big argument for abortion? Because I see that as pretty analogous to discovering that your unborn child has Down syndrome.
Oh, wow. When you get smart enough to actually ask an intelligent question, why don't you come back and then talk to me then? Go ahead there, Scott. What did you say?
So you're not going to address the question at all?
I'm going to take that as a no. I'm all right. So I can see your argument that the casualties from the flood were of the child casualties of the flood was one of those more of, I guess you'd call it accidental, or sort of incidental God. I guess collateral damage. But that doesn't explain why God mandated that the children and the unborn children and the infants be slaughtered when they went to kill the Amalekites.
Do you know the history behind that?
Not well enough to call myself an authority.
I do. And the reason they were told to do that is because, again, this is exactly what the Amalekites had done to the nation of Israel. And guess what? The nation of Israel didn't even do it back to them, even after God told them to. And what happened? The few that were left alive came back and caused Israel a world of hurt again.
Yeah, Hillbilly, I must say, you are very good at telling people you're not going to do something and immediately proceeding to do that exact thing. As clockwork is so beautifully demonstrated twice.
So, I guess the Old Testament God believed that the ends justified the means.
There's no such thing as an Old Testament God or New Testament God. There is just God.
Well, then why is it that the New Testament sort of uninstated a lot of the rules set down, and also sort of suggested that the activities commanded by God in the Old Testament wouldn't get commanded again?
No, sir. When you're talking about the laws that were given to the nation of Israel, yes, those were given to the specific people of the specific time. Those were specific to that time frame and to those people. Now, if you want to know the laws that are the universal laws that are given to all man throughout time, then all you got to do is look at Exodus chapter 20. Because Christ himself repeated each and every one of those commandments except for one of them.
So I guess that the only question I have left is, so when killing babies is okay when God commands it.
I don't know what you're talking about, because God never commands killing babies.
Wow.
Didn't he at one point specifically say, like, grab the pregnant women and
he told them to wipe
cut their
out
children
the
out of their
Amalekites?
stomachs?
That was a specific judgment on a specific people.
Right, but he's
God,
yeah, so killing
the
children.
creator and the judge of all people, has the right to levy that judgment. And again, that judgment levied on the Amalekites and on their children, those children's blood was on their parents' hands, not on God. Because the Amalekites
That's
were
2 points to Clockwork, 1 point to
disobeyed.
Scott for
The
making
Amalekites
you
were
say you're not going to do something and then immediately making you do it.
Silence, boy.
Look. Let's not. But the Bible specifically told, like in the Bible, the Bible, God specifically told his chosen people, to kill the men, the women, the children, the infants. Like the infants, it was actually rather gory about, like, saying specifically to smash their heads in, and then keep the virgin women. That was acceptable. But
yes,
and
because
that
what
wasn't
had
God's
happened to
decree.
the nation of Israel prior to that?
Well, no. I just want to make sure I'm understanding you. So you're saying that even though God said to do that,
God has given them this directive, but they did not carry it out. And God knew that this directive needed to be carried out because the descendants of those Amalekites that were killed came back and caused the nation of Israel no end of grief I think about 200 years later. No, it wasn't even that long. I think it was about 125 years later. So again, God knowing the future, knew what had to happen, yet as Israel is prone to do, didn't do what they were told. So God is not commanding us to go out and kill babies. God is commanding the nation of Israel that day to perform a function to keep them whole and complete in his plan. And even though he knew that they would not do it, he commanded it that way anyway, so they could see, you know what? God told us to do this. I wonder why. Oh, now I see why. We're getting our asses handed to us.
I've got an interesting question.
I doubt it, but go ahead.
Oh, no, it is actually quite interesting. So let's say God comes down right now and commands you to do exactly what he commanded the Israelites to do.
Oh my gosh, another one of these stupid questions.
It's not a stupid question. It's quite logical, isn't it? I mean, if you sort of revere this God, then you'll obviously do what it tells you to do. So
God is not going to tell you to do anything that is
did it to the Israelites.
outside of his commands.
Okay,
but God's not going to tell me to go next door and kill my neighbor. God's not going to tell me to take my child out back and slaughter him.
Well,
that ain't going to happen.
But he did ask other people to do this.
He did in the Old Testament. That's right.
Right, okay, so if this is his world, then he can do whatever he wants.
But again, you got to understand, it was to a specific people at a specific time, and that specific people are no longer, and those specific times are no longer, and Christ has come and again validated the law.
Okay, but what if he didn't? Just run with this hypothetical for a second.
That there shall be no other God before the Lord God himself.
Okay, just run with the hypothetical a second. Let's say that all that didn't happen.
And you know what
God
else?
came down and
You know what else
commanded
he
you to do
said?
that.
He said all the laws and the commandments can be summed up into 2 commandments. Love the Lord your God with all your heart, your mind, your soul, your strength.
So that
and then love others the way you love yourself. Do you know if you were to take the Exodus chapter 20, the 10 commandments, and break those 10 commandments apart, you would see that's exactly how it works. It's the laws towards God and how we should obey God, love God, and put God first and put everything else second.
Let's say that you were there at the time of the Israelites now, so this is like thousands of years ago, and it was actually you, right? So forget all the stuff that's happened since. Let's put you in the sandals or shoes of an Israelite, receiving direct commandments from God. And he tells you to do exactly what he told him to do in the books of Exodus, Deuteronomy, etc. Would you do it?
I don't know.
What about the whole book of Job? I mean, it's okay that he, I guess you could say he was testing Job's faith, but why did Job's family have to die?
Exactly.
Yeah, that was quite the dick move, wasn't it?
Job might have been the one being tested, but we are the ones that benefit from his testing. And again, if you look at what happened to Job, all the things that happened when his houses were gone, his cattle were gone, his sheep were gone, his servants were gone, his children were killed, blah, 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 blah. His wife says, man, why don't you just lay down in the dirt and curse God and die? And he said, nope, I'm not going to do this because the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. Well, guess what? Because he honored God and stayed true to God, he got everything back and then some. But when you look, but hold on a second. When you look at the children, he had lost how many children? 10. He lost 10 children. You know how many he got back? 10. Now, why didn't he get more children back? You know why? Because the children that he lost, he never really lost them. They were in heaven. So now his amount of children had doubled. So because he followed God and he obeyed God, this is showing us that even in the bad times, God is always in control.
So are you suggesting that with a set of parents, as long as you end up with a zero-sum balance, so say a child dies, having another child is going to just just even
Yeah.
out the balance sheet.
Just gonna magically
Where
fix
do you
all
get
the
that?
trauma. From what you said just now,
I'm just trying to understand how Job would feel. Yes, those 10 children, to his mind, are in heaven, but at the same time,
Have
they're
you
still
read the book of
effectively
Job?
gone. I have had
you
entire.
went to Catholic school. What do you
I
think?
had almost an entire quarter dedicated to the story of Job.
Okay,
And
well,
it's
great.
a
That's
rather
awesome.
strange story, really.
And you would know that he understood that his children were saved. And not only that, but he prayed for his children. He made sacrifices for his children. He knew that they were children of God, and they worshiped the one true God. So does that mean it's a net? No. It means that even though Job had lost them here in his life, he knew where they were. They were in the presence of the creator of the universe. They were in heaven. And now he's got 10 more kids, and those kids are with him now. And when he gets to heaven, he's got 20 kids in heaven. Woohoo! That'll preach, buddy.
He'll be a bit disappointed when he goes up there and finds out that he's only going to have to come back, though. So.
Oh, that's
and
so
all
ignorant.
of the things that actually happen were just sort of plays on specific paradigms and tropes, but
Now you see, I suppose this is probably my Catholic background because we were never taught that we should because honestly, if you take the story from the book of Job literally, it raises more questions than it answers. Why is God in cahoots with the devil? Why are they having wagers with each other? I mean,
Let's take one of them at a time. Let's take one of them at a time. He is not in cahoots with the devil.
Yes, he is. Because
as a matter of fact,
yes, he is.
He actually tells Satan what he can and cannot do.
Well,
is
when you
this
enter
for
into
Job's
that,
benefit?
really lay down.
No, it's for our benefit.
How do we benefit from being subject to an adversary that's in cahoots with God? Makes no sense.
You see, now, the way we were sort of taught to the interpretation that was presented, I'll say, to put it as fairly as I can, was that this is a story showing how that God will sometimes test your faith and will test what you believe, and that hardship is God testing you. It's not to actually say that God at one point decided to place a wager with the devil, saying, "No, you can totally we could totally mess up this guy's life in every conceivable way, and that's okay. Just as long as you don't kill him, it's fine."
This was no wager.
Whenever you place it was definitely a wager. It was absolutely a wager.
No wager.
It was a wager.
Number two, again, it's not about hardships. Do you know more people lose their faith when they get to a position of riches or self-sufficientness, whatever you want to call it? More people lose their faith then than they do during hardships. Again, what this is about is, again, showing us that the devil is out there and he's roaming the earth back and forth, to and fro, like a roaring lion, seeing who he can devour. But no matter what, God is still in control of him.
Exactly. So why can't he just make it sort of stop, and we can sort of get on with whatever the good sort of thing is?
Yeah, I suppose.
I mean, if he's all powerful and he has control of everything, then why subject us to an adversary in the first place?
Particularly one that is able to just. I mean, it's even. The way the story is written doesn't seem to really present an image of a God saying, I'm somehow protecting you from this devil. He's more or less saying that, all right, there's some ground rules for how you're going to work, but do your thing.
Exactly.
He gives tacit approval for the devil to ruin. Not even tacit approval. He outright allows the devil to just ruin this man's life.
Exactly.
Even if he fixes it
For
later.
how long? For how long did he ruin his life?
It doesn't matter.
It's irrelevant. It's the fact that he's allowing him to do it in the first place, because they're one in the same thing.
Yeah, see
It's
what
that
I
simple.
mean?
It's just different aspects of duality.
It
You've got
wasn't
the
the fact
adversary
that
and
he
the savior, that's it.
ruined Job's life.
But
he
allowed put Job
through a trial. That is quite clear.
Why though?
But the thing we have to always take into consideration is, how did Job deal with it? How did Job deal with exactly what happened?
Okay, so I would say that without applying any critical thought to the story of the book of Job, that is absolutely the message that the original author was clearly trying to get across, is that Job is sort of the exemplar for a faithful servant to God under all circumstances, regardless of all difficulties.
Now that would be wrong too.
He's not a paragon of a faithful servant of God?
No, actually he's not. He did up to a point, but even right after, it wasn't long after his wife gave him that little pep talk. Why don't you just lay down in the dirt and die? Curse God and die. You know, Job gets to a point where he's so frustrated with God. He's saying, you know, he's giving God the third degree about why, what's going on. And you know what God says to him? God doesn't even answer him. God says, where were you when I created the foundation of the earth? Where were you when I created the heavens and the earth and the sea? Where were you?
Arrogant psychopath.
Now, see, he's trying to explain to Job.
Why is that relevant anyway,
big enough
shape, or
to
form?
understand that Job has questions and issues and can take his lamentation, if you want, and still understand that Job loves him, but he's confused.
Yeah, McKay.
And then Job apologized to God. You're absolutely right, God.
That you have to let. I was just gonna have to, or say that let Jim finish his point.
Okay. Yeah, and there it is. Yes, I remember that. Looking at the story, God kind of comes down at the end and is kind of a dick about it. Is the best way I could describe it. Like, Job's like, you've literally taken everything away from me, and now you're telling me, like, well, you weren't there when I created the world, so you gotta respect.
Exactly.
You know why he's telling him that?
Because he's a malevolent
It's
psychopath.
not about you should have respect for me because I created the world. No,
that's exactly what he's saying.
That is blatantly what he states.
Exactly.
And yes, you've gone through some tough times. I am still your God. And because of that, you will have eternal life in a place called heaven.
Well, he's also saying
he says that you are nothing next to me.
Sorry, what you say, Seamus?
Guys, please let.
He's also saying that you don't understand his reasons. He's saying that my ways are higher than your ways. God's saying
right. I'd forgotten about that.
He's actually saying that, like, you know, I have my reasons, and you can't question me for them.
Why not? Why can't we question him?
Because he's God, and he knows all things, and he knows all truths. So, I mean, for us to be like, to say, oh, well, why did he do this? God's saying, look, you don't get to ask that question.
Why don't we get to ask that question?
I suppose, I mean, you know,
God said, just because my ways are higher than your ways means that my reasons are deeper than you could know. They're not for you to know.
And you can't simplify and explain,
though, isn't it? You know, he's
run with it, Seamus. Run with it, brother Seamus.
Oh God. I mean that. You know what? God gave us free will, according to your doctrine. Ergo, we can question whatever we want.
That follows.
Yes, sir, we can question whatever we want. But that doesn't mean God's going to answer every question that we put to him. You know what? When it comes to free will, when it comes to prayer, when it comes to wanting to know why, sometimes we won't know why things happen here and now in this realm of life, death, and physicality. We won't know until we get in the presence of God and he enlightens us about, well, I allowed you to go through that because of this. Do you think that story of Job has not blessed billions of people that have heard it?
No,
I don't believe that it has.
Not at all.
Well,
it's probably
I don't believe you understand what you're talking about then. But I'll be right back.
It's probably made them question as to what sort of malevolent psychopath has sort of entrapped them within this sort of experience. That's probably one question it's brought up.
A lot of people won't even question that because they've been so thoroughly fucking indoctrinated.
Exactly.
So, Seamus, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Do you believe that God is omniscient, which is to say that he knows all things past, present, future?
Certainly.
But we have free will.
Certainly.
And you don't see that there's any contradiction between those two things existing?
No, the paradox of free will is just an apparent contradiction. It's not a true contradiction. I can show you why in a multiple plethora of ways, but I think probably the easiest way to do it.
You can't. No Christian today has been able to show that. You can't demonstrate it at all unless you delve into the aspects of astrology, which can sort of.
No, I mean, there's multiple ways to demonstrate it, and I feel that I'm probably the most capable of doing it. So I think the easiest way to demonstrate it is through what's known as a causal relationship, and doing it via analogy. So. Who am I talking with? Scott, are you ready?
I was born ready.
Okay, so the analogy goes like this, and it's a thought experiment. Are you kind of familiar?
I'm familiar with thought experiments, yes.
Okay, so here's the thought experiment. I have a time machine, okay? So I'm going to need a thought experiment to kind of use this. But anyways, I have a time machine. And Scott, I'm going to go ahead 2 weeks from now, right? And are you familiar with kind of like Star Trek and the butterfly effect and all this bull crap?
Yes. Any notion? Traveling forward in time is an acceptable notion. Traveling backwards in time is not.
Okay. Good. Okay. So let's say that. But think about. Okay. I don't think it's going to matter for the sake of this. You're right about that. So let's say that I go and I'm hiding like in a tree outside of your house, right? And I know where your house is, and I go and I got a pair of binoculars. I'm so far away that you're not going to notice me. But let's say it's a Tuesday when this happens. It's 2 weeks that I go in the future. And you walk into, you got to do work. You got to get to work at 9 o'clock. You leave your house at 8:30 or whatever. And you walk out the door and you're wearing this certain set of clothes. Let's say that your job doesn't have. You're not like a Walmart employee. You don't wear the same uniform every day, but you wear like. As long as it's business, like you're okay. So you were, let's make it even better. Let's say it's a Friday and you're wearing something casual, okay? Or it's like Saturday, your day off.
Sure.
So, anyways, let's get to the end of it. I will see what you're wearing with the binoculars. I take note of it, and then I travel back in the time, okay, back to the regular date, 2 weeks. So now I know what you're gonna wear, Scott. I know what 2 weeks from this day. I know what you're gonna wear. But did my knowledge effectuate the choice of what you chose that day? For example, when you get up that morning, that 2 weeks, I know what you're going to wear, but did my knowledge of that effectuate you actually choosing what you chose? Or did the choice stem from you and I only had knowledge of it? Which is it? Because I'm trying to establish what's known as a causal relationship. I'm trying to show you that my knowledge is completely independent from the causality of why you wore what you wore.
If you interact with him, that can change.
Right. Obviously, we're trying to. That's why we tried to eliminate that by. I had that little preface there. Do you understand what I'm saying, Scott?
Okay, so I understand your thought experiment, but there is still a peculiar paradox. As traveling back in time always presents an issue. Because if you travel back in time...
That's why it was... Well, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but that's why it was a thought experiment. He's not like arguing like traveling back in time.
Right.
And do this, that, or the other.
It's an interesting thought experiment, but...
So it tries to simulate omniscience, right? Like, because I don't have omniscience, but if I had a time machine, and then I could go into the future... That simulates omniscience. It simulates me knowing what the future outcome is going to be. So if I have knowledge of the future outcome, this simulates omniscience. So I'm trying to show you that even though I have knowledge, which is omniscience, it's knowledge of the future outcome. Even though I have this, it doesn't have any causal relationship between the actual action. Okay. So what I'm saying is this: if free will is in fact true, okay, the free will choice does stem from you. There is no contradiction between God knowing that. But here's the deal. And let's make some things very clear. And I know where the contradiction stems from, and I'll address it. Okay, so if
if you have free will, okay, and at any given decision point, you can only choose one thing, right? It's kind of how it works. You have to when you get to a choice, you choose whatever you chose is what you chose. And if whatever you chose, God knows it. He's known it for all time. So what happens is that choice, you can't change it, right? That it's just that one choice. So it seems as if, wow. So here's this choice I made, and it cannot change. Okay, then I had no choice. But that's not true, because think about this. That only speaks of the choice, Scott, that you actually in fact did make. It doesn't speak on all the choices that you had. It just speaks on the actual choice that you did in fact make. So whatever choice in fact you did in fact make, it's true that you cannot change that. However,
Yes.
it doesn't speak on the actual decisions or different choices that you had going into that. It just speaks on the one that you made. So yes, go ahead.
So okay. In that scenario, if omniscience and free will can coincide in the same place, then predestination is a thing.
Say that again?
If omniscience and free will can exist in the same realm, then predestination is a reality.
In what sense do you mean predestination?
And
Predestination is usually associated with like Calvinistic doctrine, which is kind of directly opposed to free will. But if you're talking about it in more of like a colloquial sense, I might be able to be like, okay, I understand. I
Essentially, what it means is that God already knows that I am either going to heaven or going to hell.
Certainly.
And in all of his omnipotence and all of his omnibenevolence, the other two omnis that are associated with the Christian God, has decided that, okay.
But I don't get it. I would agree that you're right. If you're saying that,
God knows I'm going to hell.
Yes, he knows
And
if you're going to
knows
heaven or hell.
exactly what he would need to do to make that not the case, and chooses not to do it. And he knows that without that intervention, that's where I'm going, and there's nothing I can do about that, because that is where I'm going. Because without any sort of intervention from an omniscient being who knows what's going to happen, that's how it's going to play out.
Well, see, all of that doesn't follow necessarily to a certain point, but what you're not taking into account is the fact that I think one of the biggest things that you're kind of not taking into account is if God. So there's certain people who are saved and who aren't saved, but I'm not even really sure, to be honest with you, what's the best way to address this. I would agree that under free will, predestination is in fact still true. That because he knows all things, he does know whether in fact, but you're kind of more making a plea like, why doesn't he, if he knows exactly what it would take to convert me, why doesn't he? Now, this kind of presupposes that, see, the free will kind of implies that you have the free will choice, which it almost implies Arminianism, which would hold that, okay, some Christians, the Calvinists, think that the only way that you can come to Christ is through the Holy Spirit, but Arminianism actually thinks that you can actually choose God, that it's actually the free will choice. So you have to kind of be...
But God already knows that I have found all arguments and evidence for his existence to this point to be unsatisfactory to the level of rigor that I need, and has chosen to ignore.
You're presupposing that you're going to hell. So let me...
Well, according to Christian doctrine, I am.
No, listen, let me explain to you why. That's wrong. That's a false assumption. Because I used to be an atheist for a long time. I wasn't born like or raised into a Christian family. My family was secular. But anyways, I was for an atheist for a long time. So at one point, I would have been saying the exact same thing you're saying right now. Like, he knows without a shadow of a doubt that I am not been presented sufficient evidence, to convince me, and he's going to stand idly by. Well, that's not what happened. I was later presented with sufficient evidence, and it was through experience, through revelation, through like what the Christians would say, like a personal relationship with Jesus Christ. So, what I'm saying,
there are people who don't have those experiences.
Well, this is just saying that who says you won't have it tomorrow?
No. Okay, Okay, so let me concede that point. Why are there people who never had those experiences? Unless God doesn't want everyone to be saved.
It depends on what this is. Also has a few presuppositions. Can God is it A, the free will choice to choose Jesus Christ as Savior, or is it B, that God actually has to do something to effectuate your coming to His Christ? Now, one is the Armenian view, one is the Calvinistic view. But I mean, if we're kind of presupposing free will, it almost like takes for granted Arminianism, which basically says that people choose whether or not to accept Christ or to deny Christ, and then that's their free will choice. And God, because He values free will at such a high price, allows them to make that decision. Now, Calvinists will tell you that that's impossible. That there's, and I'm not a Calvinist.
I'm not really interested all that much in arguing Calvinism, because it's a very it's not a very prevalent point of view, and I'm not suggesting that Calvinism is true, and I didn't think that you were either. Really, more what I find interesting is the notion that an all-powerful being who has violated free will in the past and has presented himself in such a way, he presented himself in person biblically, and has chosen in subsequent times to not do so, would still punish people who don't accept less than a biblical revelation.
I get what you're saying. Like, He's manifested Himself personally and revealed Himself to certain people, right? And if this is the certain criterion that you, for example, or other people that are atheists now would accept as verification, and He's done this in the past, why not do it now, right? That's kind of what you're basically saying. I mean, He has done it. But think about this. There's a passage in the Bible that specifically addresses this. Okay, it's at the end of John, I think. It's where He says to Thomas, blessed are those who have not seen and still believe. He's basically saying this. He's basically saying, look, I have done these great things, and I have shown and manifested myself to people, and I've done so as a great gift. And all people are able to get the gift of salvation, but not all people are granted this gift of this not revelation, but like what do they call it? Like a divine revelation, where they actually, meet the risen Christ or something like of this nature. Or
Damascus Road type experience.
Right. Yeah. Not everyone gets these types of things. Maybe saying that, I do these things, and I have done these things, and they're a great gift to the people that I've given them to. But all people are given the gift of salvation, and He's saying that, blessed are those that believe and have not seen. And He's basically saying that, look, this isn't how it's going to be. It's it's basically reinforcing the standard that faith through grace. You're saved through grace through faith in Jesus Christ, and it's not through. If He wanted to just spell it out for you and give you proof, He totally could. Put it this way, but this violates free will. But think about this. Some people said, like, look, what if God?
Did He violate Thomas's free will?
Well, it's not so much that He violated Thomas's free will, except for
what makes me different from Thomas, other than, say, a few thousand years.
Well, what made Jesus say, "Blessed are those that have not seen and still believe"? What's the purpose of them saying that?
I would say that the author of that biblical passage was looking to account for the fact that people aren't going to get the experience that Thomas did.
Certainly not.
And I would say that that's a pretty well written out on the topic. It's sort of one of those unfalsifiable claims. Like, well, he does do it, but it's, if it doesn't happen to you, that's just part of His, you've just got to believe anyways, because that will make you blessed. Well, okay, but all I've got is your word that He did these things to begin with.
Well, I would just say this. I mean, you're kind of don't say that you will never ever. You may not have been presented sufficient evidence up until this point, but don't just presuppose that you will never ever be presented evidence.
The future is obviously never certain. I just, if I die tomorrow, I mean, I can't. I'm certainly not going to drastically change my life's outlook, and you know, put on my cultist robes tomorrow because that's the only way I'll be saved. Because the problem is that Christianity isn't the only religion making that claim to begin with, and I'm not a fan of Pascal's wager because of that reason. So I would say that this is almost boiling down to the guy who loses a fight and then says, well, I could have kicked his ass, I just didn't want to. I mean, it's easy to say that. It's easy to say, well, he could do those things, but he may not. And if he doesn't, well, you've just got to believe it anyways. And I mean, that's great, but I don't think that an all-powerful being would give me the power of critical thought if I was not supposed to apply it to the being that supposedly created me.
Well, I'm not saying just go on and believe and not because what it's not like I would just, like I told you, I came to believe through like a personal experience. It's not like I was just like, you know what, I'm just gonna choose to believe this because, you know, if I'm wrong, it's really bad, and you know what I mean.
No, like, I absolutely understand it.
So what I'm saying is I'm not advocating for you. What I'm saying is just don't presuppose that the evidence can never be provided. And you already said that. Well, okay, I can assent that. I don't know the future, so you're kind of like giving me that point. So
yeah, absolutely. I certainly the future is by no means certain, and I'm not. I guess the term I've heard thrown around a bit on these hangouts is weak atheist. I'm an atheist because I have not been given sufficient evidence to throw my lot in with any religious sect.
The worst part about it is,
in a technical sense, an agnostic atheist.
There's truly evidence is distinct from proof. Like, so proof is pretty much like if you look at proof, it's basically like you could deny proof, but it would be absurd. Like evidence is just like evidence isn't absolute. Like proof would be like basically absolute. Like, so what I'm saying is evidence is subjectively interpreted. So what I'm saying is you set that standard, right?
Absolutely.
But Seamus, may I ask something?
I just want to tell him this. There is sufficient evidence, in my opinion, for the Christian claims. And I mean, maybe you're just unaware of them. Maybe you are aware of them, and maybe you just, you don't give them as much merit as I do. But I would say that, in my opinion, there is sufficient evidence already. You wouldn't even necessarily need an experience.
Seamus, may I ask that question of mine?
Sure.
Yeah, because so you believe God created free will, am I right?
But yeah.
Then how does that not make him responsible for every choice everyone makes?
Yeah. So you're just basically saying that because of his creation of it, then he's responsible. It's kind of saying like it's like liability. You're saying like, look, he's liable for it. It's distinct.
Well, he is, isn't he?
But what I'm saying, we're talking about liability is a different issue. For example, like if I make Frankenstein or whatever, and he goes out and freaking slaughters a bunch of people, like I'm completely liable for that. But like, did I actually make him do those things? No, that's distinct. So what you're kind of saying is, look,
yeah, but
okay,
you're still responsible.
Yeah. So, but here's the deal. Liability is distinct from him actually making us do those things. So,
but he already knew we were going to do the things we do.
Certainly.
All of them.
Certainly.
So you wouldn't necessarily have known what your little monster would do.
Right. He certainly knows everything that you're going to do. I don't dispute that.
Yeah. So creating free will in that case makes him responsible, doesn't it?
Well, listen, that's what I'm trying to say. There's a distinction between responsibility and him actually being the cause of those actions. Now, I would ascribe to you this: he
So he's only guilty of conspiracy, not necessarily manslaughter.
No. What I'm trying to say is that there's a distinction from him actually. Are these actual actions are arising out of the freedom of your will, okay? And he just has knowledge of them, and he just gave you the free will, which then you utilized in this method. So I'm trying to just draw a distinction here, because there is a massive distinction between God actually making you do something and then God creating the circumstances under which this happens. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but he knew you were going to do the things, yet
Yes.
he gave you the free will anyways.
Yes.
And set up the circumstances that he knew you were going to mess everything up.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't
Yes.
dispute any of that.
So how is he not responsible?
Okay, there's... Sorry, my mic fell off my desk.
No worries, we can wait.
I would say this. It's responsible is a tricky word, because I wouldn't even necessarily give you that either. But what I would say is, if you want to say through some measure, because he created free will, therefore blah, 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 then that's, I mean, I'm not going to dispute that he created free will. If you want to draw whatever conclusion you want from that, sure, okay. Now, I may dispute that, but I think that will be within your reasoning. But
What I'm trying to do is to drag the point to its logical conclusion.
sure, go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing now. 'Cause if he is responsible for every choice, everyone will responsible for everyone having the freedom to make choices, and also knows every choice everyone will make. How is he not ultimately responsible for everything they do?
Because that choice emanated from you and not from him. He allowed the circumstances for that choice to happen, and he knew what that choice was going to be. But did he actually cause that actual choice? No, that's what's in dispute here. So that's what I'm saying. There's a distinction that needs to be made.
Yeah,
Well, I think then my point stands. It's conspiracy. He didn't commit manslaughter, but he committed conspiracy to commit manslaughter.
Yeah, like an example is if someone goes to the psychologist and says they are going to murder someone, and the psychologist doesn't take the proper steps to inform all parties involved and the police, he is indirectly guilty.
He's an accessory.
You're asking a different
accessory.
question, though. You're kind of saying, like, well, if God knew... Okay, so if God gave people free will, right? And through free will, people were going to do heinous things, right? And God knew that they were going to do these heinous things, yet he still let them do it. You're not really asking a question of free... This isn't even a problem within free will. This is actually a moral question. So what I'm saying, like, do you guys understand that you're now, like, talking about a moral question? And, like, would you like to stay addressing the free will, or do you want to kind of segue into the moral question? Because I'm fine with that, but, like...
free will is the only reason.
It's a bit of both.
I just wanted to show you guys that there's no contradiction between freedom of will, and I've done that through analogy, okay, through what that calls a relationship.
Yeah, I'm giving you that. I'm just asking, isn't he responsible?
No, like I said, I wouldn't even grant you that, because if he gives you freedom of the will, okay, and through freedom of the will, okay, this is some of the justification for free will. Through freedom of the will, a lot of atrocities come from, okay, but however, a lot of the good things also come from free will, like altruism and this love and these acts of compassion. They come through this freedom of the will, and the sense that we're interpreting it as, like, we're saying that, like, yeah, bad things happen as a product of free will, but good things do too. So what?
Okay, so Seamus, taking everything you've said so far, here is essentially the gap for me that always occurs. I'm an agnostic atheist, and I've said to many people that the concept of a deistic God, I am amenable to the notion. I've seen no evidence to suggest it, but the problem is that with everything here and everything that's written in the Bible and everything that we see and observe in the natural world, I don't understand how you can get to the Christian God.
What do you mean you don't understand how we can get to the Christian God? What are you saying, that you get, like, the arguments you see for deism?
I see the argument for a deity, and I would say that while I haven't seen sufficient evidence, it's much more compelling for a deity.
Yeah.
But I haven't seen the compelling evidence that says the Bible is the inerrant word of God.
Okay, let me kind of interpret what you're saying. You're kind of saying this, like, of all the arguments I've seen for the existence of God, most of which I've seen that are decent or whatever, they're all just the deistic God. They're kind of the God of philosophy, like whether it's the Kalam or whether it's this. You never really seen any good arguments that actually argue for the Christian God. That's what you're saying.
It's like the William Lane Craig's going, the universe exists, therefore God, therefore Jesus.
Right, and then so you're saying, like, even if you grant them the fact that, okay, so
let's say that a God exists. Like,
Yeah, that doesn't
notion,
necessitate Jesus.
it still doesn't affirm Christianity.
True. So I can't sit here and pump the Kalam out and then be like, therefore Jesus Christ is Lord. Would you like a what I consider a decent theistic argument for Christianity? Would you like to? Or would you
wait,
like?
please, wait. I've been listening, and you guys have just been fantastic. But I really need to ask a couple of chained questions. Okay, is it your contention, Seamus, my good friend, good fellow that you are, that if God were to reveal to us sufficient evidence such that it would create proof in our minds, okay, of his existence, that would violate our free will?
I think I asked that.
I know you did, but it was way back in the
He said
bush.
he's going to ask a series of questions.
Oh no, I understand. I just wanted to make sure I remembered correctly.
You probably did, Scott.
I would kind of
Seamus?
get. I get what you're saying. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Is the answer to your question, please? My
No,
question.
I would say that I get the objection that you're saying on the surface. Like, basically, think about it in this way, and I would say no. Okay, there's the answer to your question, and I'll support it real quick.
So it wouldn't. You're not saying that him revealing himself to us
violates your free will,
in such a way that directly in such a way that we could not help 100%, that there would be no refuge from the reality of his existence, in the same way that if someone put an orange on the table in front of you, there would be no refuge from the affirmation that such a fruit existed there before you, that this would not violate our free will.
Right.
Okay.
And let me explain why. You would have to basically say that hold on, let me just.
I don't need to know. I don't need to know why it's not
but you
so.
often don't let people reply when they
but one question will lead to another, will lead to a third, and sometimes you reply something I don't need to know to keep asking. I accept your explanation. I accept it. You don't need to prove it to me. I accept that what you've said. You've said no, and I don't need any further explanation than that. You're good. Okay.
Yeah,
my section.
I don't want to participate anymore if you're not going to let me.
I've handed you a point without you having to prove it. I've just handed you a point without you having to prove it.
Let me show you where the problem lies. The problem lies is now I've made a bare assertion, and I want to back it up. Anyone listening to this is like, dude, he has no basis for that. Where does this come from? And then I can't even espouse it or back it up.
Yeah, go on, Scott.
I think ultimately what there is that he's agreeing to the assertion, but there's probably some caveat to that may redirect a follow-up question. So I'd
like the right to ask the follow-up question before he redirects it.
I'm not going to grant you that unless you let me go on. So you can choose one or the other, and I'm not trying to be rude. I really am not. I've been really cooperative.
I mean, Gus, yeah, you have to understand that, other people want to finish like their entire point. You know what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean. But on that note, may the God of creation, the God of salvation bless you all, because 5 o'clock in the morning comes pretty darn early. So y'all have a great day, and God bless.
Good night, Jim.
Night.
Good night.
May the God of creation that commands people to slaughter entire sort of towns and shit and floods planets.
Almighty space psychopath.
You know what? You know what? He certainly can get a bit preachy, but he's still, I don't know. He's just a guy. He's got to go to the bathroom like the rest of us. I find that when I remind myself of that, it's hard to hold a grudge against anyone.
Prisons are full of guys who have to go to the bathroom just like the rest of us.
I'm not saying I want to hang out with them.
No, but that's what we've been doing, isn't it?
Sort of. Over the internet, it's not quite the same thing. There's a mute button. I can take my headphones off.
At several points, I did.
Listen, Seamus. If you think my not allowing you to attach a caveat is you being hard done by, then please, by all means, attach the caveat.
Okay, it's really short. It's just basically saying this. If God can reveal to you in such a way that you can't deny, which is kind of what we're talking about, does that violate your free will? It would only hold true if the following was also true, that any person who gave you a truth proposition violates your free will. For example, if I'm a person and I come up to you and I provide to you what's true, right? What's something that can be evidently shown and demonstrably true. This is known as empiricism, right? If I come up to you with empiricism and I say, here's a truth proposition, does me giving you a truth proposition deny your freedom of will? No. In the same way that if God was to reveal himself, and he's the author of all truths and the creator of all things, so he knows all truth, and he reveals himself as a truth proposition. In that same way, just like that person revealing to you truth, does that violate your free will? No, it doesn't. That's all I want to say.
All right.
So you hold doctrinally that your deity gave you free will. So demonstration that there is no free will would then therefore imply there is no deity.
I'm immediately taken to the Christopher Hitchens quote. We say we have free will because we have no choice. You say you have free will because God said so.
Mm-hmm. And he brought the hitch.
Yeah, if I have mine, you will to will you will. No.
The conversation is always slowed down when you bring the hitch.
I said, well, Hitch advocating free will or not, and welcome, just for grins.
Oh yeah.
Hello.
In a finite mind, you can't will to will what you will. Therefore, no free will. Obviously, this stands in for the chain of willings being indefinite.
Hey, how's everyone doing tonight?
What's up, Just For?
I'm doing much better now that monster left us alone.
He can be a bit of a curmudgeon.
I don't want to call him a monster.
Yeah.
I don't, because I've seen more monsters.
I call all children monsters.
And why are you in the great debate?
So, Gus, if you could continue your follow-up question. Now that the caveat has been
I forgot what it
Oh,
was. That's one of the reasons I really wanted to ask it in a successive chain, was because I knew I was going to lose it, and I did. But he answered, and I can't fault him for having done so.
Wait, anyone just noticed the demonstration of the non-existence of free will without reference to the deity? All it takes is finite mind, a not infinitesimal willing process, and well, if you will derives from something else, of course, it's not free. So if you will what you will in an indefinitely long chain, that will wasn't free. At which point it all falls down.
So, I mean, free will is a tricky thing. When you actually, right? I mean, the problem is that to a certain extent, even from a secular standpoint, if you try to say that like free will just doesn't exist, then I think the criminal justice system runs into some problems.
Well, by necessity, even Matt Dillahunty said that even if you don't necessarily have free will, you have to be treated like you do as a matter of practicality. Because
no, you don't.
Yeah,
yes, you do, because when an offense is committed, somebody's got to pay. somewhere,
No.
somehow. Otherwise, society's social order just breaks down.
No, that's not true, and it's not the case even under the current sort of premise.
I'm really not sure how you justify that.
I'm gonna have to agree with Gus here.
I'm really not sure how you justify that.
Like you said, the mere lack of demonstrability is giving us cause for not carrying out a retaliation.
I don't understand that statement. I don't know what that means on a practical sense.
Yeah. Well, guilt, right, has to be established beyond a reasonable doubt in criminal cases, at least the United States. Right? So there's a reasonable doubt. That covers a great deal of the cases where something obviously happened.
Are you talking about the abandonment?
And it's relatively obvious who did it, but there's a reasonable doubt. So nobody pays. And
that just
well, but
of course, there are plenty of well, maybe not plenty, but other systems of justice that don't require any kind of mission. For instance, the Penn Law Review article, there's utilitarian justice system for the fair, as well as a couple other alternatives.
I'm not sure I really agree on that point. I mean, I'll admit that there obviously are, free will is probably not as free as we sometimes bandy around the term. Obviously, there comes a point where your wiring is going to force your hand. Is I suppose a point I will agree with. But you are responsible. I would say that you have enough free will to be held responsible for the actions that you take.
And even if you don't, as a matter of social practicality, you have to be.
But free will bears no relation to moral responsibility, and even moral responsibility bears less of a relationship to various kinds of counteraction against various criminal acts or criminal people. There's a Penn Law Review article, and these proposals they have there for.
So, would you say that
for the lack of free will and such? Go ahead.
Would you say that personal responsibility is still a real concept, and not just a fallacy constructed by people who believe that we have free will? I mean, basically, can you be responsible if you have no free will?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Then I'm I'm more comfortable with the notion if you believe there's a level of responsibility and accountability, even if we don't have free will. I think that our free will isn't as free as we think it is, but
that's
we have the ability to make choices.
Think about someone that hold on. I'm gonna draw an analogy. I'm gonna get real hard on her here. Think about like the mentally disabled, right? Like we're saying like in where they do something and we don't hold them responsible because like they really were not cognitively there to make that choice. Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see the analogy that I'm drawing? Like if it was completely determined, right? Then in the same way that we can't be held.
The rational deliberation notion of moral responsibility gives you the account that would of moral responsibility that would account for exonerating the mentally disabled. Go ahead.
Well, we may not hold the. I think there's a difference between saying that someone is responsible for something and someone is culpable for it. If I have children, I'm responsible for what they do until they hit the age of majority. But if they do something, that doesn't make me culpable for having done it. It's an entirely different matter. Responsibility.
Well, same distinction is made between causal responsibility and moral responsibility. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm getting a little confused because I think on the one hand you seem to deny my assertion on its face, and then you through your long explanation you seem to outline a system of jurisprudence or societal procedure that essentially does what I suggest we have to do. So I'm not sure how to take this. I mean, if somebody does something, if somebody commits an offense against someone else, regardless of whether or not we think that they had free will, we have to address that somehow, and they have to be made to own what they do, even if we don't assess a heavy penalty against them. They still have to own what they do. Otherwise society will break down. I mean, that's the basis of law. I mean, I'm not exactly. I'm sure if I looked hard enough, I could find legal scholars that could tell me otherwise. But I'm not really sure if I freaking believe them. I mean, history seems to teach us something entirely different.
Well, I already gave you the article.
I saw the article. I looked at the article. The article said an awful lot of words that I don't understand because I'm not a legal scholar. So the cookies need to be a bit on the lower shelf for me. I'm sorry about that part. But I look at history. I look at some of the instances where law has all but fractured throughout history, and some of the reasons that we have intercessional and impositional law. Some of the enormous 100-year-long feuds in the Italian Renaissance, where because nobody possessed the means to enforce peace, it was just eye for an eye over and over and over again. Because nobody could step in and hold anybody responsible. So I mean, history seems to speak a different story. I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I used to be a Calvinist before I stopped being a Christian, and I still held people accountable, and I thought that the judicial system, should be in place and all that stuff. I don't see what exactly what Nadia's point is either. I'm kind of getting confused. Because you say
It's about moral responsibility is not reliant upon free will.
So
well,
I
they
suppose
couldn't help it, if they couldn't help that they did it, Nadia, like in the same way that someone that's mentally handicapped, they can't help what they're doing. And a lot of times the law makes it the responsibility, moral responsibility. Like, look, they had no choice. They couldn't help that they did it, and there's leeways made there. But you seem to have what's known as like an inconsistency, where you would seem to say that, well, obviously people that are mentally handicapped should be judged on a different scale, even though they can't help it. But even though people that are not mentally handicapped, they can't help it either, we should hold these people accountable. Is that special pleading, or what do we got going on here?
Hold on, Seamus. I think I have a question here that will clarify it, at least for me. Nadia, what is the criteria that establishes a person's ability to be morally responsible for something? Which I think is ultimately the heart of what we're saying, is that you said free will isn't a criteria to be held morally responsible. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So what are the criteria?
Yeah, it's not a valid one, obviously. I'll think that it exists. You're grounded in free will, and no one's morally responsible. That makes a quote-unquote freedom of the will from any kind of causation makes it unattributable to the actual person involved. So when smoke clears, the three models of moral responsibility at various times touted to be the notions of free will are rational deliberation, responsiveness to reasons of desire, and the Frankfurt hierarchical model.
What was the last one?
The Frankfurt hierarchical model.
I'm not familiar with that.
So those three models are sufficient to ground moral responsibility without any reference to free will. And there are more ad hoc things.
Okay, so essentially, even without free will, you would posit there is a set of criteria that can establish whether a person can be held accountable for their actions. You just don't put forward that free will is one of them.
Can be held accountable is yet a distinct notion from moral responsibility. Okay. I would say more responsibilities.
I'm talking from a
responsibility is what they establish.
Right, a societal from a societal protection, like the obviously these sort of actions there has to be some ability to for a society to protect itself from those that would say murder freely. You believe there's a criteria to establish if that person can actually be held accountable in the eyes of society.
That would be a still more distinct notion from moral responsibility.
Yeah, I concede that point, but you believe there's a criteria to establish the person's ability to be held accountable in society's eyes.
Yeah.
Okay, then I mean, I don't know. I'm not really at odds with it. Then I think that set of criteria is what I look at as free will, and I think that you see it far more specifically.
Well, free will. Yes. Something rather particular about how the causal chain, etc., occurs, right? Essentially, that in the case of contra-causal in particular, in more specifically agent causation, things like that, you would have there are no causal forces driving, controlling, etc., the free will and whatnot.
Yeah, no, I certainly see that. I mean, even I say I think I've said a few times now that free will isn't as free as it often is presented. I mean, just an obvious example. I have the choice not to eat, but there will come a point where my physical limitations say that that's not an option anymore. So
let's put it down. So on the one hand, you pretty much have causal determinacy, right? Yeah, there's nothing free of causation. So the contra-causal affairs go out the window. Now you have to have one of these compatibilist notions, like hierarchical, reasons of responsiveness, and rational deliberation and so on. Except there's what's called a semantic argument that, actuality, free will demands contra-causality and alternative possibilities and so on. Essentially because what is will free from? Causation. Next is that what they actually characterize is moral responsibility. A two-pronged semantic attack on characterization of things proposed as compatibilist free will. They're definitely not free will, and they're actually moral responsibility. Once you've cleaned house on that front, moral responsibility without free will, and of course, free will is nonsensical. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think I think that is some valid reasoning. I think the things you listed as sort of the two prongs of what establishes that moral responsibility and what have you are more or less the what I would say are the attributes of free will, but obviously free will implies that, like, I don't know, free will has this unfettered tone to it, and the truth is that is never the case. We're very much restricted by our own limitations in many physical ways. So
yeah,
I mean,
what the will is free from, and
right, we can.
We
can freely choose to not sleep for 72 hours, but at that point, I would say that we don't really have free will anymore. The body's going to choose what it wants, and you're not going to be very rational when you do it. So, I mean, hey, did you chose to do that, but what happens after that, can you still be held accountable for what happens after that? And it starts to hit this really weird gray area, because at that point, your body is kind of no longer with its faculties. So Yeah, I mean, there's physical limitations to your ability to assert your will.
Well, that's another prong, and this is one Jimmy Stevens nicely pointed out. And that is the triviability of all these decisions and actions and so on falls down when you try to inject free will into it all. I mean, for instance, supposing that there were this free will is uncaused cause somehow associated with a person, well, in fact, if there were anything about the person that really shaped the will, it would be acting as a cause fettering that free will, breaking the contra causality, so there can be no such thing, at which point there is no way in which that uncaused cause is attributable to the actual person. And then it falls down, right?
There's a few other bullets that Jimmy has to eat, though, that he's if you're comfortable and if you think that's biblical, then certainly. But first of all, one of the bullets that Jimmy is a hard determinist Calvinist, which is he's actually one of the most hardline positions you can actually have. Which you would have to he would hold that.
Vegetarian.
Well, it's every rape is done according to what God's will and was preordained due to God, predestined due to God, and so
that's Psalms 139:17.
So you would have to not only would you have to hold to that and not would that be, you think that's absurd, you'd also have to try to justify that biblically. So I think that's he can throw out a philosophical or a logical argument, but when it gets to the nitty gritty, he's got to really swallow a huge bullet and try to prove something biblically that just is very hard to do. So that's like the silver bullet for the Calvinists.
Let me see. Psalms 139. And it's about every footstep. All the days ordained to me. Psalm 139:16. All the days ordained for me. And then where are the footsteps? 14. No. I'm not sure. But ordaining every footstep might be a different verse.
So
okay, sorry.
No, it's unfortunately gotten to a late hour for me. Seamus, the only thing I'll part with is that I'm willing to bet that you have come by some very solid reasons for your belief in the Christian God. I would say that I certainly would be interested in that conversation, but I will say up front that any argument that the Bible is the inerrant word of God rather than a collection of allegories, that many of them are allegories or allegorical in their nature, if we're not willing to accept that notion, then I would say that discussion will go nowhere, because the world is not 6,000 years old.
Yeah,
it's not 10,000 years old. It's way
pitch you an
older.
argument for Christianity. Okay, a specific argument for Christianity that doesn't presuppose that the Bible is God's word. It only presupposes that it's a historical document. And I could literally pitch you this argument in 10 minutes. I know that your time is restricted, but just the next time you see me, run into me, let me know.
Sure. I'm certainly willing to have that discussion.
Okay. Well, I'm ready. I have the material in front of me. I'm familiar with the argument. So just next time you see me online, let me know, and I'll pitch it to you.
Sorry, Proverbs 20:24. Psalms 139:16. So, 20:24 is a man's steps are from the Lord. How can man understand his way? That's ESV. NASB is man's steps are ordained by the Lord. How can man understand his way? And so on and so forth.
All right. Well, I will bid you all good night.
Boy.
All right. Have a good night, Scott.
Good night, Scott.
Good night.
Yep.
Yeah, my voice is up here. It's not a man. I'm sure Jim would say I am one. Okay, well, Proverbs 20:24, Psalms 139:16. Do we need more?
No, I could pitch you like 20 or 30 verses that support Calvinism, but all that boils down to is it's basically the my scholar versus your scholar. It's like no one
That's
really, even when first of all, you're not even. It's not like I'm having this conversation with you and you truly hold to this position. You're just kind of espousing Jimmy's position. But to another Christian, we could sit down and kind of go amongst the scriptures and kind of see where we go. But I've even done that from time to time with Calvinists, and what it turns out is just they want to show you their verses to support their position, and they just want to kind of gloss over yours. And you know what I'm saying? If no one really is going there to really try to figure it out. So if you want to throw Calvinist verses at me, then I could just do the same quote-unquote narrow-minded thing and just throw Arminianist verses at you, and then just get mad at you because you don't accept them as truth. That's all you're doing here.
I briefly point out that, monergism, even beyond Protestantism as a whole, Calvinism's only notion regarding theological determination is kind of a strict criterion for qualifying as such, is with respect to salvation. Now, granted, there are full theological determinists who are Protestant monergists, Calvinists, but there are also full theological determinists who are Eastern Orthodox and Universalists and so on. Go ahead.
Well, none of which are Arminianists. None. Not a single one holds to free will and still believes those things. So that's kind of what I'm pointing out here.
Well, obviously they can't be Arminian because, well, they're all monergists, right? And various don't even qualify as Protestant. But in any event, free will and such are rather poor bases for not only moral responsibility, but even these kinds of criminal law considerations. I mean, to the extent there are notions of things like intent and degree of freedom of action and so on, they are rather poorly demonstrable. Right, so it doesn't cut just in the direction of exonerating those who might deem police to exonerate, but in the case of this, I guess refusing to acknowledge or acknowledge. Well, it's not there to acknowledge. Refusing to believe in free will or whatever, but also that free will affair, also lets things off the hook, or that shouldn't really be left on the hook, right? Once you have that kind of like lack of demonstrability of intent, all the kinds of people getting off who really shouldn't. I mean, for instance, when it comes to like employment discrimination, well, how do you prove the intent? Oh, there just went your entire enforceability of your anti-employment discrimination regulation out the door, out the window, whatever. Good point. Oh, well, you got to have the intent and free will. Oh, boy, you just exonerated everybody where these undemonstrable things are, well, of course, not demonstrable. All right, it's not a one-way matter of, oh, well, you just let everybody off the hook. They didn't really have a choice. No. You got to do something anyway. Not going to be based on it. That's the point. Basing on something else. Unless you step in a lot of cases. Yeah, you'd let somebody else know. All your free will and such. For instance, well, they say the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Oh dear, all I have to do is say, well, I thought I was going to do good. Doesn't matter how much harm it did. Uh-oh, you just let them off hook. Well, don't base it on that free will or intent. And bada bing, bada boom. You actually take those people down instead of letting them run wild. Alright, sorry. I guess that scared him off.
I mean, basically, if you want to find God, like, stop looking for evidence and start looking with Him. That's how you find out about these deities and such. Stop looking for the external and focus on the internal.
Well, why should I care?
Exactly. That's a good point. Why should you care? It's a very good point.
Yeah, I mean, I've got here and now. I've got life and death when, depending on, I light up that medicine before what I've got runs out. Right?
I didn't catch the last bit. What was the last bit?
I said, I've got life and death writing on whether I can line up that medicine before what medicine I've got runs out.
Ah, yeah.
What do I care whether there is a deity or not? Yeah, certainly got an opinion. No such thing could exist. For quite a broad variety of conceptions of deity.
That's true.
Do I need to investigate? Not really. I don't investigate the quarters and baseboards and those what do they call that space in between the various sheets of plasterboard and walls? Crawl space? I largely have thoroughly justified belief that are empty. Right? That's not where I go looking for my keys. I'll set up for the cushions under the couch. Or whatever.
It's died down quite a bit now, hasn't it?
Oh, sure, but I can monologue and harangue a bit. And I've probably got more of an animus against free will than I do against most of the people. I mean, for instance, you said you are driven, you said you are compelled. I mean, there are quite a number of less than direct arms, like forces, carry out such compulsion. Oh dear. What does your will ever actually come free of those?
They'll be still on the free will thing.
Yeah. They say we go with the naive 18th century, what is it? Voluntary, intentional, and uncoerced. Right? Voluntary and uncoerced. Well, that might be a bit tricky. I mean, where the free will to, eat something for breakfast came from. You're coerced, of course, because you don't, you'll starve eventually.
In regards to free will, I suppose it's like a game, really, isn't it? I mean, you've got sort of, you've got the freedom to move around within a game, but you're still sort of in the game. You have to finish the game at some point. So
there are always boundaries.
Exactly. So the only thing free will is about is you have sort of.
There's a problem with that in that God has to renounce his omnipotence in order to give free will.
Exactly.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
Well, you gotta give a chest. Have free as you will. You can only move the night certain squares. And for
Sort
that
of
matter,
expand on how it sort of gets the omnipotent sort of accolade. I could sort of expand on that. It manifests empty humans physically. Through that is how it gets its understanding of sentient humans, and thus that's what helps perpetuate, physicality, if you will. So that's how it gets its omniscience, through empty people. Think of them like nodes that are constantly picking up information, sending it
but
back
we
to
are
a
all
mainframe.
we're all empty people. We're all
I'd agree
just
we're all in
human.
the flesh. We're all in the flesh, but we're not all empty. So
Really? Then what's inside?
what was that? Sorry, I didn't catch that.
I said, really? Then what's inside? Well, it's nothing.
What's implied? Did you say?
Life, there's no soul. There's no, especially not an immortal one. And there is certainly not in free will. Yeah, I mean, even concept of the will, irrespective of its freedom, that falls down to Frankfurt's own example. The drug addict. By choosing to, what is their will? Is it to get off the drug or is it to take it? Doesn't matter which one you choose. You'll have a contradiction.
I was going to say, like, in regards to free will, I don't think some people are aware of their own sort of spiritual significance. I mean, that's the thing that enables them to make the sentient choice within, the free will sort of thing.
Well, sentience is not much more than being able to feel pain.
Wait, what? Sentience was what? Sorry.
I said sentience is not much more than being able to feel pain. And free will.
Well, you know what I mean, like sort of. I mean, a spiritual awareness. Then, okay, fair enough. Sentience is probably a bad word to use. Spiritual awareness of self.
Okay, so self-consciousness or self-awareness. Okay, then. Well, the content of that is rather hollow. You take a USB webcam, plug it into your computer, point the webcam at the computer while it's connected, and it's self-aware.
I can sort of see what you mean by that, but I mean,
I dig that, Nadia. I dig that. That was right. Yeah, it has
it
to
still
be
requires
more
the
than that.
person to
Has
aim
to be
the
more than that.
I mean, it still requires a person to aim the webcam, doesn't it? So, I mean, you could sort of
Does it?
expand on that analogy. Yeah.
It's not the computer that's saving the webcam; it's the person who's setting that up.
Right, but it still sort of requires the third party, doesn't it? Because the computer is just a machine. It's not, Well, it's an artifact that can tap into specific.
Not to be a third party, an outside causal force.
You've been Nadia'd.
It appears so.
Okay. I don't know.
It's
No,
happened to
I
me.
think-
If there's any consolation, Commander.
Like I said, I have more of an animus against the notion of free will than I do against the notion of dignity. Well, it's actually too vague to really have something against that particular You say Yahweh of the Bible, and who knows what with the Amalekites and soteriological particularism, burning people in hell's eternal conscious torment. Oh well, okay, I might be averse to, but free will is kind of a bigger.
I think free will's more of an exploit, really, on our own sort of spirituality. I think that's how it works. It's sort of the illusion of choice within an already predetermined reality, in which it exploits aspects of your own spirituality to thus perpetuate your choices within it. That sort of ties into astrology as well, I suppose. Astrology ties into everything though with me, doesn't it? So, but yeah.
Well, they said there's causal forces from, say, distant stellar objects, events and ongoings. Microscopic, interpersonal, sociological, on scales. I would say it's so attenuated and vitiated that it's not going to.
Right.
Astrology really counts for.
But it does, because astrology sort of expands on sort of what parameters free will is sort of limited to. Gives you a layout of the options in which you can choose between. So.
That's completely left field.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm saying that's completely left field because it doesn't tie into what Nadia's talking about.
Oh, right. Might just be me not understanding what, but okay.
Well, okay, I'll rephrase that.
Oh, sorry.
No, you go ahead, Nadia, because you're making the point.
I think what he's counterposing is that in lieu of, say, theological determinism, something on the order of astrological determinism, where it's some kind of like spiritual thing that's tied to the stars, but still some kind of ultimately determining of all affair. Is that right?
I suppose, but it's not just sort of focused on the stars. I mean, there's more to it than that, but yeah.
Yeah, a few planets, comets.
Newspapers.
Asteroids. There we go. The moon.
How about gods riding chariots?
It's interesting you should mention that, actually. I mean, sky chariots, I'm sort of looking into that. I think sky chariots could be some sort of mythological reference to aircraft. Some sort.
Oh, no.
Are you talking about the Hindu, Vishnu?
Yeah.
Sorry, go on, Jigrinch, you haven't said anything.
But yeah,
what about
there's a bunch of Hindu references of flying chariots and stuff, and I think it's called like the Marabatu or something. I really couldn't say.
Yeah.
Mahabharata.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that
Sorry,
right?
I just wanted to say that the chariot thing is connected directly to the sun passing and time. Those are the two themes that reoccur throughout different civilizations that it's connected to. So sun worship. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Sun worship, and more specifically, a marking of the passing of time through generations.
Indeed. That sort of ties into the whole sun disk thing as well. If you've seen that.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah.
The Egyptians sort of expanded on it with the Aten, and you've got the Ahura Mazda concept with the Zoroastrians. They sort of expand on the wing disc.
You're better off starting with Akhenaten, and it's specifically his second wife's tomb. I think it is something like that, which has got quite a vivid ceiling painting, which depicts not only the chariots, because there are several of them, but also the divisions that the chariots divide up into, and things like this. Yeah, they're actually boats rather than chariots in that case.
That makes sense, considering the universe is in fact a celestial ocean, so that would make a lot of sense.
And this is the originator of all of the myths, as far as I can make out. There doesn't seem to be any previous to this. I mean, the Indian one is still quite a lot later. But anyway, and that's just my kind of research into it.
Yeah. It's interesting.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, like, it's interesting stuff, isn't it? But anyway.
Oh yeah. Oh. I mean,
Well, go ahead.
No, you go, Nadia. You've been trying to.
Well, it kind of, mythic history and sort of personified, I don't know, maybe animalified or whatever you want to call it. Notion of giving descriptions of natural forces at work and so on. Yes. Well, pretty natural. I mean, or not natural, but commonplace and more ancient writing. Like, I mean, they'll just wing. Make up out of whole cloth all these brand new creationists, unconnected to any precedent. In order to illustrate ideas about human nature, whatever, ranging from I don't know what to soulmates, right? And still every tennis futundus for all kinds of counts and moments in the heavens and so on. And they're not really doing anything like giving you a deeper truth. It's really kind of allegorical, kind of metaphorical description.
I mean, in some sense, obviously that's correct, Nadia. You know, it has to be that way because we don't have any kind of consistency across the board to say that it all comes from one place. The best we can do is draw themes between them and kind of draw some inference from them. But it seems to me that particular regions are centered around myths which come from particular areas within that region and then spread out. So the creation myth, certainly in the Middle East, seems to be certainly a mound story with a bird landing on a mound. Okay, like in the middle of Egypt, there's the island, the Elephantine Island, where that original creation myth came from for Egypt. And that seems to have spread across the Levant because you get that repeated in several of the books that are later, including the Old Testament. So it kind of seems to me that there is a historical connection between these places that seems quite undeniable. It just seems that it's all jumbled up in quite a random order.
Welcome back, Seamus.
That seems to me the initial problem. When you compare the Bible to the other Mesopotamian epics, you quickly find that there's common themes that run through them. And
Exactly.
then when you compare that again to the Egyptian papyri, you find another set of themes that run through them. And
Exactly, because they all sort of utilize the same sort of.
Well, yeah, I mean, I would say the Old Testament is a combination of sort of three documents, effectively. Three cultural ideas. Actually, that's what it seems to me.
Exactly. I wouldn't dispute that because it's quite evident, isn't it? You know, when you look through.
When you look outside the Bible, it seems quite
exactly.
reasonable considering the other historical documents that are based before that and around that time.
Yep, that's why the Bible was compiled within an astrological context.
Okay.
Because as all these other sort of mythology sort of expand upon.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing basically.
Sorry, can you explain that again to me? I didn't quite understand what you meant. The Bible.
This is where the Bible is presented within, sort of an astrological context, because all these
creation
Received
myths.
Received wisdoms, shall we call them? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, they all share the same theme because it's all based on the same sort of. I want to say metaphysical science, but that's probably the bad. I mean, that's probably a bad sort of wording of it, but yeah, they're all based on the same thing. They're all based on the same, mechanic.
Yeah, I'm just making a straw man for Commando here.
All right.
Shameless. Yeah. Again, I think some of the stories clearly can be dated back, and some of them clearly are dated to that particular tribe.
Yep.
So, yeah, and again, that astrological thing. Yeah, okay. Unfortunately, it's dated quite late in Babylonia, which doesn't help matters. Yeah, it just doesn't help matters. So when we look at the early, like pictographs from that area, okay, all the depictions of God come to be represented as the sun and nothing but. There are no stars.
Exactly.
It's not multiple stars. It is the one star.
Yep. You can sort of expand on that if you want. It's basically worship of visible light.
Okay.
That's why it's all focused around the sun, because the sun is the device that projects the light spectrum according to the divine will. So it's basically like a battery worship.
Right. Well, obviously that's nonsense. But apart from that, Commando, just to get back to it. So do you know the name of the document where these astrological observations were made? Do you know? Can you link me to it, or?
You might be sort of cutting out a bit.
Of it offhand, because it was 20 years ago. I studied it. Unfortunately.
It's Simon. Just me. Oh.
Did I cut out there? Did I cut out? Okay, cool.
Is it me that's logging out? It probably is, isn't
No
it?
idea. No idea. If you're going, Grins, see you later. Oh, no, that was somebody else. That was Ben going. Shit, I missed him as well.
Yeah, I missed saying goodbye to him before he left. Oh, well.
Nobody
sort of working out. I was going to say, like, Simon, what did you say again?
Yeah. So what I was saying there was that astrological data that was taken in order to compile the astrological meanings of gods, because they were gods back then.
Right.
That wasn't done until quite late into Babylonian history.
Right.
I think it was like a 130-year period where they took observations. All right. So before that astrological data wasn't available. And that would suggest to me that the gods that existed before that weren't astrologically based.
See, this depends, doesn't it? I mean, this depends on the... it depends on the angle you're coming from. I mean, it's like I said, if you subscribe to sort of the idea that we've, progressed and learned these things and applied them, then, obviously what you're saying makes sense. But, if you're coming at it from my sort of, batshit crazy angle, then, you can say that it's not necessarily...
I was kind of looking for an explanation more than trying to attack you or anything. It wasn't supposed to be an attack question. It was just supposed to be, well...
No, I'm just saying, but from,
what happened before that? I mean, most of the symbols that exist before that for worship are all animal-based symbols.
Yeah. So it ties into the...
I'm trying to think of any of them aren't astrological. I can't think of any offhand that aren't astrological.
I was going to bring up the Chinese zodiac.
The leopard. I think that's an early worship symbol in Africa, in Sudan.
Of course, you could sort of argue that they're attributing specific animals to specific sort of constellations, or...
yeah, exactly. I'm trying to think of animals which aren't from constellations, though.
Oh yeah.
I can't actually think of any right now. Oh, ducks or geese. That's one of the early worship symbols as well, circa 12,000 BC. Spiders, of course. I don't know, is that a zodiac sign? Is there any associations there with spiders?
You've got sort of the Nazca line spider, haven't you, in South America? That has some sort of astrological value, but as an animal that identifies with a specific constellation, I don't think so. But spider in itself does have some sort of relevance to that, yeah.
Bull's horns are the most common by far.
Yep.
Birds. Yeah, vultures.
Eagles, probably, I was thinking. Because you got your Native American stuff, haven't you?
No, they're definitely vultures. They're from the Middle East. And headless humans. That's the other main worship sign from that period, which is maybe 8,000 BC.
That's quite interesting.
Yeah, found in several sites depictions of humans without heads, or humans having their heads taken off by birds.
That's quite interesting, actually, because I'm trying to think what that could be sort of, symbolizing, I suppose. Like, obviously, anything winged is obviously a reference to something from heavens, for example.
Yeah, I would tend to agree.
I'm trying to think what the sort of headless human could be about, but anyway, go on.
There was in New Zealand until about 1600 something called a Haas eagle. Was an eagle about the size of a condor. It's not implausible that large birds of a kind, etc., might have existed elsewhere in the world.
Yeah. In scale, these birds are probably 4 times the size of a human, something like that, in the pictures that they're depicted in. That's not always consistent. Sometimes it's 3, sometimes it's twice.
In body dimension?
In where? Sorry?
Body dimension or wingspan?
Yeah, wingspan, really. Yeah.
Okay, so wingspan would be easily in accordance with like Haas eagle and such.
Okay. I believe the symbols refer to a ritual which was a way of disposing of the dead. So they would leave the bodies out. They would pin the bodies down and leave them out for the birds to eat until they were skeletons, and then remove the heads, decorate the heads with plaster, and then keep that and dispose of the bones in a pile.
Okay, well that might be more plausible than a bird such as Haas eagle. So it's demonstrated in New Zealand. I don't think it has been anywhere else in recent enough history to account for that.
You never know. Anyway, who's to say vultures weren't slightly larger back then as well?
I've just seen Seamus's comment in the side saying, "What kind of lies and propaganda are you putting forth about God's word?" I think you'll find that God's word is, in fact, the propaganda. So.
I think you'll find the word is propaganda.
Well, Gregory and Hyrus welcome.
I think human history, 8,000 BC is a fascinating subject. I really do. And in recent
years, an interesting period.
There's been a lot more discoveries in recent years. Now they've begun to figure out the actual, journey that humankind took out of Africa.
It's funny you should mention that, because I've been looking into sort of around 7,600 BC period in regards to Atlantis and what all that's about.
Right. Yes. Well, that's when
as we all know. I mean, as we all know, Atlantis is just sort of David Icke bollocks, isn't it? So,
No. No, I mean, potentially it could be Bahrain. There seems to be a lot of burials on Bahrain that date back maybe 10,000 BC plus. There's also the Epic of Gilgamesh, which mentions the flood, which would have been dated around that time. There's also some geological evidence, which is the end of the Younger Dryas, which was the the breaking of the ice age, final breaking of the ice age in Europe, which led to the watering of the Middle East.
I was going to say, in regards to the flood, like, I think that's accurate in what you said around that time, around 7,600, 8,000 BC, around that time.
Yeah, probably the one that they're referring to is that particular flood. But there are some other theories I've heard about the Black Sea, even the Mediterranean,
Yeah.
So there are other ideas out there which obviously need to be investigated. The Black Sea one is reasonably plausible because of it dates it slightly later to around 5,500 BC.
That's the... I can't remember what it's called. Is it the Black Sea Deluge or something? There's a theory behind it. Yeah. I'm familiar with that.
But I mean, it's some tentative data has come in from it, and nothing either way that could be decided. So I would still plump for the end of the Younger Dryas as being the possible flood era. And geologists say that flooding happened quite. I mean, the change from desert to wetland plain is quite a quick change.
Yeah.
Because of the way that Europe unfroze. So yeah, I think there's some good evidence that something along those lines happened. And again, when you compare the similarities of the story between the epic and the Bible, it seems it would be too contrived. Let's put it that way. For them to be referring to separate incidents, just too contrived.
Possibility, but
of course, yeah. Depends on the date you want to put on the flood,
Yeah, true. I mean, if I'm going to sort of look into sort of the flood stuff, I will go to the Epic of Gilgamesh before I go to the Bible. I mean, based on sort of chronology alone.
Well, the Bible story's got just more detail and is a little better thought out. Let's put it that way. The way it's described is a little more sensible.
Revised.
Yeah, well, the epic stuff is very sketchy, and they're obviously referring to a tale which happened sometime previously, and they don't want to write the whole story out. They just want to refer to a previous story. So literally, they say something like, he's looking for everlasting life, basically, and he goes, the only person I know that got everlasting life was, I can't remember his name, the man that survived the flood. Basically, and then
that could be a sort of reference to
they quickly tell a story about how God came down and spoke to, or one of the gods came down and spoke to his house and told his house what to do, and his house told him.
Yeah,
that's the kind of way of saying it. So yeah, it's very brief in the Epic of Gilgamesh, but it's interesting that the same moral dilemma is posed in both. That's the similarity part.
Yeah, indeed.
The same moral dilemma? Which moral dilemma?
Well, not tell anybody what's going on because they're all bad people. Well, in Gilgamesh, they're not all bad people. So it's a moral dilemma for him. What to take and what not to take, and who to tell and who not to tell. Yeah. And the moral dilemma of the god, of course, because it's not the main god that flooded everything in Gilgamesh. It's another god which is defying that god that tells.
That's quite interesting in regards to, I know, yeah. No, you're
I knew you'd know that. You know such batshit stuff. How come we have such similar ideas? How is it possible? I mean, I like to study the original documents. That's my thing.
That's the best way to go about it, though. If you want to, a sort of fresh sort of perspective on it. You know, that's not been tainted by some sort of institutionalized cult.
Yeah, it's fucking difficult, I tell you. You know,
It
you've got
is.
to go through.
Welcome, Deidre. And Brother John.
Hey, I would argue everything's tainted in some degree.
Everything's. Sorry, Deirdre.
Politics.
Politics. You want to talk politics?
No, I mean politics, religion. I think everything can be slightly tainted. Like,
Who are these lesbians on your screen with the picture? What are
have you
they
ever seen the
doing?
movie Saved?
No.
It's a Christian satire where these kids are like in a Christian school, and all you have to do with a satire is turn up the truth just a little bit, and it's really funny. And they're like doing an exorcism to the girl that's pregnant, saying that she's not saved, and they have a picture of Jesus, and they're like trying to exorcise her.
Cool.
That's kind of funny. You're backsliding into the pits of hell. Or sorry, the gates of hell.
Is that a reference to anal sex?
No.
Oh, okay.
Well,
It
it might
should
be
have been.
somebody's hell. I don't know. One person's hell.
I try and bring the
another.
subjects as often as I can. You know that, Nadia.
Absolutely. Yep. Work it in. Lots of lube.
Use the force, Luke.
Yeah.
That
I won't go
reminds me
through
when
my
someone
list
dared
of,
me to go to a store that I shouldn't be in, and I was like, whatever, and they thought I'd melt because I was a Christian. And then I was like, what is this for? I was like, and the guy's like, anal penetration, and I was like, how would you even fit that in there? And he's like, lots of lube and lots of patience. But the thing was like a bowling ball. I'm like, that's not physically possible, is it? Isn't it just for show? I mean, come on.
Can I put my cave? Can I put my caveman picture up again, please?
Uh-oh. Darn it, Brother John. Get that audio working. Well, you know how I am. Make the face and so on and so forth. At least I have a doctor's appointment for next Monday.
You do.
So I missed all the
Fantastic.
action. Chamos was doing a pretty good job, but it was crazy before.
Yeah. Well, good news is there's a doctor's appointment. Bad news is, well, not quite the right doctor.
How so?
It's not even one of the trans-friendly osteopaths. It's just random person somewhere in the same office as one of the trans-friendly ones.
Well, he might be helpful. You know, smile
doubtful.
at him and ask him if there's anything he can do first, rather than ask for it. You know, he knows your situation, so maybe he can put you on to the other doctor.
Maybe. Well, we'll see this. At least, I don't know. A couple things that'll kill me faster there. Usually willing to write prescriptions for and so on.
Right. I played you the homeopathy video that I've got, did I?
Not that I know of.
Mm-hmm.
Vatican and the Pope see new demon exorcists. What? The Catholic Church says it's dealing with a spike in satanic worship by training a growing team of specialized priests to keep the devil at bay. Oh dear.
Where
That
did
wouldn't
you
surprise me,
that?
given the. Sorry, Deidre, go on. You were saying.
I just said, where did you see that? And now, go ahead.
Daily Beast.
Oh. I don't know if I really count
Brother
the Beast as
Tom,
news.
All right. Got a video here just to show you how bad the NHS has got in Britain.
What do you mean? Why would it be bad?
They've practically sold it out, haven't they? No, look.
Right. They're doing all sorts of stupid things in there now.
Cameron's destroyed it.
Vatican and Pope Francis seek new demon exorcists. Oh, brilliant. Seamus.
Makes sense given what's sort of happening in regards to transfiguration of the realms. So it makes sense that they're going to sort of capitalize on extracting demonic entities from people. Makes logical sense, really.
What are you extracting? It makes it sound like they're putting it in a bottle and keeping it for later.
In all seriousness, Rand was doing an exorcism on Fiona the other night live on air.
Are you serious?
No, I'm not even kidding. I'm not even kidding.
Is Fiona an atheist or?
Did
I'm
you
new,
say
so-
on piano? Did you say on piano, Seamus? He was
On
doing an
air.
exercise. Oh no! All right. I thought you said
Red
on
Campbell
piano.
exercising people. Wow.
What did she do?
Fuck.
Did she just like let it happen, or she like? Did she start spewing like vomit and like her head?
What sort of questions that, dude?
Well, it happened in the film, I saw.
Dude, I saw The Exorcist.
It
I was gonna.
No, you should watch Hangout. It was
Did you
for
say we are legion for many?
He's like, Lord, come out, Lord, bring the demon out for her. And he was like, what? He was like, what's your name, demon? Tell me your name. And then it went on for quite a while. It was.
If
Yeah,
it
but was
really
there an
works,
actual
though, wouldn't it freak you out?
Yeah,
Oh my
was there an
goodness.
answer to that question? Did the demon
Was
say?
it, like, did it actually happen? Like, was there a demon extracted from?
That would be quite interesting.
I think that's still up for debate.
It was probably Jesus DiCaprio.
I'm not gonna lie. If I was an atheist and somebody started exercising me, I would start playing up to it like it was real. And I'd be like, and I'd start like making voices and stuff and writhing around.
Rand, Cam, and Fiona. So.
Oh man, that's fun. It's the way you tell them, James.
Exorcisms are a real thing, but you can't perform them over a live hangout.
I think possession happens. I just think that I don't know if I could. I just like laying on hands, touch the screen, and I don't know.
Like I came in the room and I was like, well, hey guys, and Rand was like, look, Seamus, brother, I don't know if you want to be here, and yeah, he was right. I definitely didn't want to be there.
Well, whose
Is
hangout was
Fiona
that
an
in?
atheist, or is she like a Catholic, or what is she?
She's a Catholic.
We're exercising Catholics now? Come on, guys.
No, but she's a theistic evolutionist, and she's a Catholic. And
So?
there's a few other- No, I'm just giving you like the rundown.
No, that's fair enough.
Oh my goodness.
That sounds reasonable to me.
The demons of evolution, get
Yeah,
out.
the demons of evolution.
You said
That's
it's got
exactly
evil
right.
in the title. What more do you want?
It reminds me of the
This
time where this
spelled
guy was
some
telling us
like
there was
some-
demons of pornography.
Wait, what was that about demons of pornography?
Yeah, this guy said that there was demons of pornography, which I mean, lust, okay, whatever. But then he said that they were at Vaughn's because of Maxim magazine.
I also come in there
Which
and
is a grocery store.
they were trying to get her to renounce Christ on the mic and admit she was an atheist. And it was kind of wild.
Wow,
Not
you
straight
know,
out, she's like,
she's a
no, I'm not
believer.
gonna renounce the Lord. And they were like, come on now. It was wild, dude. I didn't say a word. I was like,
You atheists have the most fun.
I gotta look into her. Is it that she's just angry with other Christians? Is that really what it is? And they assume that she's an atheist?
I would say the most valid critique that you could possibly give Fiona that isn't like completely misplaced is probably that she probably doesn't in the manner of the Great Debate, she doesn't really she's not a big supporter of the Christian position like you would see. You're like, she's not really here to argue, you know. She's not really here to like support Christianity or preach somebody the gospel. She's kind of just, she's a Christian just out of who she is, and she's not. So like, I think the criticism that Christians levy at her just like, look, you like never ever support Christianity, and you will like literally sit in a room full of atheists and let them bash the Bible and not speak up. And if she does speak up, it's not very often. Like, I'm just saying, these aren't criticisms that I have of her. I'm saying that's what most.
I have actually heard her speak up when there was an all atheist room and just Fiona. Poor love, but she did, yeah, go for a valiant attempt at trying to beat the room down one after another.
Yeah, right. Like, I know if I speak up and I have a hardcore Calvinist, or I don't know, like, I mean, I can even eyeball Rec and Mac, and I'm assuming as soon as I disagree with them, they're going to take their balls out and pummel me. I mean, I can just tell already.
You could have worded that a bit better.
Like, it's not a shocker to me, you know? And so I bet she's sick of being pummeled. That would be my guess. Never meeting her and just hearing a couple stories, not just from you, Shamos, but hearing a couple other stories and watching a couple comments go by, admit you're an atheist, you're an evolutionist, blah, blah, blah. You know what? If she, thank goodness she still believes, if she believes, man, because people don't sound like they're making it easier on her. Just gonna point that out.
Whose hangout was it in? Whose hangout was it in that this exorcism happened?
Rancam, I think.
Oh, right.
Is that right?
No, sorry, my mic was off. It was Thick Shades Hangout, and Rancam was there.
Oh my goodness.
Oh.
And it was like specifically about Fiona, and I guess she came in there to address it. And she was way more decent than I would have been in her position, because
I don't want to meet
they
this
were
lady.
cutting her off left and right. And
cool.
Pillbox was there, and he was like literally not letting her speak.
Like, I honestly want to meet her to get the feel from her, because like I've already seen, without even knowing her, I've seen things fly by about her, which is very interesting to me. I do believe that Catholics are Christian, and people are arguing with me about that, and they're saying Orthodox and Catholics aren't Christian. I'll tell you what, a lot of Protestants don't seem to be Christian to me. How about that? You know, like, what are you defining as Christian? For me, it's Christ. And if you can, you know, accept him as your Lord and Savior, that's the hill to die on. So,
what is the debate against Christians? I mean, Catholics, I want to know.
Some people will argue, because they don't really understand the catechism very well, they'll argue that Catholics are only works-based, and that's how you get to heaven, or that they negate the grace of Christ. And that's not true. If you really look into Catholics and you talk to them, they don't view it that way.
Yeah, I mean, I was raised Catholic, so I know that's not true.
But the catechism, even when you read it, it does say faith and works, you know. But it's because they're taking James so seriously, you know. Faith without works is dead.
I can't understand how anyone can take the position that Orthodox isn't Christian. I mean, that's probably the most Christian out of all.
Well,
Christianity.
I've actually spoken with most of the hardline fundamentalists that you're kind of talking about right now, and most of them don't hold to the position that Catholics aren't Christians. They basically will hold to the position that Catholicism isn't Christianity, but they'll hold that that people can still be Catholics and be Christians. Like, so it's not that they don't.
I can understand having an issue with the Vatican or the Pope, but I have an issue with Joel Osteen and Franklin Graham. I mean, I don't really think that either of those two are great. And I know the Grahams are like, oh, that should be untouchable. Oh my gosh. But Franklin Graham says some hateful things. I'm sorry.
Wait, is Joel Osteen a real thing? Like, is that not just a comedy act? Like, is that a real thing that
It's a
people
real thing.
read?
He's got a humongous church, a huge church in Texas. People.
See, I always thought he was just like
on
a
my
bit of a
friends list on Facebook are like, I'm so inspired, and they post like a random Joel Osteen thing, and it's everything I can do to not be like, like, but they're like dead serious about him.
I honestly thought that Joel Osteen
say that
like
Catholics follow the Pope blindly. Haven't met Irish Catholics yet.
Yeah, Irish Catholics are definitely different.
I have some criticisms of Catholicism.
You haven't gone anywhere near Italian Catholics then.
I don't believe Mary intercedes for us. Like, there's a reason why I'm not Catholic. I mean, I have Catholic relatives, and there's a reason why I reject Catholicism, and there's some things that I appreciate about it. But the Mary, the equality of what the Vatican says with the Bible is disturbing to me.
There's a lot of things I don't disagree with. I mean, that I do disagree with in Catholicism. Like some doctrines that I think that are just so blatantly ridiculous. Like the ever virginity of Mary.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you hold to that, that's ridiculous. Like,
well,
you have to literally deny Scripture to hold to that position.
In my mind, that shows me how dirty they think sex really is. Like, you know, the idea that Mary has to stay a virgin for all eternity, because if she got tainted at all, then even in marriage, that would be a sin to them. That's very interesting to me. You know, it shows you how dirty they think sex is. By they, I mean people that originally came up with these doctrines. Like.
Well, they even made it so Mary's mother had a divine birth as well, just because they were even.
I didn't know about that. I have to look into that. I've never heard that.
Yeah. There's some medieval theology along this line.
And you know that Mary, the elevation of Mary came later, which is very interesting too. It's not very old.
Oh, really?
It's not as.
On the contrary, the idea of the divine feminine is very old. Isn't that right, Commander?
It is indeed. It is indeed.
I also think you skirt some pretty weird lines with idolatry that are just like, I mean, you're kissing this foot of a statue of Mary and this and that. I mean, and it's like ritualized. Like, I could understand if people just do it to do it, you know, or whatever. But like when it's like that stuff is crazy to me.
But Shamos, do you recognize the Protestant rituals? Because we have them. We think we don't, but we have them. I can point them out to you.
Which ones are close to idolatry? Like
I don't know. It depends on how you.
Well, all right, let's run through them. Give me
But Shamos, actually,
before we go down that road.
actually, the point is the statues are not of God; they are of saints and martyrs, and they're not worshipping those martyrs. They're worshipping God through appreciating those martyrs.
Yeah, exactly. It's like those priests. I mean, those saints and martyrs have a more direct connection to God than a normal person would. So you pray to them to get a word and through them to God.
Yeah, I understand the explanation. I'm just saying that personally,
Here's a ritual that a lot of Protestants do that isn't in the Bible: altar calls. Altar calls don't exist, but some people act like the altar call is magical.
I'm specifically talking about idolatry. Like, show me a Protestant practice that borderline is idolatry.
All idolatry is putting something before God.
Okay, sure. Well, then I agree. Show me a Protestant thing where we do that.
Okay, celebrity pastors.
There's certainly lots of images in churches of Jesus Christ.
I don't deny that.
Right. So that's idolatry under the same
standards.
The Catholics I know aren't believing that these statues are like a god.
Make not any graven.
They're a reminder.
I know, but it says make not any graven image.
We Protestants have crucifixes without Jesus on them.
Yeah, well, I know, but it's still a graven image.
We don't pray to the cross.
No, we don't.
We don't kiss the cross. The cross is a reminder.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, most Anglican churches have a cross, which is in between. The Grail.
That's something that I never could understand.
Thanks for letting me finish.
Why they left Jesus hanging there? I mean,
they didn't.
Well, no,
I can explain that.
I've got the rosary right here, dude. He's still hanging there. Okay, he's not.
Do you want to know why?
They didn't leave him hanging there. They took him down straight away.
No. He's talking about the symbolism.
I'm talking about the symbolism.
Catholics are very focused on the suffering of Christ. That is important to them to remember. They do it. They affirm it in a lot of their, if I could say chants. I don't know if that's the right word, but they focus on the suffering of Christ quite a bit. And it's important to them. Where Protestants go, I don't really want to focus on that part. I want to focus on the resurrection and the ascension.
Yeah, there's a whole sacrament in Catholicism where you walk through the steps of like Jesus's crucifixion.
Which I think is important to understand the suffering of Christ. I do, but I can't wallow in it. Otherwise, it's just miserable.
Let me tell you another criticism. There's a saying in Catholicism where it says that basically, if you're a Catholic and you fall away from Catholicism, like if you're start out a Catholic and then you become a Protestant and then you die a Protestant, you will not be saved.
Yeah, the venial and mortal sins.
They fucking hate Protestants.
Oh,
They
yeah.
all do that.
But no. Here's what I've heard.
400 years of war will do that to you.
Here's what I've heard though recently. He from like Effie, who's like a pretty like well-read like Catholic. He says this: if you were never a Catholic, like if you were always a Protestant, you can be saved. But it's only for Catholics that started out as like apostate Catholics, basically.
Yeah, it's
Right.
and that's the cultish aspect of them.
To be accurate about Catholicism, I think it's that if you get blessed and forgiven by a priest, you are saved. That's it.
Are we seriously gonna? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Nadia.
They've been converted to Anglican now, so.
Anglican is accepted by the Catholic Church, by the way, now for a lot
Wait
of.
a minute. Are we seriously going to suggest that Jesus is standing up there somewhere in heaven saying, okay, you're a Catholic, you're a Protestant, you're a Lutheran, you're a Methodist, and then he sends them off wherever they're supposed to go. I don't see that. I'm sorry. I just.
Yeah, never do I, Von, because that's not how it works.
That seems a bit ridiculous to me. But
Yeah, Catholic theology. I mean, they've had hundreds of years to get this shit right. They will tie you up in knots with their theology that you will never be able to get out of.
Yeah, I mean they've got answers. They've got answers for questions. That's for sure. But
I mean, they actually wrote the translations which you read, pretty much.
yeah, they'll have answers. I'm not denying that, but I think that regardless of their answers, the absurdity of their position, without even get their answer, it's just like I said, man, it stacks upon itself.
Chamo, so like my question and what I wrestle with is how far can you go before you're out of God's grace? You know what I mean? Because there's a lot of versions of Christianity. So let's look at Pentecostals, for instance. Pentecostals believe in some weird stuff, especially like the Jesus camp people, like some really weird stuff. Like, how far can you go before you're out of God's grace? Like, do we say Jesus is center? And if you believe Jesus is Lord and your Savior and He's God, then you're good? Or do we cry and we say, if you're Universalist, you're out, you're Catholic, you're out, if you're Pentecostal, you're out?
Well, I never said at any part of the conversation that I didn't think Catholics were saved. I just said I disagree with their doctrine.
I disagree too with their doctrine. I mean, like, yeah. I think we would probably disagree on a lot of the same points. I don't like the idea of praying to saints. I don't like kind of the control the church has over you. The symbolism isn't so bad to me. It's not my style, but it's not as bad to me.
I would say the Pentecostals got it more right than the Catholics, but I'm not going to weigh them on a scale of who's got it most right or blah 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 blah. I mean,
Pentecostals do some pretty emotional, psychological damage on people with their obsession with spiritual warfare and speaking in tongues.
My biggest grievance
I've
is
actually been to a Pentecostal church before.
There's very different kinds, almost.
Yeah, I'm sure, but I'm just saying, I'm kind of familiar with Pentecostalism, and to me, I mean, okay, so Pentecostalism, their church services are actually a lot of fun. They do a lot of musical, more modern rock, a lot of singing, not and they do a lot of activity oriented youth stuff, and they're real outspoken, and they're okay with women speaking and talking and sermons and giving testimony and stuff like that, and they're completely okay with people just like in the middle of a sermon, just whatever, stand up and testify, just like stop the preacher and like go. Like I think they speak in tongues, but it's not like a lot of people think that they like try to force it on you or something like that. No, I've seen some forcing Pentecostalism where the one practice I do where I have noticed some forcing is where they'll get everyone to stand up and people will come forward and the preacher will put their hands on their head and they'll like fall over. Okay. And I've seen a little bit of kind of, I don't know, I guess it would be like pressure, like some force. No, I wouldn't say necessarily forcefulness, but I mean, I don't know. But either way.
It depends on the church. Like, I went to a Pentecostal light church, and no one was forcing you to speak in tongues. People would speak in tongues. People did lay on hands. People, they loved their altar calls like crazy. Altar call this, altar call that. People did stand up and testify. People did dance around. People had flags and rolled them around, which I think's weird, but whatever.
No, but I mean, I don't see anything wrong with any of that.
That's fine, but there are other Pentecostals who start to become abusive and think everything's a demon inside of you and everything's spiritual warfare constantly, to the point where, like, you know, that situation with Fiona happens all the time.
You're kind of right there. No, okay, no, I have heard some funny experiences with Pentecostals. They're like, I mean, they're totally willing to give the answer that, okay, this person has a demon in them, blah blah blah, and like they're not just like saying that. They would like literally try to perform an exorcism on you like on the spot. But I mean, I think Pentecostal people, like I said, have got it more right than Catholics. Like if I had to choose,
there's an obsession with the dark side with the Pentecostals.
I don't know. If I had to choose,
if I had to choose, I'd choose Catholic. Absolutely. I think a Pentecostal would just drive me nuts.
I don't at all. I see a lot. I think to me, I see a lot of Pentecostals cry in sermons more than I've ever seen Baptist or Lutheran or Methodist, and it's
doesn't mean anything to me. Emotion.
No, but yeah, it does mean something. It really does, and it's
yeah, except when they're hysterical. I don't know, man. Maybe you need to see some of the people I've seen.
You got to understand. There's a story in the Bible that actually there's two men, and they walk up to the Bible, and it's this in the Old Testament, and they walk up. And one guy, he's all like thinking about how holy he is, and he looks over and there's this guy, and he's like all like, you know, this criminal and a thief and blah 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 blah, and he's like thinking like how much better he is and how he's done much more better things than him. And then there's another guy who's that thief, the same guy that guy was looking at. He's like beating on his chest and like crying and like really upset because he knows he's a terrible person. And God was actually more satisfied with the horrible person that realized that he had done wrong, who was actually truly sorry and upset with himself. He wasn't more satisfied. Are you familiar with what story I'm talking about?
Oh yeah, but the way I read it is one guy's a braggart and the other guy's humble. It's not that the other guy's so shameful that he is like emo and cutting himself. But
he was pounding on his chest, and
he understands the gravity of what he's done. Yes, and I think everybody that's an actual Christian, which I'm not going to say who is or isn't or anything like that, but I mean anybody that's a Christian and has had that experience of conviction, we would understand what that feels like. Absolutely.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, like, some people, when you see these Pentecostal people and they're like crying and they're like literally like
every week, every second. Some of these guys don't ever stop. That's what I'm trying to tell you. There are some people that are just non-stop, and then it becomes a show. That's what I'm saying. There's something about it that gets suspicious if it's constant to me. And you can call me skeptical, but if it's once in a while, absolutely.
Well, a lot of times it may be a show. I mean, like maybe they're crying because they're a hypocrite. Like you don't necessarily know. Like, I mean, and a lot of times I'm sure they are, but like. What I'm saying is I'm not saying like, oh, because you're more emotional and you feel much more sorry that you're a much better person or anything. What I'm saying is when I see a Pentecostal congregation, I see devout people, and I see people that truly are concerned, truly are believers, and that really, really care. Like sometimes, like when I go to, for example, like Baptist congregations, Baptists are real like into sermon, and they're not. It's real rigid.
They're scripture focused usually.
Yeah, and they're real rigid. And
if you want to learn scripture and you're a baby Christian, the Baptist will definitely teach you scripture.
Yeah, but the Baptist will bore your ass to death and literally just.
Hey, I was a Baptist. I'm telling you, like I know the Bible pretty well because of them.
That's fine, but you can know the Bible pretty well without being a Baptist. But what I'm saying is, when you go and you sit in church for 4 hours, and everyone's just kind of like going through the motions and everything,
I
and
never
no
spent
one's
4 hours in church.
Or whatever it is, some 3 hours, but.
And maybe you had a dead church experience. Like there's a spectrum of Baptists, and there's a spectrum of Pentecostal, and there's a spectrum of Methodists, and there's a spectrum of Wesleyans, and so you have to take that with a grain of salt, obviously. But I'm telling you that there's a special kind of crazy Pentecostal out there, and it's when you experience it, you will know, and it will probably turn your spirit, or you'll think there's something weird going on. And so like when you start handling snakes, or you start slaying in the spirit, and everybody's constantly in disorder, if you run into one of those churches like I have, you might be taken aback. I'm just saying. Now there are Pentecostals who aren't like that, just like there's Baptists who aren't Westboro Baptists, but there is a very large spectrum in there, and I'm just saying there is a wacky side of Pentecostal, and there's a wacky side of Baptist, and there's a wacky side of Catholicism.
I mean,
there's a wacky side. There's also a wacky side of Protestantism as well.
No doubt there's a wacky side to it.
Well,
I mean, what I'm saying is,
everybody is non-Catholic. That's how I define Protestants usually.
Really?
And then from there you would have the evangelical divide, which I don't really like the evangelical
Off the
title.
scale.
Yeah.
the evangelical divide. Do people even understand what the word evangelical even means?
Well, now evangelical. Okay, so evangelical to me used to mean like Pat Robinson and stuff like that, and now I've noticed in the last few years they're blending it to almost everybody that's American and a Christian, and I don't know if that's true. I don't know if everybody should be called evangelical in America.
But okay, let's talk about the word evangelical.
Nothing's wrong with evangelical. Evangelical just means good news, right? Evangelize means good news, from what I understand. Is it, or is it the gospel?
Yeah, evangelizing someone is trying to convert them to Christianity. It's trying to share them the gospel and basically bring them to Christ. So like, I don't understand how being evangelizing someone or being known as an evangelist is a bad thing. Jesus told you to spread the gospel. It's like when you call someone evangelist, you should say thank you. Like,
well, being a
fundamentalist
isn't a bad word, but we've made it a bad word. You see what I'm saying?
No, but I could understand why fundamentalist could be a bad word. But when people say
when I say evangelical, people think Brian Fisher sometimes. I'm not kidding. Like, it's tied to all sorts of weird people.
I mean, that's crazy. The word evangelical should never be associated with crazy.
It shouldn't be. Just like Christian shouldn't be. I'm like a Christian, and people look at me like, well, which kind? And then all of a sudden you're in like this crazy, like, let me define myself mode. You think that it'd be easy to define yourself as a Christian. No, it's super complicated, and everybody's freaking out. Where'd Nadia go?
I mean, I've heard evangelicals, like what I picture as an evangelical, having watched movies like Jesus Camp, is the people who like don't want to even communicate with people.
See, they're charismatic. They're charismatic.
When I've heard it used as a...
Massive feedback. Massive feedback.
When I've heard it used, I've heard evangelicals used as like a kind of a derogatory term for like Protestant Christians who think that the Bible is God's word and is divinely inspired and inerrant. And this somehow, and usually a lot of people kind of say that evangelicals are also kind of line up with like fundamentalists. They kind of like use it interchangeably. But like, how the hell did these people hijack the word evangelism or evangelical, like, and use it with these connotations? Because that's creeping me out. Because I mean, it should be like the biggest compliment ever to be called, an evangelical Christian.
Yeah, I think history definition kind of tells us that it's to do with denominations which are outside of the traditional ones, certainly the European mainstreams. I mean, I think that's really where it comes to. So it's a kind of term which gets associated with born again, and specifically Jehovah's Witnesses.
Well, again,
that seems to be the history as far as I
I
can
would
see.
say I'm born again, and I think that Shamos might say that too. So,
Yeah, and that's kind of what I associate it with anyway.
but it's crazy because you have under evangelical Lutheran, Presbyterian, which is nothing like Lutherans or Methodists. The church I last was in, I was part of the holiness movement, so that's sort of in relation to Wesleyans and Methodists both. So like they would all be considered evangelical, but this title is sort of starting to get kind of how do I say, broadly spread into some other ideas, and I don't know.
My understanding of it is that the Protestants, the Pentecostals came out of the holiness, and the evangelicals, the ones that came out of the Pentecostals. That's my understanding of it. You got the holiness, then the Pentecostals, and then the evangelicals.
Well, holiness movement's 19th century. It comes from what came from that was Methodism, mainly, and then Church of God from Anderson, Indiana.
Yep.
The other one would be some Wesleyans.
Yeah, that's my understanding. I could be wrong.
Well, the changeover is happening. We have like seconds, so like go over. We are feeding back into the new one too. They feed back.
Thank you.
Which I've now leaned towards more the